Introduction of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Introduction. The men or women are few who do not love to listen to travelers' tales, nor desire themselves to go out and see the world. And to the imaginative youngster, the hills which set a blue bound to his home horizon seem to hide a fascinating paradise of wonders and joy, which he resolves to explore when he is grown up. It has always been so, and doubtless always will be, although the world seems now so small to the globe-trotter, and the newspaper tells us day by day what is happening in countries which a few years ago were almost as remote and inaccessible as the moon. Where Stanley laboriously marched for weeks to meet Livingstone, one may now go by rail in a single night. The falls of the Zambesi, utterly out of reach and lone when Livingstone described them only a half-century ago, are furnishing electric light and power to highly civilized towns. A Burnaby need no longer ride for weary days across a desert to reach Khiva, for cooks will furnish him a railroad ticket thither, or to the cities of Marco Polo's mysterious Tartary, far beyond. Even Mecca itself, where Burton penetrated only after spending a lifetime in perfecting his disguise, may soon be the terminus of a few days' tour from Cairo or Jerusalem. One who has been to the other side of the globe is no longer therefore remarkable. Not only London and New York, but many smaller cities as well, have travelers' clubs and explorers' clubs. Even women conduct expeditions into savage lands and climb the peaks of the Andes or Himalayas. Have this modern case of journeying into once remote and forbidden regions, and the plenitude of advance information as to what may be seen there, decreased travel or dulled the desire? Seemingly not. The greater the facility, the more the attraction. Many may go now to whom formerly it would be impossible. Steamships and railways thrive wherever established, and are supported largely by their tourist traffic. Most travelers are more interested in old lands than in exploring new ones. Few of the thousands who visit Jerusalem dare the hardships of the Syrian desert to view wondrous Petra, or the abandoned cities of Bashan, as did Burckhardt and Porter. Yet no reading is more delightful than the accounts of their experiences by venturesome travelers like these. We thrill as we turn the pages describing deliverance from bloody perils, and in the comfort of our easy chairs find a fearful joy in details of privation and distress such as Warburton underwent in the Australian desert, because we feel the heroic spirit of the writer animating the text. Moreover, a lively narration of strange scenes and peoples pleasantly stimulates the imagination, and makes us wish to read the book of some other person who has traveled there, and get the picture as he saw it. To read a good book of travel is like journeying with a remarkably wise companion, who relieves us all of the trouble of the trip and gives us only the pleasure. It was indeed the eager interest with which his home-keeping neighbors listened to his stories, when perchance one had gone afield and had seen strange sights, that led to that humorous and kindly exaggeration which presently made travelers' tales a proverb. It was a wonder-loving age in which Marco Polo wandered through the regions of the Khan, even to Japan, because it was an ignorant one. Every marvel was acceptable so long as the minds of men were not yet free from the wild superstitions of the Middle Ages, corrupted relics of the poetic myths of antiquity. The discovery of the new western continent, the circumnavigation of Africa, and then of the whole globe, had stupefied the stay-at-home world with surprise. There was scant information by which to judge of truth, and romancers took quick advantage of this ignorance and interest to embroider and invent more and more startling stories, because they would sell and nobody could gainsay them. We now realize that the best of the early voyagers were substantially truthful, but the narratives of the soberest of them are vivid and quaint, and some of the others are most amusing in their luxuriant fertility of imagination, their startling, brilliant, overwhelming mendacity. No longer can travelers' tales beguile the wits of the simplest of rustics, and science takes the place of romance. No modern voyager, to quote Lowell's whimsical complaint, brings back the magical foundation stones of a tempest. No Marco Polo, traversing the desert beyond the city of Locke, would tell of things able to inspire the mind of Milton with calling shapes and beckoning shadows dire, and airy tongues that syllable men's names on sands and shores and desert wildernesses. It is easy enough to believe the story of Dante when 2/3 of even the upper world were yet untraversed and unmapped. With every step of the recent traveler, our inheritance of the wonderful is diminished. Now, whether we regard with the poets the disappearance of the childish ignorance of the 16th century as a loss, or with ordinary folk count it as gain that men and women have acquired the world wisdom of the 20th century, certain it is that the change has come about primarily through the brave work and observant records of explorers and travelers. These voyagers by sea and hardy adventurers by land have spread the map from a few hundred miles around the Mediterranean until it has enveloped the globe. But a better result than enlarging the atlas has been enlarging the minds of men and the peace of God. In the old days, stranger and enemy were synonyms. Travel has shown the error of this in fact, and its bad policy as a theory. Travel has disclosed that other countries have products and goods which we need and which they will exchange for ours. Still better, that they have men who can exchange with us ideas profitable to both. So it has stimulated communication and commerce. Commerce produces mutual appreciation and confidence, which lead to friendship and conserve public peace. This national benefit has come about through the combined enlightenment of thousands of citizens who by actual travel themselves, or by reading the accounts of others more fortunate, have been lifted out of the narrow bounds that limit the mind as well as the feet of the homestayers. Traveling, Bartlett reminds us, enlarges our views, gives a knowledge of men and manners, causes us to embrace the human race as one great family, and call every child of misfortune our brother. Says another, "A man who has traveled and seen the world brings all countries to his fireside, sees mankind as they are, not as he could wish to have them, can calculate correctly on all he sees and hears, and seldom suffers severely by misfortune." Again, the use of traveling is to widen the sphere of observation, and to enable us to examine and judge of things for ourselves. These benefits still accrue. The more cultivated a man is, or seeks to be, the more he feels the need of widening his sphere of observation. All men may not be able to go abroad, study new scenes and people, and enjoy places and things associated in his recollection with those features of history, art, and literature which have interested him from childhood. But in these days every person may read the books of those who have had this privilege. No kind of reading is more entertaining nor more profitable. The present volume exhibits its charm and its variety. It is to be hoped that it will lead the youth into whose hands it may fall to wander widely in this field of literature. Ernest Ingersoll. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. Chapter 1. The Early Explorers. Marco Polo's Account of Japan. The Island of Chipangu and the Great Khan's Dispatch of a Host against it. Chipangu is an island toward the east in the high seas, 1,500 miles distant from the continent, and a very great island it is. The people are white, civilized, and well favored. They are idolaters and are dependent on nobody, and I can tell you the quantity of gold they have is endless, for they find it in their own islands, and the king does not allow it to be exported. Moreover, few merchants visit the country because it is so far from the mainland, and thus it comes to pass that their gold is abundant beyond all measure. I will tell you a wonderful thing about the palace of the lord of that island. You must know that he hath a great palace which is entirely roofed with fine gold, just as our churches are roofed with lead, insomuch that it would scarcely be possible to estimate its value. Moreover, all the pavement of the palace and the floors of its chambers are entirely of gold, in plates like slabs of stone, a good 2 fingers thick, and the windows also are of gold, so that altogether the richness of this palace is past all bounds and all belief. They have also pearls in abundance, which are of a rose color, but fine, big, and round, and quite as valuable as the white ones. In this island some of the dead are buried, and others are burned. When a body is burned, they put one of these pearls in the mouth, for such is their custom. They have also quantities of other precious stones. Kublai, the Grand Khan, who now reigneth, having heard much of the immense wealth that was in this island, formed a plan to get possession of it. For this purpose he sent 2 of his barons with a great navy and a great force of horse and foot. These barons were able and valiant men, one of them called Abacan and the other Von Sachin, and they weighed with all their company from the ports of Zayton and Kinsay, and put out to sea. They sailed until they reached the island aforesaid, and there they landed, and occupied the open country and the villages, but did not succeed in getting possession of any city or castle, and so a disaster befell them, as I shall now relate. You must know that there was much ill will between these 2 barons, so that one would do nothing to help the other. And it came to pass that there arose a north wind, which blew with great fury, and caused great damage along the coasts of that island, for its harbors were few. It blew so hard that the Great Khan's fleet could not stand against it. And, when the chiefs saw that, they came to the conclusion that if the ships remained where they were, the whole navy would perish. So they all got on board and made sail to leave the country. But, when they had gone about 4 miles, they came to a small island, on which they were driven ashore in spite of all they could do. And a great part of the fleet was wrecked, and a great multitude of the force perished, so that there escaped only some 30,000 men, who took refuge on this island. These held themselves for dead men, for they were without food, and knew not what to do, and they were in great despair when they saw that such of the ships as had escaped the storm were making full sail for their own country, without the slightest sign of turning back to help them. And this was because of the bitter hatred between the 2 barons in command of the force, for the baron who escaped never showed the slightest desire to return to his colleague who was left upon the island in the way you have heard, though he might easily have done so after the storm ceased, and it endured not long. He did nothing of the kind, however, but made straight for home. And you must know that the island to which the soldiers had escaped was uninhabited. There was not a creature upon it but themselves. Now we will tell you what befell those who escaped on the fleet, and also those who were left upon the island. What further came of the Great Khan's expedition against Chipangu. You see those who were left upon the island, some 30,000 souls, as I have said, did hold themselves for dead men, for they saw no possible means of escape. And when the king of the great island got news how the one part of the expedition had saved themselves upon that isle, and the other part was scattered and fled, he was right glad thereat, and he gathered together all the ships of his territory, and proceeded with them, the sea now being calm, to the little isle and landed his troops all around it. And when the Tartars saw them thus arrive, and the whole force landed, without any guard having been left on board the ships, the act of men very little acquainted with such work, they had the sagacity to feign flight. Now the island was very high in the middle, and, while the enemy were hastening after them by one road, they fetched a compass by another, and, in this way managed to reach the enemy's ships and to get aboard of them. This they did easily enough, for they encountered no opposition. Once they were on board, they got under way immediately for the great island, and landed there, carrying with them the standards and banners of the king of the island, and in this wise they advanced to the capital. The garrison of the city, suspecting nothing wrong, when they saw their own banners advancing, supposed that it was their own host returning, and so gave them admittance. The Tartars, as soon as they had got in, seized all the bulwarks, and drove out all who were in the place except the pretty women, and these they kept for themselves. In this way the great Khan's people got possession of the city. When the king of the great island and his army perceived that both fleet and city were lost, they were greatly cast down. Howbeit they got away to the great island on board some of the ships which had not been carried off. And the king then gathered all his host to the siege of the city, and invested it so straitly that no one could go in or come out. Those who were within held the place for 7 months, and strove by all means to send word to the great Khan. But it was all in vain, they never could get the intelligence carried to him. So, when they saw they could hold out no longer, they gave themselves up on condition that their lives should be spared, but still that they should never quit the island. And this befell in the year of our Lord, 1279. The great Khan ordered the baron who had fled so disgracefully to lose his head, and afterward he caused the other also, who had been left on the island, to be put to death, for he had never behaved as a good soldier ought to do. But I must tell you a wonderful thing that I had forgotten, which happened on this expedition. You see, at the beginning of the affair, when the Khan's people had landed on the great island and occupied the open country, as I told you, they stormed a tower belonging to some of the islanders who refused to surrender, and they cut off the heads of all the garrison except 8. On these 8 they found it impossible to inflict any wound. Now this was by virtue of certain stones which they had in their arms, inserted between the skin and the flesh, with such skill as not to show at all externally. And the charm and virtue of these stones was such that those who wore them could never perish by steel. So, when the barons learned this, they ordered the men to be beaten to death with clubs. And after their death the stones were extracted from the bodies of all, and were greatly prized. But now let us have done with the matter, and return to our subject. Concerning the fashion of the idols. Now you must know the idols of Cathay, and of Manzi, and of this island, are all of the same class. And in this island, as well as elsewhere, there be some of the idols that have the head of an ox, some that have the head of a pig, some of a dog, some of a sheep, and some of divers other kinds. And some of them have 4 heads, while some have 3, one growing out of either shoulder. There are also some that have 4 hands, some 10, some 1,000. And they do put more faith in those idols that have 1,000 hands than in any of the others. And when any Christian asks them why they make their idols in so many different guises, and not all alike, they reply that just so their forefathers were wont to have them made, and just so they will leave them to their children, and these to the after generations, and so they will be handed down forever. And you must understand that the deeds ascribed to these idols are such a parcel of devilries as it is best not to tell. So let us have done with the idols, and speak of other things. But I must tell you one thing still concerning that island, and 'tis the same with the other Indian islands, that, if the natives take prisoner an enemy who cannot pay a ransom, he who hath the prisoner summons all his friends and relations, and they put the prisoner to death, and then they cook him and eat him, and they say there is no meat in the world so good. But now we will have done with that island, and speak of something else. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Early Explorers. The Discovery of Vinland, from the Saga of Eric the Red. After that 16 winters had elapsed from the time when Eric the Red went to colonize Greenland, Leif, Eric's son, sailed out from Greenland to Norway. He arrived in Drontheim in the autumn, when King Olaf Tryggvason was come down from the north, out of Halagoland. Leif put into Nidaros with his ship and set out at once to visit the king. King Olaf expounded the faith to him as he did to other heathen men who came to visit him. It proved easy for the king to persuade Leif, and he was accordingly baptized, together with all of his shipmates. Leif remained throughout the winter with the king, by whom he was well entertained. Heriulf was a son of Bard Heriulfsson. He was a kinsman of Ingolf, the first colonist. Ingolf allotted land to Heriulf between Vag and Reykjanes, and he dwelt at first at Drepstock. Heriulf's wife's name was Thorgerd, and their son, whose name was Bjarni, was a most promising man. He formed an inclination for voyaging while he was still young, and he prospered both in property and public esteem. It was his custom to pass his winters alternately abroad and with his father. Bjarni soon became the owner of a trading ship, and during the last winter that he spent in Norway, his father, Heriulf, determined to accompany Eric on his voyage to Greenland, and made his preparations to give up his farm. Upon the ship with Heriulf was a Christian man from the Hebrides. He it was who composed the Sea Roller's song, which contains this stave: Mine adventure to the meek one, monk heart searcher, I commit now. He who heaven's halls doth govern, hold the hawk seat ever o'er me. Heriulf settled at Heriulfsness, and was a most distinguished man. Eric the Red dwelt at Brattahlid, where he was held in the highest esteem, and all men paid him homage. These were Eric's children, Leif, Thorvald, and Thorstein, and a daughter whose name was Freydis. She was wedded to a man named Thorvard, and they dwelt at Gardar, where the episcopal seat now is. She was a very haughty woman, while Thorvard was a man of little force of character, and Freydis had been wedded to him chiefly because of his wealth. At that time the people of Greenland were heathen. Bjarni arrived with his ship at Eirar, in Iceland, in the summer of the same year, in the spring of which his father had sailed away. Bjarni was much surprised when he heard this news, and would not discharge his cargo. His shipmates inquired of him what he intended to do, and he replied that it was his purpose to keep to his custom and make his home for the winter with his father. And I will take the ship to Greenland if you will bear me company. They all replied that they would abide by his decision. Then said Bjarni, Our voyage must be regarded as foolhardy, seeing that no one of us has ever been in the Greenland Sea. Nevertheless, they put out to sea when they were equipped for the voyage, and sailed for 3 days, until the land was hidden by the water, and then the fair wind died out, and north winds arose, and fogs, and they knew not whither they were drifting, and thus it lasted for many dögr. Then they saw the sun again, and were able to determine the quarters of the heavens. They hoisted sail, and sailed that dögr through before they saw land. They discussed among themselves what land it could be, and Bjarni said that he did not believe that it could be Greenland. They asked whether he wished to sail to this land or not. It is my counsel, said he, to sail close to the land. They did so, and soon saw that the land was level and covered with woods, and that there were small hillocks upon it. They left the land on their larboard, and let the sheet turn toward the land. They sailed for 2 dögr before they saw another land. They asked whether Bjarni thought this was Greenland yet. He replied that he did not think this any more like Greenland than the former, because in Greenland there are said to be many great ice mountains. They soon approached this land and saw that it was a flat and wooded country. The fair wind failed them then, and the crew took counsel together and concluded that it would be wise to land there, but Biarni would not consent to this. They alleged that they were in need of both wood and water. "Ye have no lack of either of these," said Biarni, a course, forsooth, which won him blame among his shipmates. He bade them hoist sail, which they did, and turning the prow from the land they sailed out upon the high seas, with southwesterly gales, for 3 dogr, when they saw the third land. This land was high and mountainous, with ice mountains upon it. They asked Biarni then whether he would land there, and he replied that he was not disposed to do so, because this land does not appear to offer me any attractions. Nor did they lower their sail, but held their course off the land and saw that it was an island. They left this land astern and held out to sea with the same fair wind. The wind waxed amain, and Biarni directed them to reef, and not to sail at a speed unbefitting their ship and rigging. They sailed now for 4 dogr when they saw the fourth land. Again they asked Biarni whether he thought this could be Greenland or not. Biarni answers, "This is likest Greenland, according to that which has been reported to me concerning it, and here we will steer to the land." They directed their course thither, and landed in the evening, below a cape upon which there was a boat, and there, upon this cape, dwelt Heriulf, Biarni's father, whence the cape took its name, and was afterward called Heriulfsness. Biarni now went to his father, gave up his voyaging, and remained with his father while Heriulf lived, and continued to live there after his father. Next to this is now to be told how Biarni Heriulfsson came out from Greenland on a visit to Earl Eric, by whom he was well received. Biarni gave an account of his travels, upon the occasion when he saw the lands, and the people thought that he had been lacking in enterprise, since he had had no report to give concerning these countries, and the fact brought him reproach. Biarni was appointed one of the Earl's men, and went out to Greenland the following summer. There was now much talk about voyages of discovery. Leif, the son of Eric the Red, of Brattahlid, visited Biarni Heriulfsson, and bought a ship of him, and collected a crew, until they formed altogether a company of 35 men. Leif invited his father, Eric, to become the leader of the expedition, but Eric declined, saying that he was then stricken in years, and adding that he was less able to endure the exposure of sea life than he had been. Leif replied that he would nevertheless be the one who would be most apt to bring good luck, and Eric yielded to Leif's solicitation and rode from home when they were ready to sail. When he was but a short distance from the ship, the horse which Eric was riding stumbled, and he was thrown from his back and wounded his foot, whereupon he exclaimed, "It is not designed for me to discover more lands than the one in which we are now living, nor can we now continue longer together." Eric returned home to Brattahlid, and Leif pursued his way to the ship with his companions, 35 men. One of the company was a German named Tyrker. They put the ship in order, and when they were ready, they sailed out to sea, and found first that land which Biarni and his shipmates found last. They sailed up to the land, and cast anchor, and launched a boat, and went ashore, and saw no grass there. Great ice mountains lay inland back from the sea, and it was as a tableland of flat rock all the way from the sea to the ice mountains, and the country seemed to them to be entirely devoid of good qualities. Then said Leif, "It has not come to pass with us in regard to this land as with Biarni, that we have not gone upon it. To this country I will now give a name, and call it Helgeland." They returned to the ship, put out to sea, and found a second land. They sailed again to the land, and came to anchor, and launched the boat, and went ashore. This was a level wooded land, and there were broad stretches of white sand where they went, and the land was level by the sea. Then said Leif, "This land shall have a name after its nature, and we will call it Markland." They returned to the ship forthwith, and sailed away upon the main with northeast winds, and were out 2 döger before they sighted land. They sailed toward this land and came to an island which lay to the northward off the land. There they went ashore and looked about them, the weather being fine, and they observed that there was dew upon the grass, and it so happened that they touched the dew with their hands, and touched their hands to their mouths, and it seemed to them that they had never before tasted anything so sweet as this. They went aboard their ship again and sailed into a certain sound, which lay between the island and a cape, which jutted out from the land on the north, and they stood in westering past the cape. At ebb tide there were broad reaches of shallow water there, and they ran their ship aground there, and it was a long distance from the ship to the ocean, yet were they so anxious to go ashore that they could not wait until the tide should rise under their ship, but hastened to the land, where a certain river flows out from a lake. As soon as the tide rose beneath their ship, however, they took the boat and rowed to the ship, which they conveyed up the river, and so into the lake, where they cast anchor and carried their hammocks ashore from the ship, and built themselves booths there. They afterward determined to establish themselves there for the winter, and they accordingly built a large house. There was no lack of salmon there either in the river or in the lake, and larger salmon than they had ever seen before. The country thereabouts seemed to be possessed of such good qualities that cattle would need no fodder there during the winters. There was no frost there in the winters, and the grass withered but little. The days and nights there were of more nearly equal length than in Greenland or Iceland. On the shortest day of winter the sun was up between Eiktarstad and Dagmalastad. When they had completed their house, Leif said to his companions, "I propose now to divide our company into 2 groups, and to set about an exploration of the country. One half of our party shall remain at home at the house, while the other half shall investigate the land, and they must not go beyond a point from which they can return home the same evening, and are not to separate from each other." Thus they did for a time. Leif himself by turns joined the exploring party or remained behind at the house. Leif was a large and powerful man, and of a most imposing bearing, a man of sagacity, and a very just man in all things. It was discovered one evening that one of their company was missing, and this proved to be Tyrker, the German. Leif was sorely troubled by this, for Tyrker had lived with Leif and his father for a long time, and had been very devoted to Leif when he was a child. Leif severely reprimanded his companions, and prepared to go in search of him, taking 12 men with him. They had proceeded but a short distance from the house, when they were met by Tyrker, whom they received most cordially. Leif observed at once that his foster father was in lively spirits. Tyrker had a prominent forehead, restless eyes, small features, was diminutive in stature, and rather a sorry-looking individual withal, but was, nevertheless, a most capable handicraftsman. Leif addressed him and asked, "Wherefore art thou so belated, foster father mine, and astray from the others?" In the beginning Tyrker spoke for some time in German, rolling his eyes and grinning, and they could not understand him, but after a time he addressed them in the northern tongue. "I did not go much further than you, and yet I have something of novelty to relate. I have found vines and grapes." "Is this indeed true, foster father?" said Leif. "Of a certainty it is true," quoth he, "for I was born where there is no lack of either grapes or vines." They slept the night through, and on the morrow Leif said to his shipmates, "We will now divide our labors, and each day will either gather grapes or cut vines and fell trees, so as to obtain a cargo of these for my ship." They acted upon this advice, and it is said that their after boat was filled with grapes. A cargo sufficient for the ship was cut, and when the spring came they made their ship ready and sailed away, and from its products Leif gave the land a name, and called it Wineland. They sailed out to sea, and had fair winds until they sighted Greenland, and the fells below the glaciers. Then one of the men spoke up and said, "Why do you steer the ship so much into the wind?" Leif answers, "I have my mind upon my steering, but on other matters as well. Do ye not see anything out of the common?" They replied that they saw nothing strange. "I do not know," says Leif, "whether it is a ship or a skerry that I see." Now they saw it, and said that it must be a skerry, but he was so much keener of sight than they that he was able to discern men upon the skerry. "I think it is best to tack," says Leif, "so that we may draw near to them, that we may be able to render them assistance if they should stand in need of it, and if they should not be peaceably disposed, we shall still have better command of the situation than they." They approached the skerry, and lowering their sail, cast anchor, and launched a second small boat which they had brought with them. Tyrker inquired who was the leader of the party. He replied that his name was Thori, and that he was a Norseman. "But what is thy name?" Leif gave his name. "Art thou a son of Eric the Red of Brattahlid?" says he. Leif responded that he was. "It is now my wish," says Leif, "to take you all into my ship, and likewise so much of your possessions as the ship will hold." This offer was accepted, and with their ship thus laden, they held away to Ericsfirth, and sailed until they arrived at Brattahlid. Having discharged the cargo, Leif invited Thori with his wife Gudrid and 3 others to make their home with them, and procured quarters for the other members of the crew, both for his own and Thori's men. Leif rescued 15 persons from the skerry. He was afterwards called Leif the Lucky. Leif had now goodly store both of property and honor. There was serious illness that winter in Thori's party, and Thori and a great number of his people died. Eric the Red also died that winter. There was now much talk about Leif's Wineland journey, and his brother, Thorvald, held that the country had not been sufficiently explored. Thereupon Leif said to Thorvald, "If it be thy will, brother, thou mayest go to Wineland with my ship, but I wish the ship first to fetch the wood which Thori had upon the skerry." And so it was done. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. First Voyage of Columbus. It was on Friday, August 3rd, 1492, early in the morning, that Columbus set sail from the bar of Saltus, a small island formed by the arms of the Odiel, in front of the town of Huelva, and steered in a southwesterly direction for the Canary Islands, whence it was his intention to strike due west. As a guide by which to sail, he had prepared a map or chart improved upon that sent him by Paolo Toscanelli. The exultation of Columbus at finding himself, after so many years of baffled hopes, fairly launched on his grand enterprise, was checked by his want of confidence in the resolution and perseverance of his crews. Symptoms soon appeared to warrant his apprehensions. On the 3rd day the Pinta made signal of distress. Her rudder was discovered to be broken and unhung. This Columbus surmised to be done through the contrivance of the owners of the caravel, Gomez Rascon and Cristoval Quintero, to disable their vessel and cause her to be left behind. They had been pressed into service greatly against their will, and their caravel seized upon for the expedition, in conformity to the royal orders. Columbus was much disturbed at this occurrence. The wind was blowing strongly at the time, so he could not assist her without endangering his own vessel. Fortunately, Martin Alonso Pinzon commanded the Pinta, and being an able seaman, succeeded in securing the rudder with cords. This, however, was but a temporary expedient. The fastenings gave way on the following day, and the other ships had to shorten sail until the rudder could be secured. This damaged state of the Pinta, as well as her being in a leaky condition, determined the admiral to touch at the Canary Islands and seek a vessel to replace her. They reached there on the 9th, and were detained 3 weeks, seeking in vain another vessel. They were obliged, therefore, to make a new rudder for the Pinta, and repair her for the voyage. The lateen sails of the Nina were also altered into square sails, that she might work more steadily and securely, and be able to keep company with the other vessels. Early on September 6th Columbus set sail from the island of Gomera, and now might be said first to strike into the region of discovery. For 3 days a provoking calm kept the vessels loitering with flagging sails, but on the 9th a breeze sprang up with the sun, their sails were once more filled, and in the course of the day the last trace of land faded from the horizon and the hearts of the crews failed them. The admiral tried in every way to soothe their distress. He described to them the magnificent countries to which he was about to conduct them, and promised them land and riches. He issued orders to the commanders of the other vessels, that in the event of separation by any accident they should continue directly westward, but that after sailing 700 leagues they should lay by from midnight until daylight, as about that distance he confidently expected to find land. He then resorted to stratagem, and kept 2 reckonings, one correct, and which was retained in secret for his own government, in the other, which was open to general inspection. A number of leagues was daily subtracted from the sailing of the ship, so that the crews were kept in ignorance of the real distance they had advanced. On the 13th of September, being about 200 leagues from the Canary Islands, Columbus noticed the variation of the needle, a phenomenon which had never before been remarked. He perceived, about nightfall, that the needle, instead of pointing to the North Star, varied about half a point, or between 5 and 6 degrees, to the northwest, and still more on the following day. Struck with this circumstance, he observed it attentively for 3 days, and found that the variation increased as he advanced. He at first made no mention of this phenomenon, knowing how ready his people were to take alarm, but it soon attracted the attention of the pilots, and filled them with consternation. They apprehended that the compass was about to lose its mysterious virtues, and, without this guide, what was to become of them in a vast and trackless ocean? Columbus tasked his science and ingenuity for reasons with which to allay their terror. He observed that the direction of the needle was not to the polar star, but to some fixed and invisible point. The variation, therefore, was not caused by any fallacy in the compass, but by the movement of the North Star itself, which, like the other heavenly bodies, had its changes and revolutions, and every day described a circle round the pole. The high opinion which the pilots entertained of Columbus as a profound astronomer gave weight to this theory, and their alarm subsided. On September 14th, the voyagers were rejoiced by the sight of what they considered harbingers of land. A heron and a tropical bird hovered about the ships. They had now arrived within the influence of the trade wind. With this propitious breeze directly aft, they were wafted gently but speedily over a tranquil sea. Notwithstanding Columbus's precaution to keep the people ignorant of the distance they had sailed, they were now growing extremely uneasy at the length of the voyage. It is true they had been flattered by various indications of land, and still others were occurring, but all mocked them with vain hopes. On September 25th, the wind being favorable, they continued their course directly to the west. For several days they continued on with the same propitious breeze, tranquil sea, and mild, delightful weather. On October 2nd, the weed scene floated from east to west, and on the 3rd day no birds were to be seen. The crews now began to fear that they had passed between islands, from one to the other of which the birds had been flying. Columbus had also some doubts of the kind, but refused to alter his westward course until October 7th, when he altered his course to the west-southwest. For 3 days they stood in this direction, and the further they went the more frequent and encouraging were the signs of land. The herbage which floated by was fresh and green, as if recently from land. Tunny fish played about the smooth sea, and a heron, a pelican, and a duck were seen, all bound in the same direction. All these, however, were regarded by the crews as so many delusions beguiling them on to destruction, and when on the 3rd day they beheld the sun go down upon a shoreless ocean, they broke forth into turbulent clamor. They insisted upon turning homeward, and abandoning the voyage as hopeless. But Columbus told them it was useless to murmur. The expedition had been sent by the sovereigns to seek the Indies, and happen what might, He was determined to persevere until, by the blessing of God, he should accomplish the enterprise. The landing of Columbus. Columbus was now at open defiance with his crew, and his situation became desperate. Fortunately, the manifestations of the vicinity of land were such on the following day as to no longer to admit a doubt. Beside a quantity of fresh weeds, such as grow in waters, they saw a green fish of a kind which keeps about rocks, then a branch of thorn with berries on it, and recently separated from the tree, floated by them. Then they picked up a reed, a small board, and above all, a staff artificially carved. All gloom and mutiny now gave way to sanguine expectation, and throughout the day each one was eagerly on the watch in hopes of being the first to discover the long sought for land. In the evening, when according to invariable custom on board of the admiral's ship, the mariners had sung the Salve Regina, or Vesper hymn to the Virgin, he made an impressive address to his crew. He pointed out the goodness of God in thus conducting them by soft and favoring breezes across a tranquil ocean, cheering their hopes continually with fresh signs, increasing as their fears augmented, and thus leading and guiding them to a promised land. He now reminded them of the orders he had given on leaving the Canaries, that, after sailing westward 700 leagues, they should not make sail after midnight. Present appearances authorized such a precaution. He thought it probable that they would make land that very night. He ordered therefore a vigilant lookout to be kept from the forecastle, promising to whosoever should make the discovery a doublet of velvet, in addition to the pension to be given by the sovereigns. The breeze had been fresh all day, with more sea than usual, and they had made great progress. At sunset they had stood again to the west, and were ploughing the waves at a rapid rate, the Pinta keeping the lead from her superior sailing. The greatest admiration prevailed throughout the ships. Not an eye was closed that night. As the evening darkened, Columbus took his station on the top of the castle, or cabin on the high poop of his vessel, ranging his eye along the dusky horizon and maintaining an intense and unremitting watch. About 10 o'clock he thought he beheld a light glimmering at a great distance. Fearing his eager hopes might deceive him, he called to Pedro Gutierrez, gentleman of the king's bedchamber, and inquired whether he saw such a light. The latter replied in the affirmative. Doubtful whether it might not yet be some delusion of the fancy, Columbus called Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia and made the same inquiry. By the time the latter had ascended the roundhouse the light had disappeared. They saw it once or twice afterwards in sudden and passing gleams, as if it were a torch in the bark of a fisherman, rising and sinking with the waves, or in the hand of some person on shore, borne up and down as he walked from house to house. So transient and uncertain were these gleams that few attached any importance to them. Columbus, however, considered them as certain signs of land, and moreover that the land was inhabited. They continued their course until 2 in the morning, when a gun from the Pinta gave the joyful signal of land. It was first descried by a mariner named Rodrigo de Triana, but the reward was afterwards adjudged to the admiral for having previously perceived the light. The land was now clearly seen about 2 leagues distant, whereupon they took in sail and laid to, waiting impatiently for the dawn. The thoughts and feelings of Columbus in this little space of time must have been tumultuous and intense. At length, in spite of every difficulty and danger, he had accomplished his object. The great mystery of the ocean was revealed. His theory, which had been the scoff of sages, was triumphantly established. He had secured to himself a glory durable as the world itself. It is difficult to conceive the feelings of such a man at such a moment, or the conjectures which must have thronged upon his mind, as to the land before him covered with darkness. That it was fruitful was evident from the vegetables which floated from its shores. He thought too that he perceived the fragrance of aromatic groves. The moving light he had beheld proved it the residence of man. But what were its inhabitants? Were they like those of the other parts of the globe, or were they some strange and monstrous race, such as the imagination was prone in those times to give to all remote and unknown regions. Had he come upon some wild island far in the Indian Sea, or was this the famed Cipango itself, the object of his golden fancies? 1,000 speculations of the kind must have swarmed upon him, as, with his anxious crews, he waited for the night to pass away, wondering whether the morning light would reveal a savage wilderness or dawn upon spicy groves and glittering fanes and gilded cities, and all the splendor of Oriental civilization. It was on Friday morning, the 12th of October, that Columbus first beheld the New World. As the day dawned, he saw before him a level island, several leagues in extent, and covered with trees like a continual orchard. Though apparently uncultivated, it was populous, for the inhabitants were seen issuing from all parts of the woods and running to the shore. They were perfectly naked, and, as they stood gazing at the ships, appeared by their attitudes and gestures to be lost in astonishment. Columbus made signal for the ships to cast anchor and the boats to be manned and armed. He entered his own boat, richly attired in scarlet, and holding the royal standard, while Martin Alonso Pinzon and Vicente Yanez, his brother, put off in company in their boats, each with a banner of the enterprise, emblazoned with a green cross, having on either side the letters F and Y, the initials of the Castilian monarchs, Fernando and Isabel, surmounted by crowns. As he approached the shore, Columbus, who was disposed for all kinds of agreeable impressions, was delighted with the purity and suavity of the atmosphere, the crystal transparency of the sea, and the extraordinary beauty of the vegetation. He beheld also fruits of an unknown kind upon the trees which overhung the shores. On landing, he threw himself on his knees, kissed the earth, and returned thanks to God with tears of joy. His example was followed by the rest, whose hearts indeed overflowed with the same feelings of gratitude. Columbus, then rising, drew his sword, displayed the royal standard, and assembling round him the two captains, with Rodrigo de Escobedo, notary of the armament, Rodrigo Sanchez, and the rest who had landed, he took solemn possession in the name of the Castilian sovereigns, giving the island the name of San Salvador. Having complied with the requisite forms and ceremonies, he called upon all present to take the oath of obedience to him, as admiral and viceroy, representing the persons of the sovereigns. The feelings of the crew now burst forth in the most extravagant transports. They had recently considered themselves devoted men, hurrying forward to destruction. They now looked upon themselves as favorites of fortune, and gave themselves up to the most unbounded joy. They thronged around the admiral with overflowing zeal, some embracing him, others kissing his hands. Those who had been most mutinous and turbulent during the voyage were now most devoted and enthusiastic. Some begged favors of him as if he had already wealth and honors in his gift. Many abject spirits, who had outraged him by their insolence, now crouched at his feet, begging pardon for all the trouble they had caused him and promising the blindest obedience for the future. The natives of the island, when, at the dawn of day, they had beheld the ships hovering on their coast, had supposed them monsters which had issued from the deep during the night. They had crowded to the beach and watched their movements with awful anxiety. Their veering about, apparently without effort, and the shifting and furling of their sails, resembling huge wings, filled them with astonishment. When they beheld their boats approach the shore, and a number of strange beings clad in glittering steel, or raiment of various colors, landing upon the beach, they fled in affright to the woods. Finding, however, that there was no attempt to pursue nor molest them, they gradually recovered from their terror, and approached the Spaniards with great awe, frequently prostrating themselves on the earth and making signs of adoration. During the ceremonies of taking possession, they remained, gazing in timid admiration at the complexion, the beards, the shining armor, and splendid dress of the Spaniards. The admiral particularly attracted their attention, from his commanding height, his air of authority, his dress of scarlet, and the deference which was paid him by his companions, all which pointed him out to be the commander. When they had still further recovered from their fears, they approached the Spaniards, touched their beards, and examined their hands and faces, admiring their whiteness. Columbus was pleased with their gentleness and confiding simplicity, and suffered their scrutiny with perfect acquiescence, winning them by his benignity. They now supposed that the ships had sailed out of the crystal firmament which bounded their horizon, or had descended from above on their ample wings, and that these marvelous beings were inhabitants of the skies. The natives of the island were no less objects of curiosity to the Spaniards, differing as they did from any race of men they had ever seen. Their appearance gave no promise of either wealth or civilization, for they were entirely naked and painted with a variety of colors. With some it was confined merely to a part of the face, the nose, or around the eyes. With others it extended to the whole body, and gave them a wild and fantastic appearance. Their complexion was of a tawny or copper hue, and they were entirely destitute of beards. Their hair was not crisp, like the recently discovered tribes of the African coast, under the same latitude, but straight and coarse, partly cut short above their ears, but some locks were left long behind and falling upon their shoulders. Their features, though obscured and disfigured by paint, were agreeable. They had lofty foreheads and remarkably fine eyes. They were of moderate stature and well shaped. Most of them appeared to be under 30 years of age. There was but one female with them, quite young, naked like her companions, and beautifully formed. As Columbus supposed himself to have landed on an island at the extremity of India, he called the natives by the general appellation of Indians, which was universally adopted before the true nature of his discovery was known, and has since been extended to all the aborigines of the New World. The islanders were friendly and gentle. Their only arms were lances, hardened at the end by fire, or pointed with a flint, or the teeth or bone of a fish. There was no iron to be seen, nor did they appear acquainted with its properties, for when a drawn sword was presented to them, they unguardedly took it by the edge. Columbus distributed among them colored caps, glass beads, hawks' bells, and other trifles, such as the Portuguese were accustomed to trade with among the nations of the Gold Coast of Africa. They received them eagerly, hung the beads around their necks, and were wonderfully pleased with their finery, and with the sound of the bells. The Spaniards remained all day on shore, refreshing themselves after their anxious voyage amidst the beautiful groves of the island, and returned on board late in the evening, delighted with all they had seen. On the following morning at break of day the shore was thronged with the natives. Some swam off to the ships, others came in light barks which they called canoes, formed of a single tree, hollowed, and capable of holding from one man to the number of 40 or 50. These they managed dexterously with paddles, and, if overturned, swam about in the water with perfect unconcern, as if in their natural element, riding their canoes with great facility, and bailing them with calabashes. They were eager to procure more toys and trinkets, not apparently from any idea of their intrinsic value, but because everything from the hands of the strangers possessed a supernatural virtue in their eyes, as having been brought from heaven. They even picked up fragments of glass and earthenware as valuable prizes. They had but few objects to offer in return, except parrots, of which great numbers were domesticated among them, and cotton yarn, of which they had abundance, and would exchange large balls of 5 and 20 pounds weight for the merest trifle. They brought also cakes of a kind of bread called cassava, which constituted a principal part of their food, and was afterwards an important article of provisions with the Spaniards. It was formed from a great root called yucca, which they cultivated in fields. This they cut into small morsels, which they grated or scraped, and strained in a press, making a broad thin cake, which was afterwards dried hard, and would keep for a long time, being steeped in water when eaten. It was insipid but nourishing, though the water strained from it in the preparation was a deadly poison. There was another kind of yucca destitute of this poisonous quality, which was eaten in the root, either boiled or roasted. The avarice of the discoverers was quickly excited by the sight of small ornaments of gold, worn by some of the natives in their noses. These the latter gladly exchanged for glass beads and hawks' bells, and both parties exulted in the bargain, no doubt admiring each other's simplicity. As gold, however, was an object of royal monopoly in all enterprises of discovery, Columbus forbade any traffic in it without his express sanction, and he put the same prohibition on the traffic for cotton, reserving to the crown all trade for it, wherever it should be found in any quantity. He inquired of the natives where this gold was procured. They answered him by signs, pointing to the south, where, he understood them, dwelt a king of such wealth that he was served in vessels of wrought gold. He understood also that there was land to the south, the southwest, and the northwest, and that the people from the last mentioned quarter frequently proceeded to the southwest in quest of gold and precious stones, making in their way descents upon the islands and carrying off the inhabitants. Several of the natives showed him scars of wounds received in battles with these invaders. It is evident that a great part of this fancied intelligence was self-delusion on the part of Columbus, for he was under a spell of the imagination which gave its own shapes and colors to every object. He was persuaded that he had arrived among the islands described by Marco Polo as lying opposite Cathay in the Chinese Sea, and he construed everything to accord with the account given of those opulent regions. Thus the enemies which the natives spoke of as coming from the northwest he concluded to be the people of the mainland of Asia, the subjects of the great Khan of Tartary, who were represented by the Venetian traveler as accustomed to make war upon the islands and to enslave their inhabitants. The country to the south, abounding in gold, could be no other than the famous island of Cipango, and the king who was served out of vessels of gold must be the monarch whose magnificent city and gorgeous palace covered with plates of gold had been extolled in such splendid terms by Marco Polo. The island where Columbus had thus for the first time set his foot upon the New World was called by the natives Guanahani. It still retains the name of San Salvador, which he gave to it. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Amerigo Vespucci's Account of his First Voyage. From a letter of Amerigo Vespucci to Pier Soderini, Gonfalonier of the Republic of Florence. Magnificent Lord, the chief cause which moved me to write to you was at the request of the present bearer, who is named Benvenuto Benvenuti, our Florentine, very much, as it is proven, your Magnificence's servant and my very good friend, who happening to be here in this city of Lisbon, begged that I should make communication to your Magnificence of the things seen by me in divers regions of the world, by virtue of 4 voyages which I have made in discovery of new lands, 2 by order of the King of Castile, King Don Ferrando VI, across the great gulf of the Ocean Sea towards the west, and the other 2 by command of the puissant King Don Manuel, King of Portugal, towards the south, telling me that your Magnificence would take pleasure thereof, and that herein he hoped to do you service, wherefore I set me to do it. I made preparation for going to see part of the world and its wonders, and herefore the time and place presented themselves most opportunely to me, which was that the King Don Ferrando of Castile, being about to dispatch 4 ships to discover new lands toward the west, I was chosen by his Highness to go in that fleet to aid in making discovery, and we set out from the port of Cadiz on May 10th, 1497, and took our route through the great gulf of the Ocean Sea, in which voyage we were 18 months, and discovered much continental land and innumerable islands, and great part of them inhabited. As I said before, we left the port of Cadiz 4 consort ships, and began our voyage in direct course to the Fortunate Isles, which are called today La Gran Canaria, which are situated in the ocean sea at the extremity of the inhabited west, set in the third climate, over which the North Pole has an elevation of 27½ degrees beyond their horizon, and they are 280 leagues distant from this city of Lisbon, by the wind between Mezzodi and Lebecchio, where we remained 8 days, taking in provision of water and wood and other necessary things. And from here, having said our prayers, we weighed anchor and gave the sails to the wind, beginning our course to westward, taking 1/4 by southwest, and so we sailed on till at the end of 37 days we reached a land which we deemed to be a continent, which is distant westwardly from the Isles of Canary about 1,000 leagues beyond the inhabited region within the torrid zone. For we found the North Pole at an elevation of 16 degrees above its horizon, and westward, according to the showing of our instruments, 75 degrees from the Isles of Canary, whereat we anchored with our ships a league and a half from land, and we put out our boats freighted with men and arms. We made towards the land, and before we reached it had sight of a great number of people who were going along the shore, by which we were much rejoiced, and we observed that they were a naked race. They showed themselves to stand in fear of us, I believe because they saw us clothed, and of other appearance they all withdrew to a hill, and for whatsoever signals we made to them of peace and of friendliness, they would not come to parley with us, so that as the night was now coming on, and as the ships were anchored in a dangerous place, being on a rough and shelterless coast, we decided to remove from there the next day, and to go in search of some harbor or bay where we might place our ships in safety. And we sailed with the maestral wind, thus running along the coast with the land ever in sight, continually in our course observing people along the shore, till after having navigated for 2 days we found a place sufficiently secure for the ships, and anchored half a league from land, on which we saw a very great number of people, and this same day we put to land with the boats, and sprang on shore full 40 men in good trim, and still the land's people appeared shy of converse with us, and we were unable to encourage them so much as to make them come to speak with us. And this day we labored so greatly in giving them of our wares, such as rattles and mirrors, beads, spalline, and other trifles, that some of them took confidence and came to discourse with us. And after having made good friends with them, the night coming on, we took our leave of them and returned to the ships. And the next day, when the dawn appeared, we saw that there were infinite numbers of people upon the beach, and they had their women and children with them. We went ashore, and found that they were all laden with their worldly goods, which are such like as, in its place, shall be related. And before we reached the land, many of them jumped into the sea, and came swimming to receive us at a bowshot's length, for they are very great swimmers, with as much confidence as if they had for a long time been acquainted us, and we were pleased with this their confidence. For so much as we learned of their manner of life and customs, it was that they go entirely naked, as well the men as the women. They are of medium stature, very well proportioned, their flesh is of a color that verges into red like a lion's mane, and I believe that if they went clothed they would be as white as we. They have not any hair upon the body except the hair of the head, which is long and black, and especially in the women, whom it renders handsome. In aspect they are not very good looking, because they have broad faces, so that they would seem Tartar-like. They let no hair grow on their eyebrows, nor on their eyelids, nor elsewhere, except the hair of the head, for they hold hairiness to be a filthy thing. They are very light-footed in walking and in running, as well as the men as the women, so that a woman recks nothing of running a league or two, as many times we saw them do. And herein they have a very great advantage over us Christians. They swim beyond all belief, and the women better than the men, for we have many times found and seen them swimming 2 leagues out at sea without anything to rest upon. Their arms are bows and arrows, very well made, save that are not with iron nor any other kind of hard metal. And instead of iron they put animals' or fishes' teeth, or a spike of tough wood with the point hardened by fire. They are sure marksmen, for they hit whatever they aim at, and in some places the women use these bows. They have other weapons, such as fire-hardened spears, and also clubs with knobs, beautifully carved. Warfare is used amongst them, which they carry on against people not of their own language, very cruelly, without granting life to any one, except for greater suffering. When they go to war they take their women with them, not that these may fight, but because they carry behind them their worldly goods. For a woman carries on her back for 30 or 40 leagues a load, which no man could bear, as we have seen many times them do. They are not accustomed to have any captain, nor do they go in any ordered array, for every one is lord of himself, and the cause of their wars is not for lust of dominion, nor of extending their frontiers, nor for inordinate covetousness, but for some ancient enmity which in bygone times arose amongst them, and when asked why they made war, they knew not any other reason to give than that they did so to avenge the death of their ancestors, or of their parents. These people have neither king nor lord, nor do they yield obedience to any one, for they live in their own liberty, and how they be stirred up to go to war is that when their enemies have slain or captured any of them, his oldest kinsman rises up and goes about the highways haranguing them to go with him and avenge the death of such his kinsman. And so are they stirred up by fellow feeling. They have no judicial system, nor do they punish the ill-doer, nor does the father nor the mother chastise the children, and marvelously, or never did we see any dispute among them. In their conversation they appear simple, and they are very cunning and acute in that which concerns them. They speak little and in a low tone. They use the same articulations as we, since they form their utterances either with the palate or with the teeth, or on the lips, except that they give different names to things. Many are the varieties of tongues, for in every 100 leagues we found a change of language, so that they are not understandable each to the other. The manner of their living is very barbarous, for they do not eat at certain hours, and as oftentimes as they will, and it is not much of a boon to them that the will may come more at midnight than by day, for they eat at all hours, and they eat upon the ground, without a tablecloth or any other cover. For they have their meats either in earthen basins, which they make themselves, or in the halves of pumpkins. They sleep in certain very large nettings made of cotton, suspended in the air, and although this their sleeping may seem uncomfortable, I say that it is sweet to sleep in those, and we slept better in them than in the counterpanes. They are a people smooth and clean of body, because of so continually washing themselves as they do. Amongst those people we did not learn that they had any law, nor can they be called Moors nor Jews, and worse than pagans, because we did not observe that they offered any sacrifice, nor even had they a house of prayer. Their manner of living I judge to be Epicurean. Their dwellings are in common, and their houses made in the style of huts, but strongly made, and constructed with very large trees, and covered over with palm leaves, secure against storms and winds, and in some places of so great breadth and length, that in one single house we found there were 600 souls, and we saw a village of only 13 houses where there were 4,000 souls. Every 8 or 10 years they changed their habitations, and when asked why they did so, because of the soil which, from its filthiness, was already unhealthy and corrupted, and that it bred aches in their bodies, which seemed to us a good reason. Their riches consist of birds' plumes of many colors, or of rosaries which they make from fish bones, or of white or green stones which they put in their cheeks and in their lips and ears, and of many other things which we in no wise value. They use no trade, they neither buy nor sell. In fine, they live and are contented with that which nature gives them. The wealth that we enjoy in this our Europe and elsewhere, such as gold, jewels, pearls, and other riches, they hold as nothing, and although they have them in their own lands, They do not labor to obtain them, nor do they value them. They are liberal in giving, for it is rarely they deny you anything, and on the other hand, liberal in asking, when they show themselves your friends. When they die, they use divers manners of obsequies, and some they bury with water and victuals at their heads, thinking that they shall have to eat. They have not, nor do they use ceremonies of torches, nor of lamentation. In some other places they use the most barbarous and inhuman burial, which is that when a suffering or infirm is as it were at the last pass of death, his kinsmen carry him into a large forest, and attach one of those nets of theirs, in which they sleep, to two trees, and then put him in it, and dance around him for a whole day. And when the night comes on, they place at his bolster water with other victuals, so that he may be able to subsist for 4 or 6 days, and then they leave him alone and return to the village. And if the sick man helps himself, and eats and drinks and survives, he returns to the village, and his receive him with ceremony. But few are they who escape. Without receiving any further visit they die, and that is their sepulture. And they have many other customs which for prolixity are not related. They use in their sicknesses various forms of medications, so different from ours that we marveled how any one escaped. For many times I saw that with a man sick of fever, when it heightened upon him, they bathed him from head to foot with a large quantity of cold water. Then they lit a great fire around him, making him turn and turn again every 2 hours, until they tired him and left him to sleep, and many were cured. With this they make use of dieting, for they remain 3 days without eating, and also of bloodletting, but not from the arm, only from the thighs and the loins and the calf of the leg. Also they provoke vomiting with their herbs, which are put into the mouth, and they use many other remedies which it would be long to relate. They are much vitiated in the phlegm and in the blood because of their food, which consists chiefly of roots of herbs and fruits and fish. They have no seed of wheat nor other grain, and for their ordinary use and feeding they have a root of a tree, from which they make flour, tolerably good, and they call it iuca, and another which they call kazabi, and another ignami. They eat little flesh except human flesh, for your magnificence must know that herein they are so inhuman that they outdo every custom of beasts, for they eat all their enemies whom they kill or capture, as well females as males, with so much savagery that to relate it appears a horrible thing. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Voyages of the Cabots. From Hakluyt's Principal Navigations, Voyages and Discoveries of the English Nation. An extract taken out of the map of Sebastian Cabot, cut by Clement Adams, concerning his discovery of the West Indies, which is to be seen in Her Majesty's private gallery at Westminster, and in many other ancient merchants' houses. In the year of our Lord 1497, John Cabot, a Venetian, and his son Sebastian, with an English fleet, set out from Bristol, discovered that land which no man before that time had attempted, on the 24th of June, about 5 of the clock early in the morning. This land he called Prima Vista, that is to say, first seen, because as I suppose it was that part whereof they had the first sight from sea. That island which lieth out before the land he called the island of St. John upon this occasion, as I think because it was discovered upon the day of John the Baptist. The inhabitants of this island are to wear beasts' skins, and have them in as great estimation as we have our finest garments. In their wars they use bows, arrows, pikes, darts, wooden clubs, and slings. The soil is barren in some places, and yieldeth little fruit, but it is full of white bears and stags far greater than ours. It yieldeth plenty of fish, and those very great as seals, and those which commonly we call salmons. There are soles also about a yard in length. There is great abundance of that kind of fish which the savages call bacalaos. In the same island also there breed hawks, but they are so black that they are very like to ravens, as also their partridges and eagles, which are in like sort black. A discourse of Sebastian Cabot, touching his discovery of part of the West India out of England in the time of King Henry VII, used to Gelasius Butrigarius, the Pope's legate in Spain, and reported by the said legate in this sort. Do you not understand, said he, speaking to certain gentlemen of Venice, how to pass to India toward the northwest, as did of late a citizen of Venice, so valiant a man, and so well practised in all things pertaining to navigations and the science of cosmography, that at this present he hath not his like in Spain, insomuch that for his virtues he is preferred above all other pilots that sail to the West Indies, who may not pass thither without his license, and is therefore called Piloto Mayor, that is, the Grand Pilot. And when we said that we knew him not, he proceeded, saying that being certain years in the city of Seoul, and desirous to have some knowledge of the navigations of the Spaniards, it was told him that there was in the city a valiant man, a Venetian born, named Sebastian Cabot, who had the charge of those things, being an expert man in that science, and one that could make cards for the sea with his own hand. And by this report, seeking his acquaintance, he found him a very gentle person, who entertained him friendly, and showed him many things, and among other a large map of the world, with certain particular navigations, as well as of the Portugals, as of the Spaniards, and that he spake further unto him to this effect. When my father departed from Venice many years since, to dwell in England, to follow the trade of merchandises, he took me with him to the city of London, while I was very young, yet having nevertheless some knowledge of letters of humanity and of the sphere. And when my father died in that time, when news were brought that Don Christopher Colonus Genuese had discovered the coasts of India, whereof was great talk in all the court of King Henry VII, who then reigned, insomuch that all men with great admiration affirmed it to be a thing more divine than humane, to sail by the west into the east, where spices grow, by a way that was never known before. By this fame and report there increased in my heart a great flame of desire to attempt some notable thing. And understanding by reason of the sphere, that if I should sail by way of the northwest, I should by a shorter track come into India, I thereupon caused the king to be advertised of my device, who immediately commanded 2 carrels to be furnished with all things appertaining to the voyage, which was as far as I remember in the year 1496, in the beginning of summer. I began therefore to sail toward the northwest, not thinking to find any other land than that of Cathay, and from thence to turn toward India, but after certain days I found that the land ran towards the north, which was to me a great displeasure. Nevertheless, sailing along by the coast to see if I could find any gulf that turned, I found the land still continent to the 56th degree under our pole, and seeing that there the coast turned toward the east, despairing to find the passage, I turned back again, and sailed down by the coast of that land toward the equinoctial, ever with intent to find the said passage to India, and came to that part of this firm land which is now called Florida, where my victuals failing, I departed from thence and returned to England, where I found great tumults among the people, and preparation for wars in Scotland, by reason whereof there was no more consideration had to this voyage. Whereupon I went into Spain to the Catholic King and Queen Elizabeth, which being advertised what I had done, entertained me, and at their charges furnished certain ships, wherewith they caused me to sail to discover the coasts of Brazil, where I found an exceeding great and large river, named at this present Rio de la Plata, that is, the river of silver. into the which I sailed and followed it into the firm land, more than 60 leagues, finding it everywhere very fair, and inhabited with infinite people, which with admiration came running daily to our ships. Into this river run so many other rivers that it is in manner incredible. After this I made many other voyages, which I now predetermine, and waxing old, I give myself to rest from such travels, because there are now many young and lusty pilots and mariners of good experience, by whose forwardness I do rejoice in the fruit of my labors, and rest with the charge of this office, as you see. Another testimony of the voyage of Sebastian Cabot to the west and northwest, taken out of the 6th chapter of the 3rd decade of Peter, martyr of Angleria. These North Seas have been searched by one Sebastian Cabot, a Venetian born, whom being yet but in manner an infant, his parents carried with them into England, having occasion to resort thither for trade of merchandise, as is the manner of the Venetians, to leave no part of the world unsearched to obtain riches. He therefore furnished 2 ships in England at his own charges, and first with 300 men directed his course so far towards the North Pole, that even in the month of July he found monstrous heaps of ice swimming on the sea, and in manner continual day light, yet saw he the land in that tract free from ice, which had been molten by the heat of the sun. Thus seeing such heaps of ice before him, he was enforced to turn his sails and follow the west, so coasting still by the shore, that he was thereby brought so far into the south, by reason of the land bending so much southwards, that it was there almost equal in latitude, and with the sea fretum Herculeum, having the North Pole elevate in manner in the same degree. He sailed likewise in this tract so far towards the west, that he had the island of Cuba on his left hand, in manner in the same degree of longitude. As he travelled by the coasts of this great land, which he named Bacalaos, he saith that he found the like course of the waters toward the west, but the same to run more softly and gently than the swift waters which the Spaniards found in their navigations southwards. Wherefore it is not only more like to be true, but ought also of necessity to be concluded that between both the lands hitherto unknown there should be certain great open places, whereby the waters should thus continually pass from the east into the west, which waters I suppose to be driven about the globe of the earth by the uncessant moving and impulsion of the heavens, and not to be swallowed up and cast up again by the breathing of Demogorgon, as some have imagined, because they see the seas by increase and decrease to ebb and flow. Sebastian Cabot himself named these lands Bacalaos, because that in the seas thereabout he found so great multitudes of certain big fishes, much like unto tunnies, which the inhabitants call bacalaos, that they sometimes stayed his ships. He found also the people of those regions covered with beasts' skins, yet not without the use of reason. He also saith there is great plenty of bears in those regions, which use to eat fish, for plunging themselves in the water where they perceive a multitude of these fishes to lie, they fasten their claws in their scales, and so draw them to land and eat them. So, as he saith, the bears being thus satisfied with fish, are not noisome to men. He declareth further, that in many places of these regions he saw great plenty of copper among the inhabitants. Cabot is my very friend, whom I use familiarly, and delight to have him sometimes keep me company in my own house. For being called out of England by the commandment of the Catholic King of Castile, after the death of King Henry VII of that name King of England, he was made one of our council and assistants, as touching the affairs of the New Indies, looking for ships daily to be furnished for him to discover this hid secret of nature. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Vasco da Gama's Voyage to India by Thomas Frost. On July 8, 1497, Vasco da Gama sailed from the Tagus in command of 3 small vessels manned by 160 men for the purpose of finding the route to India round the Cape of Good Hope which had been discovered by Diaz. The vessels separated on a dark and tempestuous night, but assembled again at Cape Verde, and sailed in company for the south. After enduring very stormy weather, they reached St. Helena on November 4th. So much hostility was evinced by the islanders that, after an affray with them, the little squadron weighed anchor without obtaining the needed supplies and proceeded on the voyage. On the evening of the 18th, they were in sight of the promontory which Diaz had named the Cape of Storms, and which again seemed to merit the appellation. Contrary winds prevailed, and for 2 days compelled the explorers to tack, constantly shifting the sails, but at length on Wednesday, November 20th, all the squadron doubled this tremendous promontory. On the 24th, a landing was made at a place called Angra del Blas, where the dusky natives seem to have been both suspicious and treacherous. The exploring party fell into an ambush and retreated to their boats, but upon 2 guns being fired from one of the ships, the natives dropped their weapons in affright and fled inland. Gama afterward had a pillar bearing the royal arms of Portugal set up on the beach to commemorate his presence there, but it was pulled down again by the natives. The little squadron then sailed away, and for several days was compelled by stormy weather to stand away from the coast. Land was in sight again on January 11th, and after coasting it for some distance, 2 of Gama's officers went ashore and had an interview with the king, probably a chief of one of the Kaffir tribes of the country. Presents were made to this dusky potentate, who in return regaled his visitors with a supper of boiled fowl and millet. Leaving this place, the expedition sailed 50 leagues beyond Sofala, where, on the 24th, Gama ascended a wide river, which must have been one of the mouths of the Zambezi. The natives received the adventurers hospitably. Gama set up a mark on the beach to commemorate his visit, and, after a stay for the requisite repairs of the little fleet, continued his journey. Some islands were passed, which were probably the cluster of islets southward of Cape Delgado. There being much sickness aboard, the vessels anchored before Mozambique. The natives are described as speaking Arabic and having a considerable trade with India. No difficulty was experienced in procuring the supplies that were needed, but as soon as the sheik discovered that the strangers were not worshippers of the Prophet of Mecca, his civility diminished, and the people regarded them with mistrust. Instead of 2 pilots, only 1 was sent, and the permission to take water was withdrawn. Fresh water being essential to the success of the enterprise, Gama ordered his men to take it by force, and then occurred a collision. Gama brought the broadside of his vessel to the town and subjected it to a vigorous cannonade. The voyage was then resumed, and on April 7th they reached Mombasa. Here they found more native mistrust. One of the vessels ran upon a shoal, and an attempt was made to cut her cable. The ship being got off without much damage, they sailed again on the 13th. On the same day a native vessel was seized, and much gold and silver found aboard her, which the captors took possession of, making the crew prisoners. In the evening they anchored before Melinda. To the king of Melinda, Gama delivered his Arab prisoners, and then, having obtained some information concerning the navigation, left there April 22nd, and on May 20th anchored before Calicut, being the first European vessels that had ever entered an Indian port. 8 days elapsed before Gama received permission to go ashore, which he then did in great state, and attended public worship in a Hindu temple. From the pagoda Gama went to the palace and made presents to the king, who evinced dissatisfaction at the smallness of their value, representing through his ministers that, to a sovereign of his rank, articles of gold and silver should have been sent. The Mahometan traders used all their influence for Gama's discomfiture, and it availed to have him arrested. On entering into an agreement to land his cargo, he was released, and he took care not to go ashore any more. The goods landed, heavy dues were demanded, and Gama's factor and his secretary were arrested. Having sold his cargo, Gama made reprisals by seizing several persons of distinction and putting to sea. Finding his vessels followed by an armed flotilla, he threatened to massacre his prisoners if his factor and secretary were not released, and by this threat he obtained their liberty. But instead of thereupon liberating his own prisoners, he set free only a certain number. The flotilla continued the pursuit, but he kept the boats at a distance by firing his guns, and taking advantage of a fresh and favoring gale, made his escape. His ships were attacked soon after, however, by vessels supposed to be piratical, one of which was captured and others beaten off and driven ashore. A native vessel brought him a message from the ruler of Goa. Gama suspected a treacherous design, and the messenger being tortured confessed that Gama was to be lured to Goa and there seized. Then came contrary winds with alternate storms and calms, during which Gama seems to have lost his course, for on February 2nd he found himself at Magadoxo. He cannonaded the town, since the authorities of the place were Mohammedans, and Mohammedans had been his enemies elsewhere. Continuing his voyage homeward, he arrived at Melinda, where he stayed for 5 days and renewed friendly relations with the king. He then proceeded to Zanzibar, where he was well received. Sickness had so reduced his crew that he had not enough to navigate 3 vessels, so the least seaworthy of which he burned. He now ran southward as far as San Blas, and put into that port to refresh his crews. The Cape was doubled on April 25th, and then they ran northwest for 20 days. After leaving the Cape Verde Islands, the ships encountered a severe storm, and when the sky became clear, the smaller vessel had disappeared. It was surmised afterward that her captain purposely separated from Gama, in order to reach the Tagus first, for Gama found him there on his arrival. The commercial results of this voyage were immense. It enabled the Portuguese to have the monopoly of Indian trade for more than a century. The southern and eastern coasts of Africa were no longer a terra incognita, and the Sea of Darkness was disarmed of its terrors for the mariner. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Sir Francis Drake's Voyage Round the World by Thomas Frost. Toward the close of 1577, a small fleet of 5 vessels, the largest of which was only 100 tons, was equipped at Plymouth, partly at the cost of Sir Francis Drake and partly by the aid of certain distinguished persons, among whom the Queen is said to have been one. The admiral assumed the command, and, besides the officers of the several vessels, was accompanied by a considerable number of gentlemen as volunteers. The little fleet sailed from Plymouth November 15th, but encountered such bad weather that the ships were obliged to put into Falmouth to refit, and did not resume the voyage until December 13th. On the 27th they anchored before Mogador, and sailing from that port on the last day of the year, stood to the southwest, capturing several Spanish vessels on their way. On January 17, 1578, they were off Cape Blanco, where they landed their prisoners and remained several days, bartering with the natives. On the 27th they were at Muyo, whence, supplies being refused them there, they stood to the westward. As they sailed past San Jago, 3 guns were fired at them, but without doing any damage, and in revenge a Portuguese vessel laden with wine was seized. The crew were allowed to go free, with the exception of the pilot, who, because he was well acquainted with the South American coast, was detained. Having taken in water at Brava, they sailed for the coast of Brazil, which was sighted April 5th. On May 15th, as the fleet sailed slowly along the coast, a bay was discovered, which Drake proceeded in his barge to explore. 2 huts were seen, but no natives were visible. Many rheas were observed running over the plains, and their eggs discovered in sandy hollows. The unseaworthiness of some of the smaller vessels was so apparent that Drake brought the fleet to anchor and had one of them broken up. During the progress of this work many of the natives were seen. They were naked and had long black hair. Their weapons were bows and arrows. The expedition sailed again on June 3rd, but another vessel broke down and the fleet anchored a few days to break it up. On the 19th they entered Port Julian, where they encountered the savage natives of Patagonia. With these giants the explorers were soon on friendly terms. Leaving Port Julian, Drake entered the Strait of Magellan on August 20th and discovered some small islands, which he named Elizabethides, in honor of the Queen. The passage of the strait was effected in 17 days. The shores were explored and observations taken of the currents and soundings, and of the habits and manners of the savage aborigines. The western extremity of the strait was reached September 6th, but there arose a violent storm which lasted more than a month. One of the smaller vessels was separated from the other ships, and after being tossed about several weeks, returned to England. Drake's ship and her sole remaining companion were driven by the storm as far south as the 55th parallel of latitude, where some islands were discovered on which the crews found vegetables and fresh water, both of which were much needed. Rested and refreshed from their late hardships and fatigue, the explorers resumed their voyage, but the storm burst forth again with renewed fury and inclemency. To this tempestuous weather, however, Drake owed the chief geographical discovery of his trip, for the storm drove them so far south that Cape Horn was discovered. Drake saw the Atlantic Ocean and the South Sea meet in a large and free scope, and sailing into the Pacific, anchored in one of the numerous bays on the west coast of Patagonia. The crew of a boat which he had here sent ashore were attacked by the natives, and every man wounded by a shower of arrows. Sailing from this inhospitable shore, Drake anchored in the harbor of Valparaiso, where he seized a Spanish vessel laden with wine. Thence they sailed to Coquimbo, where the Spaniards made such preparations for resistance as caused Drake to refrain from attacking the place. He sailed slowly along the coast, plundering the Spaniards and trafficking with the Indians, and on February 7, 1579, arrived at Arica, where he captured 3 vessels. A week later he captured several vessels at Callao. Drake now stood to the northwest, overhauling and plundering several small Spanish vessels in his course, and after taking in wood and water at the Isle of Canes, sailed as far in that direction as the 43rd parallel of north latitude. Here the cold was found so intolerable that the course was changed, and the ships, running southward, discovered a bay on the coast of California, where they anchored June 17th. Finding the country fertile and the natives hospitable, Drake took formal possession in the name of the Queen of England, and gave the region the name of New Albion. Drake sailed from these auriferous shores on July 23rd, and steered toward the rich islands of the eastern archipelago. On September 30th, some small islands were discovered in 30° north, and then Drake sailed toward the equator. The Moluccas were in sight on November 3rd, and on the 5th he anchored off Ternate. Thereupon 3 large barges, says Moore, with the viceroy and several of the principal nobility, came out to conduct the vessel safe into harbor. The king likewise, having been presented with a velvet cloak in sign of amity, afterward came in great state, and was received under the discharge of the cannon, the music striking up as he approached. This prince had guards who understood the use of firearms, though javelins and bows and arrows were their principal weapons. He was of majestic mien and graceful aspect. Those who attended him were dressed in cottons, and some of them were of venerable aged appearance. He withdrew when the ship came to an anchor, giving his subjects leave to traffic with the strangers, and promised to return within the space of 2 days. Drake having sent some gentlemen on shore, they were conducted to the castle, and being introduced at court, found there were near 1,000 people. On each side of the outer gate there waited old interpreters of other countries. When His Majesty appeared on this occasion he was dressed in cloth of gold, and had his hair woven into golden ringlets. He had diamond rings on his fingers and a gold chain round his neck. Near his chair was a page with a fan set with sapphires, which was useful in moderating the heat, and he sat under a rich canopy, where he received the English in state and with marks of honor and respect. On the 9th, having taken 4 tons of cloves aboard, Drake weighed anchor and sailed to the southward. Both his ships were so leaky and foul, however, that on reaching a beautiful fertile island, which was found to be uninhabited, he anchored in a creek. Turtles and fruit were plentiful, and the double processes of refitting the ships and refreshing the crews went on together very pleasantly for a month. Drake left on this island a Negro lad and a mulatto girl whom he had taken out of one of his prizes, for which act he has been severely condemned. On the night of January 19th, 1580, his ship grounded on a concealed rock, and though the guns and water casks were cast overboard, could not be moved. The crew were mustered, and to every man the chaplain administered the sacrament of the communion, all on board expecting a watery grave. But the wind changed, and the ship was heaved off the rock, having sustained very little damage. They now sailed very cautiously to Baratene, where they refitted, proceeding thence to Java. There Drake and his officers were sumptuously entertained by the king, and allowed to refit, which had again become necessary, and to obtain the supplies they required for the continuance of the voyage. The crews were now become clamorous for returning to England, and orders were given to steer for the Cape of Good Hope. That famous promontory was doubled on June 15th, and on July 22nd the expedition was at Sierra Leone, where 2 days were spent. Thence they steered homeward, and on November 3rd anchored in Plymouth Harbor, having completed the first circumnavigation of the globe ever performed by Englishmen. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Sir Walter Raleigh's Explorations in Guiana by Thomas Frost. Raleigh sailed from Plymouth February 6, 1595, in his own ship, accompanied by a small bark commanded by Captain Cross. He arrived at Trinidad on March 28th, and leaving the ships at anchor off Point Curiapis, explored the coast of the island in his barge, entering every creek and finding oysters growing on the branches of trees, as described by Pliny. Entering Port of Spain, he gleaned all the information he could from the Spanish soldiers of the garrison, who, having, he says, been many years without wine, a few draughts made them merry, in which mood they vaunted of Guiana and the riches thereof, and all they knew of the ways and passages. Having captured the town of San Joseph by a night assault, and destroyed it with fire, he returned to his anchorage, carrying with him as a prisoner the governor of the place, from whom he elicited all the information he could concerning the navigation of the Orinoco and the supposed situation of El Dorado. Being joined by 2 ships under the command of Captains Giffard and Keymis, and a small bark commanded by Captain Caulfield, he at length prepared to ascend the Orinoco in quest of the Golden City. The island of Trinidad is situated at the mouth of the Gulf of Para, in the southwest corner of which is the Bay of Guanipa, into which flows the stream that bounds the great delta of the Orinoco on the west. Casting anchor in this bay, Raleigh sent Giffard and Caulfield to the Capuri, but they could not pass the sands that obstructed its mouth. He then sent the master of the Lion's Whelp, one of the boats, to try the passage of the river Amana, at the bottom of the Bay of Guanipa, but he, being frightened by a report that the natives were ferocious cannibals, beat a quick retreat, and informed Raleigh that the Amana was as impracticable as the Capuri. He next had a Gallego cut down, so as to draw only 5 feet of water, and sent the master to explore the navigation in another direction. The result of this survey was the discovery of 4 channels, one of which was as wide as the Thames at Woolwich, but all shallow. Raleigh now resolved upon a boating expedition, and started with 100 men, under the guidance of an Indian, who undertook to pilot them into the Orinoco. But, says Raleigh, of that which he entered he was utterly ignorant, for he had not seen it for 12 years before. But it chanced that entering into a river, which because it had no name we called the River of the Red Cross, ourselves being the first Christians that ever came therein, on May 22nd we espied a small canoe with 3 Indians, which I overtook before they could cross the river. The rest of the people on the banks gazed on with a doubtful fear. But when they perceived that we offered them no violence, they began to offer to traffic with us for such things as they had. As we drew near the bank they all stayed, and we came with our barge to the mouth of a little creek which came from their town into the great river. Here the Indian pilot and his brother went ashore for wine and fruit, and were nearly slain, the chief of that district being angry with them for bringing strangers into the country. An old Indian was seized as a hostage for the safe return of the pilot, and was installed in the latter's place. Under the guidance of this old man, the expedition ascended the river with the tide. On the 3rd day the galley grounded, and could not be hauled off until all the ballast was cast out. Next day they entered the river Amana, where there was no tide, and the current ran so strong that rowing became hard work. The explorers persevered for 3 days. About an hour after midnight lights were observed ahead, and soon afterwards a village was reached. Most of the inhabitants were absent, having accompanied the chief on an expedition to the head of the Orinoco. But bread, fish, and poultry were obtained, and the explorers rested and refreshed themselves. Daylight showed them that they were in a very beautiful country. Continuing the ascent of the river, they saw 4 canoes and gave chase, and overtaking them took one of the men for a pilot, and sent back their former pilots in one of the canoes. On the 15th day they discovered afar off the mountains of Guiana, to our great joy, and toward evening came in sight of the Orinoco. Anchoring for the night they landed on the sands, where they found thousands of turtles' eggs. The following morning a chief came to them with 30 or 40 of the men of his tribe, and conducted them to his village, where some of our captains caroused of his wine until they were reasonably pleasant. The chief provided Raleigh with a pilot, under whose guidance the adventurers began to ascend the Orinoco. Passing the island of Asapana, they anchored at night by the island of Oquewita, and on the following night by the island of Putapaima, choosing islands rather than the main banks to anchor under, on account of their being better for fishing and abounding in turtles' eggs. On the following day they surveyed the country on the right, which the Indian pilot said was the great plain of Sema, stretching northward to Cumana and Caracas. They anchored at night off the opposite bank, and on the following night, near a village, the chief of which visited them the next morning, attended by many of his people, bringing venison, pork, poultry, fish, fruit, vegetables, and bread. This cazique, who said he was 110, and had walked 14 miles to see them, also presented Raleigh with an armadillo and several parakeets, one of which was no bigger than a wren. On the following night they anchored off the island of Cayama, and next day reached the mouth of the Caroli, which was so shallow that the barge could not get in. The adventurers encamped on the bank, therefore, and having received some supplies of food from a neighboring chief, divided themselves into 3 parties. One party, commanded by Captain Whiddon, searched for gold. Some of the gentlemen volunteers ascended the river by land, and Raleigh himself set off to view the falls of Caroli, finding them very beautiful, as well as the country around about them. Captain Whiddon found some stones which were thought to be sapphires. But, says Raleigh, whether it be crystal of the mountains, Bristol diamond, or sapphire, I do not yet know, but I hope the best. The ascent of the Orinoco was not continued beyond this point. The wet season had commenced, and the river was rising daily, while the explorers were exposed to almost incessant showers of rain and violent gusts of wind. Raleigh determined to rejoin his ships, first collecting some specimens of gold ore, and leaving a man and a boy in the village of the centenarian cacique to learn the language of the Indians. He would not leave the Orinoco, however, without learning all he could of the natural features and products of that region. He made another excursion inland, finding the woods full of deer and the rivers alive with fish and fowl. He went no farther himself, but, leaving Captain Keymis to complete the survey in that direction, returned to the Orinoco and entered a branch of the Winnicapora. He had received a report of a marvelous mountain of crystal and wished to see it. The chief of the next village at which he arrived offered to furnish a guide to the Crystal Mountain, but his visit was made at the time of a native festival, and "we found them all as drunk as beggars." The adventurers, being weary and athirst, joined in the carouse, and the Crystal Mountain seems to have been forgotten. Having obtained a supply of provisions and wine, the descent of the river was continued in a violent thunderstorm, and the next day they reached the island of Assapana, where they feasted on the armadillo. Storm now succeeded storm, but the strength of the current enabled them to run 100 miles daily, and the following night they anchored at the mouth of the Capuri. When they reached the Bay of Guanipa, where the ships had been left at anchor, they found them gone. So they rowed by night across the mouth of the estuary, and on the following morning had Trinidad in sight, where they found the vessels safely anchored. Returning to England, Raleigh was mortified to find that little regard was paid to his narrative of his discoveries, either by the Queen or by the nation. He had not related the result of the journey of Captain Keymis to the Gold Mountains, but when he had been several years in the Tower for his participation in the conspiracy against James I, he disseminated a report of a rich gold mine which he had discovered in Guiana, and the tide of public sympathy at once turned in his favor. James gave little credit to the report, but ordered Raleigh's release, and subsequently gave him permission to lead a second expedition to the Orinoco, with the stipulation not to attack any Spanish settlement. The disastrous result of this second expedition is matter of history. Raleigh, on reaching the mouth of the Orinoco, sent a force under his son and Captain Keymis to attack the Spanish settlement of San Tomas, which was taken by assault and destroyed by fire. Though Keymis pretended to be well acquainted with the locality of the gold mine and to be within a few miles of it, he refused to lead his followers to it and returned to the ships. What passed between him and Raleigh is unknown, but Keymis retired to his cabin and committed suicide, while the disappointment felt by their followers was so great that they resolved to return to England and take Raleigh with them to answer to the king for his depredations against the Spanish nation. On the return of the expedition, the Spanish court was clamorous against Raleigh, and as he had not been pardoned by the king, the warrant for his execution was signed, and the sentence was carried out which had been hanging over him for years. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Colorado Cliff Dwellers. By Alfred Terry Bacon. When the conquerors of Mexico reached the 7 cities of Cibola, the buffalo, great in wealth and population, lying in the valley of the Rio de Zuni, they found not cities, but rather villages of peaceful agricultural people dwelling in great pueblos 3 and 4 stories high, and they searched in vain for the rumored stores of gold. At that time the pueblos held a large population skilled in many arts of civilization. They cultivated large tracts of ground, wove fabrics of cotton, and produced ornate pottery. Their stone masonry was admirable. But even 300 years ago it seems that the people were but a remnant of what they had once been. Even then the conquerors wondered at the many ruins which indicated a decline from former greatness. The people have not now the same degree of skill in their native arts which the race once had, and it is probable that when the Spaniards came and found them declining in numbers, the old handicrafts were already on the wane. In a remote age the ancestors of these Pueblo tribes, or a race of kindred habits, filled most of that vast region which is drained by the Colorado River and its affluents, and spread beyond into the valley of the Rio Grande. The explorers of a great extent of country in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado have found everywhere evidences of the wide distribution and wonderful industry of that ancient people. On the low land which they used to till lie the remains of their villages, rectangular buildings of enormous dimensions and large circular estufas, or halls for council and worship. On the sides of the savage cliffs that wall in or overarch the cañons are scattered in every crevice and wrinkle those strange and picturesque ruins which give us the name cliff dwellers, to distinguish this long forgotten people. And on commanding points, seen far away down the cañons or across the mesas, stand the solitary watchtowers where sentinels might signal to the villagers below on the approach of northern barbarians. There is no other district which embraces in so small a compass so great a number and variety of the cliff dwellers' ruined works as the cañon of the little Rio Mancos in southwestern Colorado. The stream rises in a spur of the San Juan Mountains near the remote mining camp called Parrot City. Flowing southward for a few miles through an open valley, it is soon enclosed between the walls of a profound cañon which cuts for nearly 30 miles through a tableland called the Mesa Verde. The cañon is wide enough to have permitted the old inhabitants to plant their crops along the stream, and the cliffs rising on either side to a height of 2,000 feet are so curiously broken and grooved and shelving from the decay of the soft horizontal strata and the projection of the harder, as to offer remarkable facilities for building fortified houses hard of approach and easy of defense. Therefore, the whole length of the cañon is filled with ruins, and for 15 miles beyond it to the borders of New Mexico, where the river meets the Rio San Juan, the valley bears many traces of the ancient occupation. The scenery of the cañon is wild and imposing in the highest degree. In the dry Colorado air there are few lichens or weather stains to dull the brightness of the strata to the universal hoariness of moister climates. The vertical cliffs, standing above long slopes of debris, are colored with the brilliant tints of freshly quarried stone. A gay ribbon of green follows the course of the rivulet winding down through the cañon till it is lost to sight in the vista of crags. The utter silence and solitude of the wilderness reigns through the valley. It is not occupied by any savage tribe, and only a few white men within the last few years have passed through it and told of its wonders. And yet its whole length is but one series of houses and temples that were forsaken centuries ago. I can hardly imagine a more exciting tour of exploration than that which Mr. Jackson's party made on first entering this cañon in 1874. Above the entrance of the cañon the evidences of prehistoric life begin. On the bottomland, concealed by shrubbery, are the half-obliterated outlines of square and circular buildings. The houses were of large size and were plainly no temporary dwelling places, for an accumulation of decorated pottery fills the ground about them, indicating long occupation. No doubt they were built of adobe, masses of hard clay dried in the sun, which the wear of ages has reduced to smoothly rounded mounds. For some miles down the cañon remains of this sort occur at short intervals, and at one point there stands a wall built of squared sandstone blocks. Along the ledges of the cliffs on the right bits of ruinous masonry are detected here and there, but for a time there is nothing to excite close attention. At last a watchful eye is arrested by a more interesting object, perched at a tremendous height on the western wall of the cañon. It is a house built upon a shelf of rock between the precipices, but, standing 700 feet above the stream and differing not at all in color from the crags about it. Only the sharpest eyesight can detect the unusual form of the building and the windows marking the two stories. The climb up to the house platform is slow and fatiguing, but the trouble is repaid by a sight of one of the most curious ruins on this continent. Before the door of the house, part of the ledge has been reserved for a little esplanade, and to make it broader, three small abutments of stone, which once supported a floor, are built on the sloping edge of the rock. Beyond this the house is entered by a small aperture which served as a door. It is the best specimen of a cliff dweller's house that remains to our time. The walls are admirably built of squared stones laid in a hard white mortar. The house is divided into two stories of 3 rooms each. Behind it a semicircular cistern nearly as high as the house is built against the side of it, and a ladder is arranged for descending from an upper window to the water level. The floor of the second story was supported by substantial cedar timbers, but only fragments of them remain. The roof, too, has entirely disappeared, but the canopy of natural rock overhanging serves to keep out the weather. The front rooms in both stories are the largest and are most carefully finished. Perhaps they were the parlor and best bedroom of some prehistoric housewife, and even in that remote age the mania for household decoration had a beginning. Floor, walls, and ceiling were colored a deep red, surrounded by a broad border of white. The same cliff on which this house stands has on its side many other ruins, some half destroyed by gradual decay, some crushed by falling rocks. None so perfect as the one described, but all are crowded into the strangest, unapproachable crevices of the cañon wall, like the crannies which swallows choose to hold their nests, far removed from the possibility of depredation. Some are so utterly inaccessible that the explorers, with all their enthusiasm and activity, have never been able to reach them. How any beings not endowed with wings could live at such points it is hard to conceive. It makes one suspicious that the cliff dwellers had not quite outgrown the habits of monkey ancestors. As the cañon widens with the descent of the stream, the ruins in the western wall increase in number. One fearful cliff 1,000 feet in height is chinked all over its face with tiny houses of 1 room each, but only a few of them can be detected with the naked eye. One, which was reached by an explorer at the peril of his life, stands intact. Ceiling and floor are of the natural rock, and the wall is built in a neat curve conforming to the shape of the ledge. A mile farther down the stream there is a most interesting group of houses. 800 feet above the valley there is a shelf in the cliff 60 feet in length that is quite covered by a house. The building contains 4 large rooms, a circular sacred apartment, and smaller rooms of irregular shape. It was called by its discoverers the House of the 16 Windows. Behind this house the cliff side rises smooth and perpendicular 30 feet, but it can be scaled by an ancient stairway cut into it, which ascends to a still higher ledge. The stairs lead to the very door of another house, filling a niche 120 feet long. A great canopy of solid rock overarches the little fortress, reaching far forward beyond the front wall, while from below it is absolutely unapproachable except by the one difficult stairway of niches cut in the rock. In time of war it must have been impregnable. These dwellings have given more ideas about their interior furnishing than any of the others. Among the accumulated rubbish were found corn and beans stored away. In the lower house were 2 large water jars of corrugated pottery, standing on a floor covered with neatly woven rush matting. In a house not far above were found a bin of charred corn and a polished hatchet of stone made with remarkable skill. From this point onward both the valley and the cliffs are filled with the traces of a numerous population, every mile of travel bringing many fresh ones into sight. Among the cliff houses there is of necessity a variety in form and size, as great as the differences of the caves and crevices that hold them. But among the buildings of the low ground there is more uniformity, not only in this cañon, but in all the valleys of the region. Most of them may be classed as aggregated dwellings or pueblos, with rectangular rooms, round watchtowers, and large circular buildings. To these must be added a few which seem to have been built only for defense. The straight walls have generally fallen, except the parts supported by an angle of a building, but, as usual in old masonry, the circular walls have much better resisted decay. About midway down the cañon the curved wall of a large ruin rises above the thicket. It is a building of very curious design. The outer wall was an exact circle of heavy masonry 130 feet in circumference. Within there is another circular wall, concentric with the outer, enclosing one round room with a diameter of 20 feet. The annular space between the two walls was divided by partitions into 10 small apartments. Other buildings of the same type occur in this region, some of much larger size and with triple walls. Even in this one, which is comparatively well preserved, the original height is uncertain, though the ruin still stands about 15 feet high. The vast quantity of debris about some of them indicates that they were of no significant height, and their perfect symmetry of form, the careful finish of the masonry, the large dimensions and great solidarity, made them the most imposing architectural works of that ancient people. I find no reason to doubt that they were their temples, and the presumption is very strong that there were temples for sun worship. The occurrence of a circular room in connection with nearly every group of buildings is of special interest, as seeming to link the cliff dwellers to the modern Pueblo tribes in their religious customs. Most striking and picturesque of all the ruins are the round watchtowers. On commanding points in the valley and on the highest pinnacles of the cliffs overlooking the surface of the mesa, they occur with a frequency which is almost pathetic as an indication of the life of eternal vigilance which was led by that old race through the years, perhaps centuries, of exterminating warfare which the savage red men from the north waged upon them. To us the suffering of frontier families at the hands of the same bloodthirsty savages is heartrending. What was it to those who saw year by year their whole race's life withering away, crushed by those wild tribes? Near the lower end of the cañon stands one of the most perfect of these towers, rising 16 feet above the mound on which it is built. It was once attached to an oblong stone building which seems to have been a strongly fortified house. The rectangular walls, as usual, are prostrate, and have left the tower standing as solitary and picturesque and as full of mystery as the round towers of Ireland. In the Montezuma Cañon, just beyond the Colorado State border, there are some remains built after an unusual manner with stones of great size. One building of many rooms, nearly covering a little solitary mesa, is constructed of huge stone blocks, not unlike the prehistoric masonry of southern Europe. In the same district there is a ruined line of fortification from which the smaller stones have fallen away and are crumbling to dust, leaving only certain enormous upright stones standing. They rise to a height of 7 feet above the soil, and the lower part is buried to a considerable depth. Their resemblances to the hoary druidical stones of Karnak and Stonehenge is striking, and there is nothing in their appearance to indicate that they belong to a much later age than those primeval monuments of Europe. All the certain knowledge that we have of the history and manners of the cliff dwellers may be very briefly told, for there is no written record of their existence except their own rude picture writing, cut or painted on the canyon walls, and it is not likely that those hieroglyphs will ever be deciphered. But much may be inferred from their evident kinship to the Moquis of our time, and the resemblance of the ancient architecture and ceramics to the arts as they are still practiced in the degenerate pueblos of Arizona gives us many intimations in regard to the habits of the cliff dwellers. It was centuries ago, how long a time no one will ever know, when that old race was strong and numerous, filling the great region from the Rio Grande to the Colorado of the West, and from the San Juan Mountains far down into northern Mexico. They must have numbered many hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions. It is not probable that they were combined under one government, or that they were even closely leagued together, but that they were essentially one in blood and language is strongly indicated by the similarity of their remains. That they were sympathetic in a common hostility to the dangerous savage tribes about them can hardly be doubted. They were of peaceful habits and lived by agriculture, having under cultivation many thousands of acres in the rich river bottoms, which they knew well how to irrigate from streams swollen in summer by the melting snows of the high mountain ranges. We read of their dry canals in Arizona, so deep that a mounted horseman can hide in them. We know that they raise crops of corn and beans, and in the south cotton, which they skillfully wove. That they had commercial dealing across their whole country is shown by the quantity of shell ornaments brought from the Pacific coast, which are found in their Colorado dwellings. They did not understand the working of metals, but their implements of stone are of most excellent workmanship. Their weapons indicate the practice of hunting, and while the race was still numerous, their forts and their sharp obsidian arrows made easy their resistance to the wandering savage hordes. I believe that no instance can be cited of a people still in their Stone Age who have surpassed that old race in the mason's art. Indeed, I doubt if any such people has even approached their skill in that respect. The difficulty of constructing a great work of well-squared, hammer-dressed stones is enormously increased if the masons must work only with stone implements. Imagine the infinite toilsome patience of a people who in such a way could rear the ancient Pueblo Bonito of New Mexico, 540 feet long, 314 feet wide, and 4 stories high. In one wall of a neighboring building of stone less carefully dressed, it is estimated that there were originally no less than 30 million pieces, which were transported, fashioned, and laid by men without a beast of burden or a trowel, chisel, or hammer of metal. At the time of the Spanish conquest, the Pueblo tribes were worshippers of the sun and fire, like all the races of this continent which were above barbarism. Today, even in those pueblos where a corrupted form of the Roman faith is accepted, there are traces of the old sun worship mingled with it, and in all pueblos there are large circular rooms, called estufas, reserved for councils and for worship. The invariable appearance of estufas among the ruined towns, and even on the ledges of the cliffs, shows what sacredness was attached to the circular room, which perhaps was symbolic of the sun's orb. It indicates a unity of religious faith between the ancients and moderns. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Mammoth Caves of Kentucky by Therese Yelverton. Around the caves, for 8 or 10 miles, was a series of deep ravines, studded with projecting cliffs and rocks, and covered with oak, principally the English oak, and another gigantic species, with leaves from a quarter to half a yard long, but of the same form as the ordinary oak leaf. Up and down the ravines we scrambled and roamed, as happy as goats or wild chamois. These ravines, or glens, have no doubt been the beds of some ancient river, now perhaps flowing through the bowels of the earth, for this part of the country is intersected by underground rivers, a stream often suddenly appearing, which, after flowing on for a few miles, plunges rapidly into the earth and is lost to sight. An anecdote is told of 2 millers who had their mills on 2 different rivers, 30 miles apart. There had been a long drought, and neither mill had been working, but one day Miller No. 1 heard his wheel going round at a tremendous pace, and going to examine it perceived a quantity of water, although there had not been a drop of rain for some time. He went over to communicate his good luck to his neighbor. "Oh," exclaimed Miller number 2, "you're getting my water unbeknownst, for a cloud burst over us the other night and nearly drowned us all." It was evident the Millers were working the same stream, which ran for 30 miles underground, similar to the lakes in Florida, called sinks, which suddenly disappear, leaving all the fish stranded. Sometimes the water returns, sometimes not. Independent of the caves, the scenery around, to a lover of nature, is well worthy of a visit, and for a summer resort is unsurpassed. Shady, romantic walks through the woods, a delicious air breathed from the gigantic mouth of the cavern, whence in the hot months it blows cool and refreshing, in the cold ones soft and warm, the actual temperature of the cave never varying. The sensations of heat and cold are produced by comparison with the outer air. It occurred to a medical man that the uniform atmosphere of this cave might be a specific for consumption. Possessed with this theory, the doctor had a dozen small houses constructed in the cavern about a mile or two from its mouth, and to these he conveyed his patients. From the appearance of these places of abode, the only wonder is that the poor invalids did not expire after 24 hours of residence in them. They, however, contrived to exist there about 3 months, most of them being carried out in extremis. The houses consisted of a single room built of the rough stone of the cavern, which in this part bears all the appearance of a stone quarry, and without one particle of comfort beyond a boarded floor. The small dwelling being constructed entirely on the model of a lock-up, or stone jug. The cells of a modern prison are quite palatial in comparison with them. The darkness is such as might be felt, and it is impossible to realize what darkness actually is until experienced in some place where a ray of sunlight has never penetrated. From the mouth of the cavern to that part where the doctor's houses were built was a continual, though gradual, descent, and at that spot there was a solid roof of 150 feet of earth. The houses, or rather detached stone boxes, were so small that without vitiating the air, only one person could remain in them at one time, so that, beside the darkness, in case of any accident to their lamps, these poor creatures must have endured utter solitude. Their food was brought from the hotel 2 or 3 miles away on the hill, and consequently must have been cold and comfortless. They were kept prisoners within their narrow cells, for the rough rocks and stones everywhere abounding rendered a promenade for invalids quite impracticable. The deprivation of sunlight, fresh air, and all the beauties of the earth must have been the direst punishment imaginable. No wonder these poor creatures were carried out one by one to die, the last one having become so weak that it was deemed unsafe to move him. His friends resolved to stay with him in the cavern till the last. What transpired is now beyond investigation. Whether some effect of light, which in this cavern has a most mysterious and awful appearance, or whether the deathbed was one of terrors, owing to some imp of mischief having laid a plan to scare them, as they say in this country, is not known, but they rushed terror-stricken from the cave, and on reaching the hotel fell down insensible. Subsequently they declared they had seen spirits carrying away their friend. Mustering a strong force, the people from terra firma, with the guides and plenty of torches, sallied down to the lower and supposed infernal regions. The spirits, however, had fled, leaving nothing but the stiffening corpse of the poor consumptive. This ended all hope of the cavern as a cure for consumption. The Mammoth Cave is perhaps the most extensively explored cavern known. It extends for 9 continuous miles, so that it would be possible to walk 50 miles in and out by different roads. The cavern consists of various large chambers and lofty domes, averaging from 20 to 100 feet in height. Some of the chambers exactly resemble the tombs of the kings of Egypt, and the narrow, tortuous defiles through the rocks are also very like the roads into the pyramids. Most of these chambers are merely natural excavations in the solid rock. One of the white domed ceilings is covered with a thick scroll pattern traced in black, and consists entirely of bats, which take up their winter quarters in these caverns, and fare better in them apparently than the consumptives. It is curious how these sightless creatures from various parts of the country find out the caves so impervious to light and cold, and where, from the noise they make, they seem to have a merry time of it. Not so, however, the visitors passing through this part of the cave, for the bats are apt to fly right in one's face, or stick against one's clothes, and bite furiously at any attempt to dislodge them. Still farther on there is a vast vault, upward of 80 feet high, formed of gypsum with some sort of crystals embedded in it. When you sit and gaze on it for some time by the dim light of the lamps, this was written before the electric lamp was in use, the vault seems to recede into azure space. A bright sparkling veil hangs over it like the Milky Way, seen dimly between the shelving rocks, which bulge out in round soft layers of a whitish gray cast, and look exactly like petrified clouds. By a judicious movement of the light of the lamps, a most beautiful phenomenon of cloud scenery is effected, and by their gradual extinction a Stygian darkness seems to wrap all in perfect horror. This, the Star Chamber, is one of the finest effects in the Mammoth Cave, and it might be enhanced to the wildest magnificence by an artistic arrangement of variously colored lights. The cave would be a fine place in which to read Dante's Inferno. Here and there through the cave there are immense pits or chasms, only some few yards in circumference, but from 200 to 300 feet in depth. A piece of paper saturated in oil is thrown down and displays the fearful gulf, the bottom of which appears to have the same formation of rock and clay as the top. Sometimes we ascended 10 or 20 feet by ladders, and occasionally descended. We traversed about a mile of passage, where the ceiling, 6 feet high, was as smooth as white and plaster could have made it. It was literally covered with the names of former visitors. In some places there were hundreds of cards on the floor left by guests. For 8 or 9 miles we continued to traverse passages and chambers, sometimes over rough pieces of rock, sometimes through the thick dust of ages, sometimes through the tortuous gorges, mere slits between the rocks through which we had to creep, sometimes coming upon a well or spring of sweet water. At about 3 or 4 miles from the mouth we came to the chamber called the Church, from its resemblance to the ancient cathedral vault frequently to be seen on the European continent under churches or monasteries, and called the Crypt. This church of the Mammoth Cave is a singular phenomenon. The roof, which is not lofty, is supported by a number of pillars, in many places forming Gothic arches, and running at somewhat regular distances, dividing the church into aisles. These columns are actually enormous stalactites, and the fresco of petrified water upon them has all the appearance of the most rich and elaborate carving. In some places the pillars of stone have not quite reached the ground, and remain suspended from the roof. Other and smaller condensed stalactites resemble the drooping rosettes which unite the spring of Gothic arches. In one portion of the church is an enormous stone, carved out exactly like the bishop's chair or throne usually seen on the high altar. The altar itself is very like those primitive stone edifices sculptured by the early Christians when driven to celebrate their worship in the catacombs of Rome. This chamber is a marvelous freak of nature, imitating art, for the hand of man has never touched it or worked it into shape. Yet if any one were transported here unconsciously, he would, on looking round, imagine himself in the chancel crypt of some old cathedral of the 9th or 10th century. Some romantic lovers, evidently influenced by this idea, had actually, a few weeks before our visit, arrived at the cave, accompanied by their friends and the clergyman, and caused the marriage ceremony to be performed in that very church. It was a whimsical idea, and must have been a cold, comfortless, clammy affair. A few miles farther on we came to the great natural marvel, the subterranean river, with its buried water and eyeless fish, its beautiful parterres of stone flowers and shrubs, like a garden covered with morning hoarfrost. On this dismal river we were launched in a little skiff, not the most seaworthy in the world, and I must confess to having experienced a feeling of dread of being upset on that mysterious stream, whose outlet might be, for all we know, in a region we did not care to visit, or even to contemplate the possibility of visiting. The echo had a thrill of awe that made one's flesh creep and hair stand on end. If one called spirits there from the vasty deep, and they did not come, yet they certainly answered from the dark shadows of the rocks falling around the lurid glare of the torches, the only light on the river of Erebus. It was quite easy to believe there were myriads of spirits flitting around and stretching out their weird arms to carry us down to bottomless Hades. There is another very interesting cave which is not so frequently visited by travelers, who when they have seen the big thing are only anxious to rush away again. It is not so extensive as the Mammoth, but infinitely more beautiful and more inaccessible, the descent having to be accomplished by ladders. But once down it is a fairyland, a continuous scene of rapturous enchantment. The stalactites simulate the most exquisite parterre of flowers, the most magnificent forest of crystallized trees, the most wondrous marble carving, even to that perfection of art which shrouds the figure in transparent drapery, like the statue of the dead Christ at Naples. Nor was Apollo's charm unknown there. Our guide tapped upon these magic crystals and produced the sweetest harmony ear ever heard, or at least it sounded so. The walls of the chambers and passages were encrusted with the stalactite flowers. They could be broken off their stems, and as so few visitors ventured down, the guide allowed me to take one. One chamber was absolutely contained with this marvelous formation of petrified water, and when the guide held the light behind the scene, it produced the effect of being draped in the purest amber. These drooping curtains, some 50 feet in height, emitted the most musical tones when struck. If the physician had brought his patients to these fairy bowers, he might, I think, have succeeded in sending them home quite cured, but I believe the cave had not been discovered then. With the brilliant light the spot was perfectly lovely, and the atmosphere was that of constant, unchanged temperature, which puts the human lungs in a state of beatitude. I should not in the least object to live in that paradise of crystal flowers and adamantine forms, the most beautiful that the imagination of man has ever conceived to be curtained in living amber, and pillowed, well, I must admit that, in dust, but it was such clean dust. The texture of these stalactites, when examined by daylight, resembles alabaster. Thus the leaves, flowers, sprigs are perfectly beautiful. Nor are these caves without their incidents of life's drama. The grave and the gay have been enacted here as elsewhere. The episode of the physician and his patients was sad enough, but a more terrible tragedy resulted from a wager. The guides are particular on entering the caves with a large party to beg them to keep together, as it would be impossible for a person to find his own way out of the labyrinth of passages, chambers, etc. 2 gentlemen of a party made a bet that they would accomplish the feat, and taking their opportunity, slipped away from their party without the guides being aware of their absence, and it was not until late in the evening that the other party to the wager remarked that those 2 foolhardy fellows had not found their way out of the cavern. This coming to the ears of the guide, he exclaimed, "Then they are dead men." Nevertheless, they went in full force to do everything that was possible to find them, but spent the night in vain searches. Sometimes they came upon their tracks in the soft dust, then lost it again. On the following day the search was renewed by the guide who had escorted the party, and his description of the finding of one of the gentlemen was truly horrible. "It was the most tarnation cutting up job I ever had in my life," said the guide. "We are not much of cowards, we guides. We get accustomed to awfulness down in the bowels of the earth, but when that critter's shrieks first came to my ear, I just shivered all over and my feet rooted to the ground. Not that I did not wish to save him, the poor devil, but I got an idea that that shriek came right straight from hell, and no mistake, and I had no fancy to go there before I was sent for. Well, when I had wiped my brow and taken a drink, I went on in the direction of the sound, for it came every now and again, the echoes making like 50 devils instead of one. I found him sooner than I expected. He was a sight to behold. He flew at me like a tiger. He clutched me and pulled me and wrestled with me, yelling and howling like a wild beast. I thought he would have torn me to pieces. I should not have known him again for the same gentleman. His eyes glared, his mouth was foaming, and his hair on end, his clothes all torn and covered with dust. He was a real raving maniac, and so he remained, as far as I know. The work I had to get him out of that cave. He would stand stock still and shake all over, then suddenly clutch at me again. I was the stronger man of the two, and he was weak from long fasting, or I never should have got him out. The doctor said he was fright-stricken. And this was the case, as they thought, with the other poor fellow, who was not found for weeks, it having been conjectured that he had fallen down a hole. One of the guides making some new exploration discovered him sitting down, no sign of decomposition having taken place, and no sign of his having died of starvation, for a piece of biscuit was found in his pocket. He was supposed to have died of terror, the terrible darkness working upon the nervous system, and the hopelessness of penetrating it making the minutes appear hours. A guide who had once been lost there himself for some 20 hours said he never could believe he had not been there for several days. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Buffalo on the Plains by F. Parkman. The wagons one morning had left the camp. Shaw and I were already on horseback, but Henry Chatillon still sat cross-legged by the dead embers of the fire, playing pensively with the lock of his rifle, while his sturdy Wyandotte pony stood quietly behind him, looking over his head. At last he got up, patted the neck of the pony, whom, from an exaggerated appreciation of merits, he had christened $500, and then mounted with a melancholy air. "What is it, Henry?" "Ah, I feel lonesome. I never been here before, but I see away yonder over the buttes, and down there on the prairie black, all black with buffalo." In the afternoon he and I left the party in search of an antelope, until at the distance of a mile or two on the right, the tall white wagons and the little black specks of horsemen were just visible, so slowly advancing that they seemed motionless, and far on the left rose the broken line of scorched, desolate sand-hills. The vast plain waved with tall, rank grass that swept our horses' bellies. It swayed to and fro in billows with the light breeze, and far and near antelope and wolves were moving through it, the hairy backs of the latter alternately appearing and disappearing as they bounded awkwardly along, while the antelope, with the simple curiosity peculiar to them, would often approach us closely, their little horns and white throats just visible above the grass tops, as they gazed eagerly at us with their round black eyes. I dismounted and amused myself with firing at the wolves. Henry attentively scrutinized the surrounding landscape. At length he gave a shout, and called on me to mount again, pointing in the direction of the sand-hills. A mile and a half from us, two minute black specks slowly traversed the face of one of the bare, glaring declivities, and disappeared behind the summit. "Let us go," cried Henry, belaboring the sides of $500, and I, following in his wake, we galloped rapidly through the rank grass toward the base of the hills. From one of their openings descended a deep ravine, widening as it issued on the prairie. We entered it, and galloping up, in a moment were surrounded by the bleak sandhills. Half of their steep sides were bare, The rest were scantily clothed with clumps of grass and various uncouth plants, conspicuous among which appeared the reptile-like prickly pear. They were gashed with numberless ravines, and as the sky had suddenly darkened and a cold gusty wind arisen, the strange shrubs and the dreary hills looked doubly wild and desolate. But Henry's face was all eagerness. He tore off a little hair from the piece of buffalo robe under his saddle and threw it up to show the course of the wind. It blew directly before us. The game were therefore to windward, and it was necessary to make our best speed to get round them. We scrambled from the ravine, and galloping away through the hollows, soon found another, winding like a snake among the hills, and so deep that it completely concealed us. We rode up the bottom of it, glancing through the shrubbery at its edge, till Henry abruptly jerked his rein and slid out of his saddle. Full a quarter of a mile distant, on the outline of the farthest hill, a long procession of buffalo were walking in Indian file, with the utmost gravity and deliberation. Then more appeared, clambering from a hollow not far off, and ascending, one behind the other, the grassy slope of another hill. Then a shaggy head and a pair of short, broken horns appeared issuing out of a ravine close at hand, and with a slow, stately step, one by one, the enormous brutes came into view, taking their way across the valley, wholly unconscious of an enemy. In a moment Henry was worming his way, lying flat on the ground, through grass and prickly pears, toward his unsuspecting victims. He had with him both my rifle and his own. He was soon out of sight, and still the buffalo kept issuing into the valley. For a long time he was silent. I sat holding his horse, and wondering what he was about, when suddenly, in rapid succession, came the sharp reports of the two rifles, and the whole line of buffalo, quickening their pace into a clumsy trot, gradually disappeared over the ridge of the hill. Henry rose to his feet and stood looking after them. "You have missed them," said I. "Yes," said Henry, "let us go." He descended into the ravine, loaded the rifles, and mounted his horse. We rode up the hill after the buffalo. The herd was out of sight when we reached the top, but lying on the grass, not far off, was one quite lifeless, and another violently struggling in the death agony. "You see, I miss him," remarked Henry. He had fired from a distance of more than 150 yards, and both balls had passed through the lungs, the true mark in shooting buffalo. The darkness increased, and a driving storm came on. Tying our horses to the horns of the victims, Henry began the bloody work of dissection, slashing away with the science of a connoisseur, while I vainly endeavored to imitate him. Old Hendrick recoiled with horror and indignation when I endeavored to tie the meat to the strings of rawhide, always carried for this purpose, dangling at the back of the saddle. After some difficulty we overcame his scruples, and heavily burdened with the more eligible portions of the buffalo, we set out on our return. Scarcely had we emerged from the labyrinth of gorges and ravines, and issued upon the open prairie, when the pricking sleet came driving, gust upon gust, directly in our faces. It was strangely dark, though wanting still an hour of sunset. The freezing storm soon penetrated to the skin, but the uneasy trot of our heavy-gaited horses kept us warm enough, as we forced them unwillingly in the teeth of the sleet and rain by the powerful suasion of our Indian whips. The prairie in this place was hard and level. A flourishing colony of prairie dogs had burrowed into it in every direction, and the little mounds of fresh earth around their holes were about as numerous as the hills in a cornfield. But not a yelp was to be heard, not the nose of a single citizen was visible. All had retired to the depths of their burrows, and we envied them their dry and comfortable habitations. An hour's hard riding showed us our tent dimly looming through the storm, one side puffed out by the force of the wind, and the other collapsed in proportion, while the disconsolate horses stood shivering close around, and the wind kept up a dismal whistling in the boughs of 3 old half-dead trees above. Shaw, like a patriarch, sat on his saddle in the entrance, with a pipe in his mouth and his arms folded, contemplating, with cool satisfaction, the piles of meat that we flung on the ground before him. A dark and dreary night succeeded. But the sun rose with a heat so sultry and languid that the captain excused himself on that account from waylaying an old buffalo bull, who with stupid gravity was walking over the prairie to drink at the river. So much for the climate of the Platte. But it was not the weather alone that had produced this sudden abatement of the sportsmanlike zeal which the captain had always professed. He had been out on the afternoon before, together with several members of his party, but their hunting was attended with no other result than the loss of one of their best horses, severely injured by sorrel in vainly chasing a wounded bull. The captain, whose ideas of hard riding were all derived from transatlantic sources, expressed the utmost amazement at the feats of Sorel, who went leaping ravines and dashing at full speed up and down the sides of precipitous hills, lashing his horse with the recklessness of a Rocky Mountain rider. Unfortunately for the poor animal, he was the property of R., against whom Sorel entertained an unbounded aversion. The captain himself, it seemed, had also attempted to "run" a buffalo, but though a good and practised horseman, he had soon given over the attempt, being astonished and utterly disgusted at the nature of the ground he was required to ride over. Nothing unusual occurred on that day, but on the following morning Henry Chatillon, looking over the ocean-like expanse, saw near the foot of the distant hills something that looked like a band of buffalo. He was not sure, he said, but at all events, if they were buffalo, there was a fine chance for a race. Shaw and I at once determined to try the speed of our horses. "Come, Captain, we'll see which can ride hardest, a Yankee or an Irishman." But the captain maintained a grave and austere countenance. He mounted his led horse, however, though very slowly, and we set out at a trot. The game appeared about 3 miles distant. As we proceeded, the captain made various remarks of doubt and indecision, and at length declared he would have nothing to do with such a breakneck business, protesting that he had ridden plenty of steeplechases in his day, but he never knew what riding was till he found himself behind a band of buffalo day before yesterday. "I am convinced," said the captain, "that running is out of the question. Take my advice now and don't attempt it. It's dangerous and of no use at all." "Then why did you come with us? What do you mean to do?" "I shall approach," replied the captain. "You don't mean to approach with your pistols, do you? We have all of us left our rifles in the wagons." The captain seemed staggered at the suggestion. In his characteristic indecision at setting out, pistols, rifles, running, and approaching were mingled in an inextricable medley in his brain. He trotted on in silence between us for a while, but at length he dropped behind and slowly walked his horse back to rejoin the party. Shaw and I kept on, when lo! as we advanced, the band of buffalo were transformed into certain clumps of tall bushes, dotting the prairie for a considerable distance. At this ludicrous termination of our chase, we followed the example of our late ally, and turned back toward the party. We encamped that night upon the bank of the river. Among the emigrants there was an overgrown boy, some 18 years old, with a head as round and about as large as a pumpkin, and fever and ague fits had dyed his face of a corresponding color. He wore an old white hat, tied under his chin with a handkerchief. His body was short and stout, but his legs of disproportioned and appalling length. I observed him at sunset, breasting the hill with gigantic strides, and standing against the sky on the summit like a colossal pair of tongs. In a moment after we heard him screaming frantically behind the ridge, and nothing doubting that he was in the clutches of Indians or grizzly bears, some of the party caught up their rifles and ran to the rescue. His outcries, however, proved but an ebullition of joyous excitement. He had chased 2 little wolf pups to their burrow, and he was on his knees, grubbing away like a dog at the mouth of the hole to get at them. Before morning he caused more serious disquiet in the camp. It was his turn to hold the middle guard, but no sooner was he called upon than he coolly arranged a pair of saddlebags under a wagon, laid his head upon them, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and fell asleep. The guard on our side of the camp, thinking it no part of his duty to look after the cattle of the emigrants, contented himself with watching our own horses and mules. The wolves, he said, were unusually noisy, but still no mischief was anticipated until the sun rose, and not a hoof or horn was in sight. The cattle were gone. While Tom was quietly slumbering, the wolves had driven them away. Then we reaped the fruits of ours precious plan of traveling in company with emigrants. To leave them in their distress was not to be thought of, and we felt bound to wait until the cattle could be searched for, and if possible recovered. But the reader may be curious to know what punishment awaited the faithless Tom. By the wholesome law of the prairie, he who falls asleep on guard is condemned to walk all day, leading his horse by the bridle, and we found much fault with our companions for not enforcing such a sentence on the offender. Nevertheless, had he been of our own party, I have no doubt he would in like manner have escaped scot-free. But the emigrants went farther than mere forbearance. They decreed that since Tom couldn't stand guard without falling asleep, he shouldn't stand guard at all, and henceforward his slumbers were unbroken. Establishing such a premium on drowsiness could have no very beneficial effect upon the vigilance of our sentinels, for it is far from agreeable, after riding from sunrise to sunset, to feel your slumbers interrupted by the butt of a rifle nudging your side, and a sleepy voice growling in your ear that you must get up to shiver and freeze for 3 weary hours at midnight. Buffalo, buffalo! It was but a grim old bull roaming the prairie by himself in misanthropic seclusion, but there might be more behind the hills. Dreading the monotony and languor of the camp, Shaw and I saddled our horses, buckled our holsters in their places, and set out with Henry Chatillon in search of the game. Henry, not intending to take part in the chase, but merely conducting us, carried his rifle with him, while we left ours behind as encumbrances. We rode for some 5 or 6 miles, and saw no living thing but wolves, snakes, and prairie dogs. "This won't do at all," said Shaw. "What won't do?" "There's no wood about here to make a litter for the wounded man. I have an idea that one of us will need something of the sort before the day is over." There was some foundation for such an apprehension, for the ground was none of the best for a race, and grew worse continually as we proceeded. Indeed, it soon became desperately bad, consisting of abrupt hills and deep hollows, cut by frequent ravines, not easy to pass. At length, a mile in advance, we saw a band of bulls. Some were scattered grazing over a green declivity, while the rest were crowded more densely together in the wide hollow below. Making a circuit to keep out of sight, we rode toward them until we ascended a hill within a furlong of them, beyond which nothing intervened that could possibly screen us from their view. We dismounted behind the ridge, just out of sight, drew our saddle girths, examined our pistols, and mounting again rode over the hill and descended at a canter toward them, bending close to our horses' necks. Instantly they took the alarm. Those on the hill descended, those below gathered into a mass, and the whole got in motion, shouldering each other along at a clumsy gallop. We followed, spurring our horses to full speed, and as the herd rushed, crowding and trampling in terror through an opening in the hills, we were close at their heels, half suffocated by the clouds of dust. But as we drew near, their alarm and speed increased. Our horses showed signs of the utmost fear, bounding violently aside as we approached, and refusing to enter among the herd. The buffalo now broke into several small bodies, scampering over the hills in different directions, and I lost sight of Shaw. Neither of us knew where the other had gone. Old Pontiac ran like a frantic elephant, uphill and downhill, his ponderous hoofs striking the prairie like sledge-hammers. He showed a curious mixture of eagerness and terror, straining to overtake the panic-stricken herd, but constantly recoiling in dismay as we drew near. The fugitives indeed offered no very attractive spectacle, with their enormous weight and size, their shaggy manes, and the tattered remnants of their last winter's hair covering their backs in irregular shreds and patches, and flying off in the wind as they are. At length I urged my horse close behind a bull, and after trying in vain, by blows and spurring, to bring him alongside, I shot a bullet into the buffalo from this disadvantageous position. At the report, Pontiac swerved so much that I was again thrown a little behind the game. The bullet, entering too much in the rear, failed to disable the bull, for a buffalo requires to be shot at particular points, or he will certainly escape. The herd ran up a hill, and I followed in pursuit. As Pontiac rushed headlong down on the other side, I saw Shaw and Henry descending the hollow on the right at a leisurely gallop, and in front, the buffalo were just disappearing behind the crest of the next hill, their short tails erect and their hoofs twinkling through a cloud of dust. At that moment I heard Shaw and Henry shouting to me, but the muscles of a stronger arm than mine could not have checked at once the furious course of Pontiac, whose mouth was as insensible as leather. Added to this, I rode him that morning with a common snaffle, having the day before, for the benefit of my other horse, unbuckled from my bridle the curb which I ordinarily used. A stronger and hardier brute never trod the prairie, but the novel sight of the buffalo filled him with terror, and when at full speed he was almost uncontrollable. Gaining the top of the ridge, I saw nothing of the buffalo. They had all vanished amid the intricacies of the hills and hollows. Reloading my pistols in the best way I could, I galloped on until I saw them again scuttling along at the base of the hill, their panic somewhat abated. Down went old Pontiac among them, scattering them to the right and left, and then we had another long chase. About a dozen bulls were before us, scouring over the hills, rushing down the declivities with tremendous weight and impetuosity, and then laboring with a weary gallop upward. Still Pontiac, in spite of spurring and beating, would not close with them. One bull at length fell a little behind the rest, and by dint of much effort I urged my horse within 6 or 8 yards of his side. His back was darkened with sweat, he was panting heavily, while his tongue lolled out a foot from his jaws. Gradually I came up abreast of him, urging Pontiac with leg and rein nearer to his side, when suddenly he did what buffalo in such circumstances will always do. He slackened his gallop, and turning toward us with an aspect of mingled rage and distress, lowered his huge shaggy head for a charge. Pontiac, with a snort, leaped aside in terror, nearly throwing me to the ground, as I was wholly unprepared for such an evolution. I raised my pistol in a passion to strike him on the head, but thinking better of it, fired the bullet after the bull, who had resumed his flight, then drew rein and determined to rejoin my companions. It was high time. The breath blew hard from Pontiac's nostrils, and the sweat rolled in big drops down his sides. I myself felt as if drenched in warm water. Pledging myself, and I redeemed the pledge, to take my revenge at a future opportunity, I looked round for some indication to show me where I was, and what course I ought to pursue. I might as well have looked for landmarks in the midst of the ocean. How many miles I had run, or in what direction, I had no idea, and around me the prairie was rolling in steep swells and pitches, without a single distinctive feature to guide me. I had a little compass hung at my neck, and ignorant that the Platte at this point diverged considerably from its easterly course, I thought that by keeping to the northward I should certainly reach it. So I turned and rode about 2 hours in that direction. The prairie changed as I advanced, softening away into easier undulations, but nothing like the Platte appeared, nor any sign of a human being. The same wild, endless expanse lay around me still, and to all appearance I was as far from my object as ever. I began now to consider myself in danger of being lost, and therefore, reining in my horse, summoned the scanty share of woodcraft that I possessed, if that term be applicable upon the prairie, to extricate me. Looking round, it occurred to me that the buffalo might prove my best guides. I soon found one of the paths made by them in their passage to the river. It ran nearly at right angles to my course, but turning my horse's head in the direction it indicated, his freer gait and erected ears assured me that I was right. But in the meantime my ride had been by no means a solitary one. The whole face of the country was dotted far and wide with countless hundreds of buffalo. They trooped along in files and columns, bulls, cows, and calves, on the green faces of the declivities in front. They scrambled away over the hills to the right and left, and far off The pale blue swells in the extreme distance were dotted with innumerable specks. Sometimes I surprised shaggy old bulls grazing alone, or sleeping behind the ridges I ascended. They would leap up at my approach, stare stupidly at me through their tangled manes, and then gallop heavily away. The antelope were very numerous, and as they are always bold when in the neighborhood of buffalo, they would approach quite near to look at me, gazing intently with their great round eyes, then suddenly leap aside and stretch lightly away over the prairie, as swiftly as a racehorse. Squalid, ruffian-like wolves sneaked through the hollows and sandy ravines. Several times I passed through villages of prairie dogs, who sat, each at the mouth of his burrow, holding his paws before him in a supplicating attitude, and yelping away most vehemently, energetically whisking his little tail with every squeaking cry he uttered. Prairie dogs are not fastidious in their choice of companions. Various long, checkered snakes were sunning themselves in the midst of the village, and demure little gray owls, with a large white ring around each eye, were perched side by side with the rightful inhabitants. The prairie teemed with life. Again and again I looked toward the crowded hillsides, and was sure I saw horsemen, and riding near, with a mixture of hope and dread, for Indians were abroad, I found them transformed into a group of buffalo. There was nothing in human shape amid all this vast congregation of brute forms. When I turned down the buffalo path, the prairie seemed changed. Only a wolf or two glided past at intervals, like conscious felons, never looking to the right or left. Being now free from anxiety, I was at leisure to observe minutely the objects around me, and here, for the first time, I noticed insects wholly different from any of the varieties found farther to the eastward. Gaudy butterflies fluttered about my horse's head. Strangely formed beetles, glittering with metallic luster, were crawling upon plants that I had never seen before. Multitudes of lizards, too, were darting like lightning over the sand. I had run to a great distance from the river. It cost me a long ride on the buffalo path before I saw from the ridge of a sandhill the pale surface of the Platte glistening in the midst of its desert valleys, and the faint outline of the hills beyond waving along the sky. From where I stood, not a tree nor a bush nor a living thing was visible throughout the whole extent of the sun-scorched landscape. In half an hour I came upon the trail, not far from the river, and seeing that the party had not yet passed, I turned eastward to meet them, old Pontiac's long swinging trot again assuring me that I was right in doing so. Having been slightly ill on leaving camp in the morning, 6 or 7 hours of rough riding had fatigued me extremely. I soon stopped, therefore, flung my saddle on the ground, and with my head resting on it and my horse's trail rope tied loosely to my arm, lay waiting the arrival of the party, speculating meanwhile on the extent of the injuries Pontiac had received. At length the white wagon coverings rose from the verge of the plain. By a singular coincidence, almost at the same moment, 2 horsemen appeared, coming down from the hills. They were Shaw and Henry, who had searched for me a while in the morning, but well knowing the futility of the attempt in such a broken country, had placed themselves on the top of the highest hill they could find, and picketing their horses near them as a signal to me, had laid down and fallen asleep. The stray cattle had been recovered, as the emigrants told us, about noon. Before sunset we pushed forward 8 miles farther. June 7th, 1846. 4 men are missing. R., Sorrel, and 2 emigrants. They set out this morning after buffalo, and have not yet made their appearance. Whether killed or lost, we cannot tell. I find the above in my notebook, and well remember the council held on the occasion. Our fire was the scene of it, for the palpable superiority of Henry Chatillon's experience and skill made him the resort of the whole camp upon every question of difficulty. He was molding bullets at the fire when the captain drew near, with the perturbed and careworn expression of countenance faithfully reflected on the heavy features of Jack, who followed close behind. Then emigrants came straggling from their wagons toward the common center. Various suggestions were made to account for the absence of the 4 men, and 1 or 2 of the emigrants declared that when out after the cattle they had seen Indians dogging them, and crawling like wolves along the ridges of the hills. At this the captain slowly shook his head with double gravity and solemnly remarked, "It's a serious thing to be traveling through this cursed wilderness," an opinion in which Jack immediately expressed a thorough coincidence. Henry would not commit himself by declaring any positive opinion. "Maybe he only follow the buffalo too far. Maybe Indian kill him. Maybe he got lost. I cannot tell." With this the auditors were obliged to rest content. The emigrants, not in the least alarmed, though curious to know what had become of their comrades, walked back to their wagons, and the captain betook himself pensively to his tent. Shaw and I followed his example. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. In the Rocky Mountains by John C. Fremont. Leaving camp about 11 o'clock on August 25th, we traveled a short distance down the river and halted to noon on the bank, at a point where the road quits the valley of Bear River and, crossing a ridge which divides the Great Basin from the Pacific waters, reaches Fort Hall, by way of the Portneuf River, in a distance of probably 50 miles or 2½ days' journey for wagons. An examination of the Great Lake, which is the outlet of the river and the principal feature of geographical interest in the basin, was one of the main objects contemplated in the general plan of our survey, and I accordingly determined at this place to leave the road and, after having completed a reconnaissance of the lake, regain it subsequently at Fort Hall. But our little stock of provisions had again become extremely low. We had only dried meat sufficient for 1 meal, and our supply of flour and other comforts was entirely exhausted. I therefore immediately dispatched one of the party, Henry Lee, with a note to Carson at Fort Hall, directing him to load a pack-horse with whatever could be obtained there in the way of provisions, and endeavor to overtake me on the river. In the meantime, we had picked up along the road 2 tolerably well-grown calves, which would have become food for wolves, and which had probably been left by some of the earlier emigrants, none of those we had met having made any claim to them, and on these I mainly relied for support during our circuit to the lake. In sweeping around the point of the mountain which runs down into the bend, the river here passes between perpendicular walls of basalt, which always fix the attention, from the regular form in which it occurs and its perfect distinctness from the surrounding rocks among which it has been placed. The mountain, which is rugged and steep, and, by our measurement, 1,400 feet above the river, directly opposite the place of our halt, is called the Sheep Rock, probably because a flock of the common mountain sheep, Ovis montana, has been seen on the craggy point. As we were about resuming our march in the afternoon, I was attracted by the singular appearance of an isolated hill with a concave summit in the plain, about 2 miles from the river, and turned off toward it, while the camp proceeded on its way to the southward in search of the lake. I found the thin and stony soil of the plain entirely underlaid by the basalt which forms the river walls, and when I reached the neighborhood of the hill, the surface of the plain was rent into frequent fissures and chasms of the same scoriated volcanic rock, from 40 to 60 feet deep, but which there was not sufficient light to penetrate entirely, and which I had not time to descend. Arrived at the summit of the hill, I found that it terminated in a very perfect crater, of an oval or nearly circular form, 360 paces in circumference, and 60 feet at the greatest depth. The walls, which were perfectly vertical, and disposed like masonry in a very regular manner, were composed of a brown-colored scoriaceous lava, evidently the production of a modern volcano, and having all the appearance of the lighter scoriaceous lavas of Mount Etna, Vesuvius, and other volcanoes. The faces of the walls were reddened and glazed by the fire in which they had been melted, and which had left them contorted and twisted by its violent action. Our route during the afternoon was a little rough, being, in the direction we had taken, over a volcanic plain, where our progress was sometimes obstructed by fissures and black beds composed of fragments of the rock. On both sides the mountains appeared very broken, but tolerably well timbered. August 26th. Crossing a point of ridge which makes into the river, we fell upon it again before sunset, and encamped on the right bank, opposite to the encampment of 3 lodges of Snake Indians. They visited us during the evening, and we obtained from them a small quantity of roots of different kinds in exchange for goods. Among them was a sweet root of very pleasant flavor, having somewhat the taste of preserved quince. My endeavors to become acquainted with the plants which furnished to the Indians a portion of their support were only gradually successful, and after long and persevering attention, and even after obtaining, I did not succeed in preserving them until they could be satisfactorily determined. In this portion of the journey I found this particular root cut up into such small pieces that it was only to be identified by its taste, when the bulb was met with in perfect form among the Indians lower down on the Columbia, among whom it is the highly celebrated camas. It was long afterward, on our return through Upper California, that I found the plant itself in bloom, which I supposed to furnish the camas root, Camassia esculenta. The root diet had a rather mournful effect at the commencement, and one of the calves was killed this evening for food. The animals fared well on rushes. August 27th. The morning was cloudy, with appearance of rain, and the thermometer at sunrise at 29 degrees. Making an unusually early start, we crossed the river at a good ford, and following for about 3 hours a trail which led along the bottom, we entered a labyrinth of hills below the main ridge, and halted to noon in the ravine of a pretty little stream, timbered with cottonwood of a large size, ash-leafed maple, with cherry and other shrubby trees. The hazy weather, which had prevented any very extended views since entering the Green River Valley, began now to disappear. There was a slight rain in the earlier part of the day, and at noon, when the thermometer had risen to 79.5 degrees, we had a bright sun with blue sky and scattered cumuli. According to the barometer, our halt here among the hills was at an elevation of 5,320 feet. Crossing a dividing ridge in the afternoon, we followed down another Little Bear River tributary to the point where it emerged on an open green flat among the hills, timbered with groves and bordered with cane thickets, but without water. A pretty little rivulet, coming out of the hillside and overhung by tall flowering plants of a species I had not hitherto seen, furnished us with a good camping place. The evening was cloudy, the temperature at sunset 69 degrees, and the elevation 5,140 feet. Among the plants occurring along the line of road during the day, Epinette des Prairies, Grindelia squarosa, was in considerable abundance, and is among the very few plants remaining in bloom, the whole country having now an autumnal appearance, in the crisp and yellow plants, and dried up grasses. Many cranes were seen during the day, with a few antelopes, very shy and wild. August 28th. During the night we had a thunderstorm, with moderate rain, which has made the air this morning very clear, the thermometer being at 55 degrees. Leaving our encampment at the Cane Spring, and quitting the trail on which we had been traveling, and which would probably have afforded us a good road to the lake, we crossed some very deep ravines, and, in about an hour's traveling, again reached the river. We were now in a valley 5 or 6 miles wide, between mountain ranges, which, about 30 miles below, appeared to close up and terminate the valley, leaving for the river only a very narrow pass, or canon, behind which we imagined that we should find the broad waters of the lake. We made the usual halt at the mouth of a small clear stream, having a slightly mineral taste, perhaps of salt, 4,760 feet above the Gulf. In the afternoon we climbed a very steep sandy hill, and, after a slow and winding day's march of 27 miles, encamped at a slough on the river. There were great quantities of geese and ducks, of which only a few were shot, the Indians having probably made them very wild. The men employed themselves in fishing, but caught nothing. A skunk, Mephitis americana, which was killed in the afternoon, made a supper for one of the messes. The river is bordered occasionally with fields of cane, which were regarded as an indication of our approach to a lake country. We had frequent showers of rain during the night, with thunder. August 29th. The thermometer at sunrise was 54 degrees, with air from the northwest, and dark rainy clouds moving on the horizon, rain squalls and bright sunshine by intervals. I rode ahead with Basil to explore the country, and, continuing about 3 miles along the river, turned directly off on a trail running toward 3 marked gaps in the bordering range, where the mountains appeared cut through to their bases, toward which the river plain rose gradually. Putting our horses into a gallop on some fresh tracks, which showed very plainly in the wet path, we came suddenly upon a small party of Shoshone Indians who had fallen into the trail from the north. We could only communicate by signs, but they made us understand that the road through the chain was a very excellent one, leading into a broad valley which ran to the southward. We halted to noon at what may be called the gate of the pass, on either side of which were huge mountains of rock, between which stole a little pure water stream, with a margin just sufficiently large for our passage. From the river the plain had gradually risen to an altitude of 5,500 feet, and by meridian observation the latitude of the entrance was 42 degrees. In the interval of our usual halt, several of us wandered along up the stream to examine the pass more at leisure. Within the gate the rocks receded a little back, leaving a very narrow but most beautiful valley, through which the little stream wound its way, hidden by different kinds of trees and shrubs, aspen, maple, willow, cherry, and elder. A fine verdure of smooth, short grass spread over the remaining space to the bare sides of the rocky walls. These were of a blue limestone, which constitutes the mountain here, and opening directly on the grassy bottom were several curious caves, which appeared to be inhabited by root diggers. On one side was gathered a heap of leaves for a bed, and they were dry, open, and pleasant. On the roofs of the caves I remarked bituminous exudations from the rock. The most remarkable feature of the pass is the standing rock, which has fallen from the cliffs above, and standing perpendicularly near the middle of the valley, presents itself like a watchtower in the pass. It will give you a tolerably correct idea of the character of the scenery in this country, where generally the mountains rise abruptly up from comparatively unbroken plains and level valleys. But it will entirely fail in representing the picturesque beauty of this delightful place, where a green valley, full of foliage and 100 yards wide, contrasts with naked crags that spire up into a blue line of pinnacles 3,000 feet above, sometimes crested with cedar and pine, and sometimes ragged and bare. The detention we met with in opening the road, and perhaps a willingness to linger on the way, made the afternoon's travel short, and about 2 miles from the entrance we passed through another gate, and encamped on the stream at the junction of a little fork from the southward, around which the mountains stooped more gently down, forming a small open cove. As it was still early in the afternoon, Basil and myself in one direction, and Mr. Preuss in another, set out to explore the country, and ascended different neighboring peaks in the hope of seeing some indications of the lake. But though our elevation afforded magnificent views, the eye ranging over a long extent of bare river, with the broad and fertile Cache Valley in the direction of our search, was only to be seen a bed of apparently impracticable mountains. Among these the trail we had been following turned sharply to the northward, and it began to be doubtful if it would not lead us away from the object of our destination. But I nevertheless determined to keep it, in the belief that it would eventually bring us right. A squall of rain drove us out of the mountain, and it was late when we reached the camp. The evening closed in with frequent showers of rain, with some lightning and thunder. August 30th. We had constant thunderstorms during the night, but in the morning the clouds were sinking to the horizon and the air was clear and cold, with the thermometer at sunrise at 39 degrees, elevation by barometer 5,580 feet. We were in motion early, continuing up the little stream without encountering any ascent where a horse would not easily gallop, and, crossing a slight dividing ground at the summit, descended upon a small stream, along which we continued on the same excellent road. In riding through the pass numerous cranes were seen, and prairie hens, or grouse, Bonus umbellus, which lately had been rare, were very abundant. This little affluent brought us to a larger stream, down which we traveled through a more open bottom, on a level road where heavily laden wagons could pass without obstacle. The hills on the right grew lower, and, on entering a more open country, we discovered a Shoshone village, and being desirous to obtain information and purchase from them some roots and berries, we halted on the river, which was lightly wooded with cherry, willow, maple, serviceberry, and aspen. The barometer indicated a height of 5,170 feet. A number of Indians came immediately over to visit us, and several men were sent to the village with goods, tobacco, knives, cloth, vermilion, and the usual trinkets to exchange for provisions. Several of the Indians drew aside their blankets, showing me their lean and bony figures, and I would not any longer tempt them with a display of our merchandise to part with their wretched subsistence, when they gave as a reason that it would expose them to temporary starvation. A great portion of the region inhabited by this nation formerly abounded in game, the buffalo ranging about in herds, as we had found them on the eastern waters, and the plains dotted with scattered bands of antelope. But so rapidly have they disappeared within a few years that now, as we journeyed along, an occasional buffalo skull and a few wild antelope were all that remained of the abundance which had covered the country with animal life. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Polar Research by George Gerland. Leaving out of view the commercial enterprises of the ancient inhabitants of the Iberian Peninsula and the voyages of the primitive Celtic people of Britain, the earliest explorer of the North was a young contemporary of Alexander the Great, Pytheas of Marsilia, who braved the perils of that region impelled by purely scientific motives. He returned with abundant results, but was not understood by the people of his time, and more than 2,000 years elapsed before men sailed north again in scientific inquiry. It is true that many voyages were made to the north during the Middle Ages. The Northmen during that period founded colonies in Greenland, in the farthest north, as their countrymen settled in the fair southern regions of Apulia and Sicily, but both sets of settlements failed to be a permanent establishment. The voyage of the Venetian Zeno to the Faroe Islands in 1390 was without historical significance, and the voyage of Christopher Columbus beyond Iceland in 1477 is mythical. At the close of the Middle Ages, when the deficiency of knowledge of the earth was great, avarice and the quest for the goods of the South led men into the northern ice. They sought to reach India by the shortest possible routes, where they would not meet rivals and enemies. This was the object of Magellan's circumnavigation. The Ceterum Censeo of James Lancaster asserted that the way to India was north, around America. India was the object of the polar navigators, Cabot in the 15th, Frobisher and Davis in the 16th, and Hudson and Baffin in the 17th centuries, to name only a few of the most famous. It is astonishing what these daring British and Dutch sailors risked, suffered, and gained. In the 17th century appeared such men as Kepler, Cassini, Newton, and Boyle. The shape of the earth was actively discussed, improved maps were made, and new aims and motives were conceived, the development of which has caused the 19th century to be so sharply distinguished from its predecessors. Now knowledge of the earth is sought for itself, and in this respect the polar research of the present has all at once assumed another aspect, under which it is differentiated from that of the past. Northwestern and northeastern passages have been sought in our days, but not in order to reach India. When McClure achieved the former in 1852, and Nordenskjöld the latter in 1879, the value attached to the discoveries was not that they furnished routes, but that a correct knowledge of the northern coasts of the two continents and rich stores of other scientific information had been gained by them. Fruits like those, no longer the interests of trade, justified the high prizes which the English government offered for the discovery of the passage, and the costly expeditions which were dispatched for that purpose. The early trade routes became highways for scientific investigation, and the nature of the polar regions as a whole was inquired into. Such objects were pursued by individuals. Scoresby, while hunting for whales, made constant studies of the highest scientific value of the hydrography, magnetism, and meteorology of the Arctic regions, and so did Carl Ludwig Giesecke, afterward professor of mineralogy at Dublin, who traveled through East and West Greenland from 1807 to 1813, solely for the thorough study of the geology of their coasts. Till 1860 the English, and afterward the Americans with them, were in the front as polar explorers. The most important results of their work were the discovery of the magnetic pole in 1831 by John and James Ross, the definition of the coast of Arctic America, and numerous single observations. More recently other nations have come forward, the Danes in Greenland and the Swedes, whose most illustrious representative is Nordenskjöld. 2 German expeditions have been sent to East Greenland. An Austrian expedition under Weyprecht and Preyer has discovered Franz Joseph Land. The Dutch have explored south of Spitzbergen, the Russians on the northern coast of Siberia, and now with Nansen and Mohn the Norwegians have advanced to the very front. In 1882-83, at the instance of the German Neumayer and the Austrian Weyprecht, a chain of observation stations was established around the pole to be kept up for a year, an enterprise in which Germany, England, the United States, Russia, Austria, France, Sweden, Norway, and Finland took part. The year 1883 was further marked by Nordenskjöld's return from the inland ice of Greenland, and by Nansen's conception of his scheme for traversing Greenland on snowshoes, which he carried into effect the next year. North Polar research is therefore almost exclusively the work of the Germanic nations, for the Russian explorers have been chiefly of that stock. The Romanic nations, no less seafaring people, have kept away from the North Pole, but France has done something in South Polar exploration. The South Pole has been comparatively neglected on account of the unfavorable character of its surroundings. Large masses of land are wanting, and the immense wastes of water of the South offer only a few islands possessing neither large mammals nor human inhabitants, while the Eskimos of the North are of incalculable advantage to exploration. Magellan's southern voyage was not followed up for 250 years. The first after him to reach high southern latitudes was James Cook in 1774, and no other similar expeditions followed for 50 years more. Those best known were those of the French under Dumont d'Urville in 1839, of the Americans under Wilkes, and of the English under James Ross, who in 1842 penetrated to the 78th degree, the highest southern latitude yet attained. After a year's maintenance of a German station on the South Georgian Islands, and of a French station at the southern point of America, both of which belong to the international system of 1883, and after a few dashes southward in later years, a number of nations, Germany, Austria, England, the United States, and others, are again preparing to cooperate in another polar siege at the austral end of the world for the benefit of science. Nowhere are more questions to be found for which to seek answers than in the polar regions. Here the magneto-electric light of the earth manifests itself in the wonderful phenomenon of the northern lights. All the wind currents of the earth press toward the pole, and the sea currents too. Curious dispositions of nature are found here, with great volcanoes, the outer cones of which are constituted of strata of ice covered with lava, and under the masses of ice we discover remains of plants that demonstrate the presence, not so very long ago, of a flourishing tropical or subtropical vegetation instead of the present ice. We meet mountains of ice everywhere, and everywhere the Arctic region is sublime. There is thus much to observe and much to learn in these regions for the satisfaction of our irresistible longings. First, we are able to study in the polar regions the division of land and sea, the size, elevation, and topography of the land, the whole question, in short, of polar geography. The form of the earth's surface is not casual, but is the result of interactions of the crust and the interior of the globe. The discovery by Nansen's expedition of the profundity of the polar sea tallies with Professor Mohn's observations of the great depths between Greenland and Spitzbergen, and with those of the fjords and interinsular channels of the North Atlantic. Further, the sea bottoms are penetrated by volcanoes, some of them still active, here single as in Jan Mayen Island, there in groups as in Franz Josef Land and Fire Island. A marked difference exists in this respect between the Atlantic half of the polar regions north of Europe and eastern North America, where disturbance and divisions of the land are the rule, and the Pacific side, north of Siberia and western America, where quiet prevails with regular coast forms and few islands. The lands on the Atlantic side have, moreover, been gradually rising for an incalculable length of time, and are still rising, while those on the opposite side have, until very recently, been subsiding. These facts, selected as examples from a great number of phenomena, may serve to illustrate how important is a knowledge of the polar regions to that of the earth as a whole. Its importance is, in fact, quite beyond comprehension. So the magnetism of the earth, the colored beams of the northern lights, the flickering of their draperies and bands, are of interest far beyond their relations to the earth alone, for the movement of the magnetic elements reflects the processes of the sun's atmosphere, and may be connected with the immense periods of the revolution of our solar system. A relation between the northern lights and the weather has been established by repeated observations, and that brings us to another group of phenomena, those of meteorology, which are of interest to the whole earth and are especially remarkable in the polar regions. An interchange of great wind currents between the equator and the poles is constantly going on, upon which the movements of the atmosphere and the pressure in the intermediate regions are ultimately dependent, and the study of the atmospheric phenomena of the polar regions is indispensable to our proper knowledge of them. The excess of heat at the equator forces masses of air into the highest regions of the atmosphere. The congestion at the pole, the necessary consequence of accumulation there, forces them back to the earth. On their way through the higher regions, these masses are attenuated and cooled, so that, even when condensed at their sinking, they cannot overcome the polar cold, and as they bring little moisture and consequently little cloudiness, the radiation of heat goes on continuously during the long polar night, the more so because snow and ice are extremely good radiators. Hence, the extreme cold which Nansen found in Greenland, and which makes that interior a second pole of cold along with that in the interior of Siberia, is fully explained. Yet the winds contribute to the warming of the polar sea. They drive the waters from warmer regions in wide, superficial currents into the higher latitudes, where, being heavier in consequence of their greater content of salt than the fresher water resulting from the melting of the glaciers and the ice, and from the outpour of the great Siberian rivers, they sink beneath them to the bottom and keep the temperature of the sea constantly above the freezing point. The colder, lighter water has to give way to these undersea currents and flows into the Atlantic Ocean, cooling the American coasts. At the South Pole, currents flow in from all the seas, and superficial waters spread into all the oceans. How shall we account for the masses of polar ice, for the immense icebergs, and the glaciation of Greenland? The snowfall of the polar regions is light. The air is nowhere drier than over the cold glacier ice, as is proved every day in Switzerland by the quickness with which clothes dry when hung over it. At the same time the ice is covered with extremely fine, hardly visible snow crystals. If we boil water in a retort which is connected with another vessel containing a piece of ice, all the steam will pass over onto the ice and deposit itself as ice upon it. The same takes place in a larger degree on the earth, where the retort is the warm evaporating water of the tropical regions, the connecting pipe is the upper atmosphere, and the thickening ice is at the pole. Thus, without any rain or snow falling, all the moisture and all the vapor is withdrawn from the atmosphere by this ice and deposited upon it in fine crystals. And as the influx of air is constant and all-pervading, a never-ceasing supply of frost is going on all the time. In consequence of the larger quantity of moisture, the process is still more marked and regular at the South Pole. The explanation of the glaciation of the northern part of our temperate zone during the Ice Age, still unfound, is a matter of great importance, for the present topography of the land was brought out and the organic life of the whole earth was modified by it, and it is the general opinion that the solution of the problem is to be found, if it is found, by the study of the polar regions. In the period immediately preceding the Ice Age, the polar regions were not covered with ice, but had a rich growth of plants, reaching up even to the glaciers of their mountains, and plants were represented in them which are now known only in warmer climates. This was a very noteworthy time in the history of the earth. Organic life in the continents, at least, was in its greatest extension, and, I believe, specificism and diversity. The forests also were more luxuriant than now, and this was the time when man originated. Upon this came the Ice Age, during which man was scattered over the whole world and organic beings were divided, according to their capacity to resist the cold, into the three great classes of Arctic, temperate, and tropical life, a division which probably existed too during the earlier period, but then only locally, as on mountain ranges. The study of the organic life of the poles is therefore of the greatest importance for the understanding of the history of the organic life of our planet, and the more so because the Arctic region has always been an important station for the distribution of organisms. The plants and animals of the South Polar lands, on the contrary, and of the pointed southern continental terminations, have never shown any permanent community with one another. This peculiar feature of the southern continents appeared very early. Knowledge concerning the origin and spread of peoples may likewise receive valuable contributions from polar research. That is shown by the Eskimos, and their wonderful adaptation to that nature which is so destructive to civilized peoples. In this we have a clear demonstration of the maxim which is one of the most important, if not the most important law of all organic and human life, that what is to be permanent can be brought about only by gradual, extremely slow formation, never by sudden, immediate transition, or by sharp, violent breach. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. An ancient Mexican palace, by Desiree Charnay. We cleared away rubbish until we reached the floor, following the walls, corners, and openings of the various apartments, as we had done at Tula, and when, 3 days later, the engineer joined us, 10 rooms forming part of the house had been unearthed. He was so surprised at our success that, stopping short, he exclaimed, "Why, it is our Tula Palace over again!" And so it was. Inner court, apartments on different levels, everything as we had found before, save that here the rooms were much larger and most supported by pillars. One of these chambers measured 49 feet on one side, that is, 732 feet in circumference. The walls, nearly 6 feet 7 inches thick, are built of stone and mortar, encrusted with deep cement, sloping up about 3 feet and terminating perpendicularly. The center of the room is occupied by 6 pillars on which rose stone, brick, or wood columns bearing the roof. This is undoubtedly a palace, and these are the reception rooms. The sleeping apartments were behind. Unfortunately, they lie under cultivated ground covered with Indian corn, so we are not permitted to disturb them. In the large room we observed small stone rings fixed to the wall, and on each side of the entrance, also fixed to the wall, 2 small painted slabs. What had been their use? To support lights at night? But how was that possible? For even now the only lights the natives use are ocotes, pieces of resinous wood, whilst the slabs bear no traces of smoke. I had, it is true, met in the course of my excavations with terracotta objects which might have been taken for candlesticks, but to which I had attached no importance, when I suddenly remembered a passage in Sahagan bearing on the subject. The chandler, who knows how to do his work first, bleaches, cleans, and melts the wax, and when in a liquid state he pours it on a wick and rolls it between 2 slabs, he sometimes puts a layer of black wax within a white layer, etc. My first supposition had been right. Here also the floors and walls are coated with mortar, stucco, or cement, save that in the dwellings of the rich, necessarily few, they are ornamented with figures, as principal subject, with a border like an Aubusson carpet. The colors are not at all effaced. Red, black, blue, yellow, and white are still discernible. A few examples of these frescoes are to be seen in the Trocadero. I am convinced that numerous treasures might be brought to light were regular excavations to be made, but the Mexican government, which would have most interest in such a work, does not seem to care to undertake it. Leaving my men under the direction of Colonel Castro, I returned to the Path of Death, composed of a great number of small mounds. Laudalis, the tombs of great men. They are arranged symmetrically in avenues terminating at the sides of the great pyramids, on a plain of some 620 feet to 975 feet in length. Fronting them are cemented steps, which must have been used as seats by the spectators during funeral ceremonies or public festivities. On the left, amidst a mass of ruins, are broken pillars, said to have belonged to a temple. The huge capitals have some traces of sculpture. Next comes a quadrangular block, of which a cast is to be found in the main gallery of the Trocadero. In the course of my excavations I had found now and again numerous pieces of worked obsidian, precious stones, beads, etc., within the circuit of ants' nests, which these busy insects had extracted from the ground in digging their galleries. And now, on the summit of the lesser pyramid, I again came upon my friends, and among the things I picked out of their nests was a perfect earring of obsidian, very small and as thin as a sheet of paper. It is not so curious as it seems at first, for we are disturbing a ground formed by 50 generations. Glass does not seem to have been known to the Indians, for although Tezcatlipoca was often figured with a pair of spectacles, they may only have been figurative ones like those of the manuscripts, terracotta, or bassi relievi, for there is nothing to show that they had any idea of optics. I now went back to my men, when to my great delight I found they had unearthed two large slabs showing the entrance of two sepulchres. They were the first I had yet found, and considering them very important, I immediately telegraphed to Messrs. Chavero and Berra, both of whom are particularly interested in American archaeology. I expected to see them come by the very next train to view not only the tombstones, but also the palace, which attracted a great many visitors. But to my surprise one sent word that he had a headache, while the other pleaded a less poetic ailment. One of the slabs closed a vault, and the other a cave with perpendicular walls. We went down the former by a flight of steps, in fairly good condition, yet it was a long and rather dangerous affair, for we were first obliged to demolish a wall facing us in which we found a skull, before we could get to the room which contained the tombs. The vases within them are exactly like those we found in the plaza, except that one is filled with a fatty substance, like burnt flesh, mixed with some kind of stuff, the woof of which is still discernible, besides beads of serpentine, bones of dogs and squirrels, knives of obsidian twisted by the action of fire. We know from Sahagun that the dead were buried with their clothes and their dogs to guide and defend them in their long journey. When the dead were ushered into the presence of the king of the netherworld, Mictlantecuhtli, they offered him papers, bundles of sticks, pine wood, and perfumed reeds, together with loosely twisted threads of white and red cotton, a manta, a maxtli, tunics, and shirts. When a woman died, her whole wardrobe was carefully put aside and a portion burnt 80 days after. This operation was repeated on that day 12 months for 4 years, when everything that had belonged to the deceased was finally consumed. The dead then came out of the first circle to go successively through 9 others encompassed by a large river. On its banks were a number of dogs which helped their owners to cross the river. Whenever a ghost neared the bank, his dog immediately jumped into the river and swam by his side or carried him to the opposite bank. It was on this account that Indians had always several dogs about them. The speech which was addressed to the dead when laid out previous to being buried is so remarkable as to make one suspect that the author unconsciously added something of his own. Son, your earthly hardships and sufferings are over. We are but mortal, and it has pleased the Lord to call you to himself. We had the privilege of being intimately acquainted with you, but now you share the abode of the gods, whither we shall all follow, for such is the destiny of man. The place is large enough to receive everyone, but although all are bound for the gloomy bourne, none ever return. Then followed the speech addressed to the nearest kinsman of the dead. O son, cheer up, eat, drink, and let not your mind be cast down. Against the divine fiat who can contend? This is not of man's doing, it is the Lord's. Take comfort to bear up against the evils of daily life. For who is able to add a day, an hour to his existence? Cheer up, therefore, as becomes a man. But to return to our tombstones. They are both alike, being about 5 feet high, 3 feet 5 inches broad, and 6½ inches thick. The upper side is smooth, the lower has some carving in the shape of a cross, 4 big tears or drops of water, and a pointed tongue in the center, which, starting from the bottom of the slab, runs up in a line parallel to the drops. Knowing how general was the worship of Tlaloc among the Indians, I conjectured this has been a monument to the god of rain, to render him propitious to the dead, a view shared and enlarged upon by Dr. Hamy in a paper read before the Académie des Sciences in November, 1882, and that I should be in accord with the eminent specialist on American antiquities is a circumstance to make me proud. I may add that the carving of this slab is similar to that of the cross on the famous basso relievo at Palenque, so that the probability of the 2 monuments having been erected to the god of rain is much strengthened thereby. As our slabs are far more archaic than those at Palenque, we think we are justified in calling them earlier in time, the parent samples of the later ones. Nor is our assumption unsupported, for we shall subsequently find that the cult of Tlaloc and Quetzalcoatl was carried by the Toltecs in their distant peregrinations. These slabs, therefore, and the pillars which were found in the village, acquire a paramount importance in establishing the affiliation of Toltec settlements in Tabasco, Yucatan, and other places, furnishing us with further data in regard to certain monuments at Palenque, the steles of Tikal, and the massive monolith idols of Copan. I next attacked the terrace court fronting the palace toward the path of death, and the amount of constructions and substructures we came upon is almost beyond belief. Inclined, stuccoed walls crossing each other in all directions, flights of steps leading to terraces within the pyramid, ornaments, pottery, and detritus, so much so that the pyramid might not improperly be called a necropolis in which the living had their dwellings. In a word, our campaign at Teotihuacan was as successful as our campaign at Tula. We were attended by the same good fortune, and the reader whom such things may interest will find a bas-relief of both Toltec palaces and of one of the tombstones in the Trocadero. From what has been said, it will be seen that the monuments at Teotihuacan were partly standing at the time of the conquest. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Ascent of Mount Tyndall by Clarence King. Climbing became exceedingly difficult. Light air, for we had already reached 12,500 feet, beginning to tell on our lungs to such an extent that my friend, who had taken turns with me in carrying my pack, was unable to do so any longer, and I adjusted it to my own shoulders for the rest of the day. After 4 hours of slow, laborious work, we made the base of the debris slope, which rose about 1,000 feet to a saddle pass in the western mountain wall, that range upon which Mount Brewer, named after our comrade, is so prominent a point. We were nearly an hour in toiling up this slope over an uncertain footing, which gave way at almost every step. At last, when almost at the top, we paused to take breath, and then all walked out upon the crest, laid off our packs, and sat down together upon the summit of the ridge, and for a few moments not a word was spoken. The Sierras are here two parallel summit ranges. We were upon the crest of the western range and looked down into a gulf 5,000 feet deep, sinking from our feet in abrupt cliffs nearly or quite 2,000 feet, whose base plunged into a broad field of snow lying steep and smooth for a great distance, but broken near its foot by craggy steps often 1,000 feet high. Vague blue haze obscured the lost depths, hiding details, giving a bottomless distance out of which, like the breath of wind, floated up a faint treble, vibrating upon the senses, yet never clearly heard. Rising on the other side, cliff above cliff, precipice piled upon precipice, rock over rock, up against sky, towered the most gigantic mountain wall in America, culminating in a noble pile of Gothic finished granite and enamel-like snow. How grand and inviting looked its white form, its untrodden, unknown crest, so high and pure in the clear, strong blue. I looked at it as one contemplating the purpose of his life, and for just one moment I would have rather liked to dodge that purpose, or to have waited, or to have found some excellent reason why I might not go. But all this quickly vanished, leaving a cheerful resolve to go ahead. From the two opposing mountain walls singular, thin, knife-blade ridges of stone jutted out, dividing the sides of the gulf into a series of amphitheaters, each one a labyrinth of ice and rock. Piercing thick beds of snow sprang up, knobs and straight isolated spires of rock, mere obelisks curiously carved by frost, their rigid slender forms casting a blue, sharp shadow upon the snow. Embosomed in depressions of ice, or resting on broken ledges, were azure lakes, deeper in tone than the sky, which at this altitude, even at midday, has a violet duskiness. To the south, not more than 8 miles, a wall of peaks stood across the gulf, dividing the Kings, which flowed north at our feet, from the Kern River that flowed down the trough in the opposite direction. I did not wonder that Brewer and Hoffman pronounced our undertaking impossible, but when I looked at Cotter there was such complete bravery in his eye that I asked him if he were ready to start. His old answer, "Why not?" left the initiative with me, so I told Professor Brewer that we would bid him good bye. Our friends helped us on with our packs in silence, and as we shook hands there was not a dry eye in the party. Before he let go of my hand, Professor Brewer asked me for my plan, and I had to own that I had but one, which was to reach the highest peak in the range. After looking in every direction, I was obliged to confess that I saw as yet no practicable way. We bade them a good bye, receiving their "God bless you" in return, and started southward along the range to look for some possible cliff to descend. Brewer, Gardner, and Hoffman turned north to push upward to the summit of Mount Brewer and complete their observations. We saw them whenever we halted, until at last, on the very summit, their microscopic forms were for the last time visible. With very great difficulty we climbed a peak which surmounted our wall just to the south of the pass, and, looking over the eastern brink, found that the precipice was still sheer and unbroken. In one place, where the snow lay against it to the very top, we went to its edge and contemplated the slide. About 3,000 feet of unbroken white, at a fearfully steep angle, lay below us. We threw a stone over it and watched it bound until it was lost in the distance. After fearful leaps we could only detect it by the flashings of snow where it struck, and as these were in some instances 300 feet apart, we decided not to launch our own valuable bodies, and the still more precious barometer, after it. There seemed but one possible way to reach our goal. That was to make our way along the summit of the cross ridge which projected between the two ranges. This divide sprang out from our Mount Brewer wall, about 4 miles to the south of us. To reach it we must climb up and down over the indented edge of the Mount Brewer wall. In attempting to do this, we had a rather lively time scaling a sharp granite needle, where we found our course completely stopped by precipices 400 and 500 feet in height. Ahead of us the summit continued to be broken into fantastic pinnacles, leaving us no hope of making our way along it, so we sought the most broken part of the eastern descent, and began to climb down. The heavy knapsacks, beside wearing our shoulders gradually into a black and blue state, overbalanced us terribly, and kept us in constant danger of pitching headlong. At last, taking them off, Cotter climbed down until he found a resting place upon a cleft of rock. Then I lowered them to him with our lasso, afterward descending cautiously to his side, taking my turn in pioneering downward, receiving the freight of knapsacks as before. In this manner we consumed more than half the afternoon in descending 1,000 feet of broken, precipitous slope, and it was almost sunset when we found ourselves upon fields of level snow which lay white and thick over the whole interior slope of the amphitheater. The gorge below us seemed utterly impassable. At our backs the Mount Brewer wall either rose in sheer cliffs or in broken, rugged stairway, such as had offered us our descent. From this cruel dilemma the cross divide furnished the only hope, and the sole chance of scaling that was at its junction with the Mount Brewer wall. Toward this point we directed our course, and regions of debris, reaching about sunset the last alcove of the amphitheater, just at the foot of the Mount Brewer wall. It was evidently impossible for us to attempt to climb it that evening, and we looked about the desolate recesses for a sheltered camping spot. A high granite wall surrounded us upon three sides, recurving to the southward in long elliptical curves, no part of the summit being less than 2,000 feet above us, the higher crags not infrequently reaching 3,000 feet. A single field of snow swept around the base of the rock and covered the whole amphitheater, except where a few spikes and rounded masses of granite rose through it, and where two frozen lakes with their blue ice disks broke the monotonous surface. Through the white snow gate of our amphitheater, as through a frame, we looked eastward upon the summit group. Not a tree, not a vestige of vegetation in sight. Sky, snow, and granite the only elements in this wild picture. After searching for a shelter, we at last found a granite crevice near the margin of one of the frozen lakes, a sort of shelf just large enough for Cotter and me, where we hastened to make our bed, having first filled the canteen from a small stream that trickled over the ice, knowing that in a few moments the rapid chill would freeze it. We ate our supper of cold venison and bread, and whittled from the sides of the wooden barometer case shaving enough to warm water for a cup of miserably tepid tea, and then, packing our provisions and instruments away at the head of the shelf, rolled ourselves in our blankets and lay down to enjoy the view. After such fatiguing exercises, the mind has an almost abnormal clearness. Whether this is wholly from within or due to the intensely vitalizing mountain air, I am not sure. Probably both contribute to the state of exaltation in which all alpine climbers find themselves. The solid granite gave me a luxurious repose, and I lay on the edge of our little rock niche and watched the strange yet brilliant scene. All the snow of our recess lay in the shadow of the high granite wall to the west, but the Kern Divide, which curved around us from the southeast, was in full light, its broken skyline battlemented and adorned with innumerable rough-hewn spires and pinnacles, was a mass of glowing orange, intensely defined against the deep violet sky. At the open end of our horseshoe amphitheater, to the east, its floor of snow rounded over in a smooth brink, overhanging precipices which sank 2,000 feet into the King's Cañon. Across the gulf rose the whole procession of summit peaks, their lower half rooted in a deep, somber shadow cast by the western wall. The heights bathed in a warm purple haze, in which the irregular marbling of snow burned with a pure crimson light. A few fleecy clouds, dyed fiery orange, drifted slowly eastward across the narrow zone of sky which stretched from summit to summit like a roof. At times the sound of waterfalls, faint and mingled with echoes, floated up through the still air. The snow near by lay in cold, ghastly shade, warmed here and there in strange flashes by light reflected downward from drifting clouds. The somber waste about us, the deep violet vault overhead, those far summits, glowing with reflected rose, the deep impenetrable gloom which filled the gorge, and slowly and with vapor-like stealth climbed the mountain wall, extinguishing the red light, combined to produce an effect which may not be described. Nor can I more than hint at the contrast between the brilliancy of the scene under full light and the cold, death-like repose which followed when the wan cliffs and pallid snow were all overshadowed with ghostly gray. A sudden chill enveloped us. Stars in a moment crowded through the dark heaven, flashing with a frosty splendor. The snow congealed, the brooks ceased to flow, and, under the powerful, sudden leverage of frost, immense blocks were dislodged all along the mountain summits and came thundering down the slopes, booming upon the ice, dashing wildly upon rocks. Under the lee of our shelf we felt quite safe, but neither Cotter nor I could help being startled, and jumping just a little, as these missiles, weighing often many tons, struck the ledge over our heads and whizzed down the gorge, their stroke resounding fainter and fainter, until at last only a confused echo reached us. The thermometer at 9 o'clock marked 20 degrees above zero. We set the minimum and rolled ourselves together for the night. The longer I lay the less I liked that shelf of granite. It grew hard in time, and cold also, my bones seeming to approach actual contact with the chilled rock. Moreover, I found that even so vigorous a circulation as mine was not enough to warm up the ledge to anything like a comfortable temperature. A single thickness of blanket is a better mattress than none, but the larger crystals of orthoclase, protruding plentifully, punched my back and caused me to revolve on a horizontal axis with precision and accuracy. How I loved Cotter! How I hugged him and got warm while our backs gradually petrified, till we whirled over and thawed them out together. The slant of that bed was diagonal and excessive. Down it we slid till the ice chilled us awake, and we crawled back and chalked ourselves up with bits of granite inserted under my ribs and shoulders. In this pleasant position we got dozing again, and there stole over me a most comfortable ease. The granite softened perceptibly. I was delightfully warm, and sank into an industrious slumber which lasted with great soundness until 4, when we arose and ate our breakfast of frozen venison. The thermometer stood at 2 above zero. Everything was frozen tight except the canteen, which we had prudently kept between us all night. Stars still blazed brightly, and the moon, hidden from us by western cliffs, shone in pale reflection upon the rocky heights to the east, which rose, dimly white, up from the impenetrable shadows of the cañon. Silence, cold, ghastly dimness, in which loomed huge forms, the biting frostiness of the air, wrought upon our feelings as we shouldered our packs and started with slow pace to climb up the divide. Soon, to our dismay, we found the straps had so chafed our shoulders that the weight gave us great pain and obliged us to pad them with our handkerchiefs and extra socks, which remedy did not wholly relieve us from the constant wearing pain of the heavy load. Directing our steps southward toward a niche in the wall, which bounded us only half a mile distant, we traveled over a continuous snow field, frozen so densely as scarcely to yield at all to our tread, at the same time compressing enough to make that crisp, frosty sound which we all used to enjoy even before we knew from the books that it had something to do with the severe name of regelation. As we advanced, the snow sloped more and more steeply up toward the crags, till by and by it became quite dangerous, causing us to cut steps with Cotter's large bowie knife, a slow, tedious operation requiring patience of a pretty permanent kind. In this way we spent a quiet social hour or so. The sun had not yet reached us, being shut out by the high amphitheater wall, but its cheerful light reflected downward from a number of higher crags, filling the recess with the brightness of day, and putting out of existence those shadows which so somberly darkened the earlier hours. To look back when we stopped to rest was to realize our danger. That smooth, swift slope of ice carrying the eye down 1,000 feet to the margin of a frozen mirror of ice, ribs and needles of rocks piercing up through the snow, so closely grouped that, had we fallen, a miracle only might have saved us from being dashed. This led to rather deeper steps, and greater care that our burdens should be held more nearly over the center of gravity, and a pleasant relief when we got to the top of the snow and sat down on a block of granite to breathe and look up in search of a way up the 1,000-foot cliff of broken surface, among the lines of fracture and the galleries winding along the face. It would have disheartened us to gaze up the hard, sheer front of precipices, and search among splintered projections, crevices, shelves, and snow patches for an inviting route, had we not been animated by a faith that the mountains could not defy us. Choosing what looked like the least impossible way, we started, but, finding it unsafe to work with packs on, resumed the yesterday's plan, Cotter taking the lead, climbing about 50 feet ahead, and hoisting up the knapsacks and barometer as I tied them to the end of the lasso. Constantly closing up in hopeless difficulty before us, The way opened again and again to our gymnastics, till we stood together on a mere shelf, not more than 2 feet wide, which led diagonally up the smooth cliff. Edging along in careful steps, our backs flattened upon the granite, we moved slowly to a broad platform, where we stopped for breath. There was no foothold above us. Looking down over the course we had come, it seemed, and I really believe it was, an impossible descent, for one can climb upward with safety where he cannot downward. To turn back was to give up in defeat, and we sat at least half an hour suggesting all possible routes to the summit, accepting none, and feeling disheartened. About 30 feet directly over our heads was another shelf, which, if we could reach, seemed to offer at least a temporary way upward. On its edge were 2 or 3 spikes of granite. Whether firmly connected with the cliff or merely blocks of debris, we could not tell from below. I said to Cotter I thought of but one possible plan. It was to lasso one of these blocks and to climb, sailor fashion, hand over hand, up the rope. In the lasso I had perfect confidence, for I had seen more than one Spanish bull throw his whole weight against it without parting a strand. The shelf was so narrow that throwing the coil of rope was a very difficult undertaking. I tried 3 times, and Cotter spent 5 minutes vainly whirling the loop up at the granite spikes. At last I made a lucky throw, and it tightened upon one of the smaller protuberances. I drew the noose close, and very gradually threw my 150 pounds upon the rope. Then Cotter joined me, and for a moment we both hung our united weight upon it. Whether the rock moved slightly, or whether the lasso stretched a little, we were unable to decide, but the trial must be made, and I began to climb slowly. The smooth precipice face against which my body swung offered no foothold, and the whole climb had therefore to be done by the arms, an effort requiring all one's determination. When about halfway up, I was obliged to rest, and, curling my feet in the rope, managed to relieve my arms for a moment. In this position I could not resist the fascinating temptation of a survey downward. Straight down, nearly 1,000 feet below, at the foot of the rocks, began the snow, whose steep, roof-like slope, exaggerated into an almost vertical angle, curved down in a long white field, broken far away by rocks and polished round lakes of ice. Cotter looked up cheerfully and asked how I was making it, to which I answered that I had plenty of wind left. At that moment, when hanging between heaven and earth, it was a deep satisfaction to look down at the wide gulf of desolation beneath, and up to unknown dangers ahead, and feel my nerves cool and unshaken. A few pulls hand over hand brought me to the edge of the shelf, when, throwing my arm around the granite spike, I swung my body upon the shelf and lay down to rest, shouting to Cotter that I was all right, and that the prospects upward were capital. After a few moments' breathing, I looked over the brink and directed my comrade to tie the barometer to the lower end of the lasso, which he did, and that precious instrument was hoisted to my station, and the lasso sent down twice for knapsacks, after which Cotter came up the rope in his very muscular way without once stopping to rest. We took our loads in our hands, swinging the barometer over my shoulder, and climbed up a shelf which led in a zigzag direction upward and to the south, bringing us out at last upon the thin blade of a ridge which connected a short distance above the summit. It was formed of huge blocks, shattered and ready at a touch to fall. So narrow and sharp was the upper slope that we dared not walk, but got astride and worked slowly along with our hands, pushing the knapsacks in advance, now and then holding our breath when loose masses rocked under our weight. Once upon the summit, a grand view burst upon us. Hastening to step upon the crest of the divide, which was never more than 10 feet wide, frequently sharpened to a mere blade, we looked down upon the other side, and were astonished to find we had ascended the gentler slope, and that the rocks fell from our feet in almost vertical precipices, and for 1,000 feet or more. A glance along the summit toward the highest group showed us that any advance in that direction was impossible, for the thin ridge was gashed down in notches 300 or 400 feet deep, forming a procession of pillars, obelisks, and blocks piled upon each other and looking terribly insecure. We then deposited our knapsacks in a safe place, and finding that it was already noon, determined to rest a little while and take a lunch at over 13,000 feet above the sea. West of us stretched the Mount Brewer wall, with its succession of smooth precipices and amphitheater ridges. To the north, the great gorge of the King's River yawned down 5,000 feet. To the south, the valley of the Kern, opening in the opposite direction, was broader, less steep, but more filled with broken masses of granite. Clustered about the foot of the divide were a dozen alpine lakes, the higher ones blue sheets of ice, the lowest completely melted. Still lower in the depths of the two cañons we could see groups of forest trees, but they were so dim and so distant as never to relieve the prevalent masses of rock and snow. Our divide cast its shadow for a mile down King's Cañon, in dark blue profile upon the broad sheets of sunny snow, from whose brightness the hard splintered cliffs caught reflections and wore an aspect of joy. Thousands of rills poured from the melting snow, filling the air with a musical tinkle as of many accordant bells. The Kern Valley opened below us with its smooth oval outline, the work of extinct glaciers, whose form and extent were evident from worn cliff surface and rounded wall. Snowfields, relics of the former neve glacier snow, hung in white tapestries around its ancient birthplace, and, as far as we could see, the broad corrugated valley, for a breadth of fully 10 miles, shone with burnishings wherever its granite surface was not covered with lakelets or thickets of alpine vegetation. Through a deep cut in the Mount Brewer wall we gained our first view to the westward, and saw in the distance the wall of the South Kings Cañon, and the granite point which Cotter and I had climbed a fortnight before. But for the haze we might have seen the plain, for above its farther limit were several points of the coast ranges, isolated like islands in the sea. The view was so grand, the mountain colors so brilliant, immense snowfields and blue alpine lakes so charming, that we almost forgot we were ever to move, and it was only after a swift hour of this delight that we began to consider our future course. The King's Cañon, which headed against our wall, seemed untraversable. No human being could climb along that divide. We had then but one hope of reaching the peak, and our greatest difficulty lay at the start. If we could climb down to the Kern side of the divide, and succeed in reaching the base of the precipices which fell from our feet, it really looked as if we might travel without difficulty among the rocks to the other side of the Kern Valley, and make our attempt upon the southward flank of the great peak. One look at the sublime white giant decided us. We looked down over the precipice, and at first could see no method of descent. Then we went back and looked at the road we had come up, to see if that were not possibly as bad. But the broken surface of the rocks was evidently much better climbing ground than anything ahead of us. Cotter, with danger, edged his way along the wall to the east, and I to the west, to see if there might not be some favorable point. But we both returned with the belief that the precipice in front of us was as passable as any of it. Down it we must. After lying on our faces, looking over the brink 10 or 20 minutes, I suggested that by lowering ourselves on the rope we might climb from crevice to crevice, but we saw no shelf large enough for ourselves and the knapsacks too. However, we were not going to give it up without a trial, and I made the rope fast around my breast, and, looping the noose over a firm point of rock, let myself slide gradually down to a notch 40 feet below. There was only room beside me for Cotter, so I had him send down the knapsacks first. I then tied these together by the straps with my silk handkerchiefs, and hung them as far to the left as I could reach without losing my balance, looping the handkerchiefs over a point of rock. Cotter then slid down the rope and with considerable difficulty we whipped the noose off its resting place above and cut off our connection with the upper world. "We're in it for now, King," remarked my comrade, as he looked aloft and then down, but our blood was up, and danger added only an exhilarating thrill to the nerves. The shelf was hardly more than 2 feet wide, and the granite was so smooth that we could find no place to fasten the lasso for the next descent, so I determined to try the climb with only as little aid as possible. Tying it round my breast again, I gave the other end into Cotter's hands, and he, bracing his back against the cliff, found for himself as firm a foothold as he could, and promised to give me all the help in his power. I made up my mind to bear no weight unless it was absolutely necessary, and for the first 10 feet I found cracks and protuberances enough to support me, making every square inch of surface do friction duty, and hugging myself against the rocks as tightly as I could. When within about 8 feet of the next shelf, I twisted myself round upon the face, hanging by 2 rough blocks of protruding feldspar, and looked vainly for some further handhold. But the rock, besides being perfectly smooth, overhung slightly, and my legs dangled in the air. I saw that the next cleft was over 3 feet broad, and I thought possibly I might by a quick slide reach it in safety without endangering Cotter. I shouted to him to be very careful and let go in case I fell, loosened my hold upon the rope, and slid quickly down. My shoulders struck against the rock and threw me out of balance. For an instant I reeled over upon the verge, in danger of falling, but in the excitement I thrust out my hand and seized a small alpine gooseberry bush, the first piece of vegetation we had seen. Its roots were so firmly fixed in the crevice that it held my weight and saved me. I could no longer see Cotter, but I talked to him and heard the 2 knapsacks come bumping along until they slid over the eaves above me and swung down to my station, when I seized the lasso's end and braced myself as well as possible, intending, if he slipped, to haul in slack and help him as best I might. As he came slowly down from crack to crack, I heard his hobnailed shoes grating on the granite. Presently they appeared dangling from the eaves above my head. I had gathered in the rope until it was taut, and then hurriedly told him to drop. He hesitated a moment and let go. Before he struck the rock I had him by the shoulder and whirled him down upon his side, thus preventing his rolling overboard, which friendly action he took quite coolly. The third descent was not a difficult one, nor the fourth, but when we had climbed down about 250 feet, the rocks were so glacially polished and water-worn that it seemed impossible to get any farther. To our right was a crack penetrating the rock, perhaps a foot deep, widening at the surface to 3 or 4 inches, which proved to be the only possible ladder. As the chances seemed rather desperate, we concluded to tie ourselves together in order to share a common fate, and with a slack of 30 feet between us and our knapsacks upon our backs, we climbed into the crevice and began descending with our faces to the cliff. This had to be done with unusual caution, for the foothold was about as good as none, and our fingers slipped annoyingly on the smooth stone. Besides, the knapsacks and instruments kept a steady backward pull, tending to overbalance us. But we took pains to descend one at a time and rest whenever the niches gave our feet a safe support. In this way we got down about 80 feet of smooth, nearly vertical wall, reaching the top of a rude granite stairway which led to the snow, and here we sat down to rest, and found to our astonishment that we had been 3 hours from the summit. After breathing a half-minute we continued down, jumping from rock to rock, and, having by practice become very expert in balancing ourselves, sprang on, never resting long enough to lose equilibrium, and in this manner made a quick descent over rugged debris to the crest of a snow field, which, for 700 or 800 feet more, swept down in a smooth, even slope of very high angle to the borders of a frozen lake. Without untying the lasso which bound us together, we sprang upon the snow with a shout, and slid down splendidly, turning now and then a somersault, and shooting out like cannonballs almost to the middle of the frozen lake, I upon my back and Cotter feet first, in a swimming position. The ice cracked in all directions. It was only a thin, transparent film through which we could see deep into the lake. Untying ourselves, we hurried ashore in different directions, lest our combined weight should be too great a strain upon any point. With curiosity and wonder we scanned every shelf and niche of the last descent. It seemed quite impossible that we could have come down there. And now it actually was way beyond human power to get back again. But what cared we? Sufficient unto the day. We were bound for that still distant, though gradually nearing summit, and we had come from a cold, shadowed cliff into deliciously warm sunshine, and were jolly, shouting, singing songs, and calling out the companionship of 100 echoes. 6 miles away, with no grave danger, no great difficulty beaten us, lay the base of our grand mountain. Upon its skirts we saw a little grove of pines, an ideal bivouac, and toward this we bent our course. After the continued climbing of the day, walking was a delicious rest, and forward we pressed with considerable speed, our hobnails giving us firm footing on the glittering glacial surface. Every fluting of the great valley was in itself a considerable cañon, into which we descended, climbing down the scored rocks and swinging from block to block until we reached the level of the pines. Here, sheltered among loose rocks, began to appear little fields of alpine grass, pale yet sunny, soft under our feet, fragrantly jeweled with flowers of fairy delicacy, holding up amidst thickly clustered blades chalices of turquoise and amethyst, white stars, and fiery little globes of red. Lakelets, small but innumerable, were held in glacial basins, the scorings and grooves of the old diamond's track ornamenting their smooth bottoms. One of these, a sheet of pure beryl hue, gave us as much pleasure from its lovely transparency, and because we lay down in the necklace of grass about it and smelled flowers, while tired muscles relaxed upon warm beds of verdure, and the pain in our burdened shoulders went away, leaving us delightfully comfortable. After the stern grandeur of granite and ice, and with the peaks and walls still in view, it was relief to find ourselves again in the region of life. I never felt for trees and flowers such a sense of intimate relationship and sympathy. When we had no longer excuse for resting, I invented the palpable subterfuge of measuring the altitude of the spot, since the few clumps of low, wide-boughed pines near by were the highest living trees. So we lay longer with less and less will to rise, and when resolution called us to our feet, the getting up was sorely like Rip Van Winkle's in the third act. The deep glacial cañon flutings, across which our march then lay, proved to be great consumers of time. Indeed, it was sunset when we reached the eastern ascent, and began to toil up through scattered pines, and over trains of moraine, glacial rocks, toward the great peak. Stars were already flashing brilliantly in the sky, and the low glowing arch in the west had almost vanished when we reached the upper trees and threw down our knapsacks to camp. The forest grew on a sort of plateau shelf with a precipitous front to the west, a level surface which stretched eastward and back to the foot of our mountain, whose lower spurs reached within a mile of camp. Within the shelter lay a huge fallen log, like all these alpine woods one mass of resin, which flared up when we applied a match, illuminating the whole grove. By contrast with the darkness outside, we seemed to be in a vast many-pillared hall. The stream close by afforded water for our blessed teapot. Venison frizzled with mild appetizing sound upon the ends of pine sticks. Matchless beans allowed themselves to become seductively crisp upon our tin plates. That supper seemed to me then the quintessence of gastronomy, and I am sure Cotter and I must have said some very good after-dinner things, though I long ago forgot them all. Within the ring of warmth, on elastic beds of pine needles, we curled up and fell swiftly into a sound sleep. I woke up once in the night to look at my watch, and observed that the sky was overcast with a thin film of cirrus cloud to which the reflected moonlight lent the appearance of a glimmering tint, stretched from mountain to mountain over canyons filled with impenetrable darkness, only the vaguely lighted peaks and white snow fields distinctly seen. I closed my eyes and slept soundly until Cotter awoke me at 3:30, when we arose, breakfasted by the light of our fire, which still blazed brilliantly, and leaving our knapsacks, started for the mountain with only instruments, canteens, and luncheon. In the indistinct moonlight climbing was very difficult at first, for we had to thread our way along a plain which was literally covered with glacier boulders, and the innumerable brooks which we crossed were frozen solid. However, our march brought us to the base of the great mountain, which, rising high against the east, shut out the coming daylight and kept us in profound shadow. From base to summit rose a series of broken crags, lifting themselves from a general slope of debris. Toward the left, the angle seemed to be rather gentler, and the surface less ragged, and we hoped, by a long detour round the base, to make an easy climb up this gentler surface. So we toiled on for an hour over the rocks, reaching at last the bottom of the north slope. Here our work began in good earnest. The blocks were of enormous size and in every stage of unstable equilibrium, frequently rolling over as we jumped upon them, making it necessary for us to take a second leap and land where we best could. To our relief, we soon surmounted the largest blocks, reaching a smaller size which served us as a sort of stairway. The advancing daylight revealed to us a very long, comparatively even snow slope, whose surface was pierced by many knobs and granite heads, giving it the aspect of an ice roofing fastened on with bolts of stone. It stretched in far perspective to the summit, where already the rose of sunrise reflected gloriously, kindling a fresh enthusiasm within us. Immense boulders were partly embedded in the ice just above us, whose constant melting left them trembling on the edge of a fall. It communicated no very pleasant sensation to see above you these immense missiles hanging by a mere band, and knowing that, as soon as the sun rose, you would be exposed to a constant cannonade. The east side of the peak, which we could now partially see, was too precipitous to think of climbing. The slope toward our camp was too much broken into pinnacles and crags to offer us any hope, or to divert us from the single way dead ahead up slopes of ice and among fragments of granite. The sun rose upon us while we were climbing the lower part of this snow, and in less than half an hour melting began to liberate huge blocks which thundered down past us, gathering and growing into small avalanches below. We did not dare climb one above another, according to our ordinary mode, but kept about an equal level, 100 feet apart, lest, dislodging the blocks, one should hurl them down upon the other. We climbed alternately up smooth faces of granite, clinging simply by the cracks and protruding crystals of feldspar, and then huge steps up fearfully steep slopes of ice, zigzagging to the right and left to avoid the flying boulders. When midway up this slope we reached a place where the granite rose in perfectly smooth bluffs on either side of a gorge, a narrow cut, or walled away, leading up to the flat summit of the cliff. This we scaled by cutting ice steps, only to find ourselves fronted again by a still higher wall. Ice sloped from its front at too steep an angle for us to follow, but had melted in contact with it, leaving a space 3 feet wide between the ice and the rock. We entered this crevice and climbed along its bottom, with a wall of rock rising 100 feet above us on one side and a 30-foot face of ice on the other, through which light of an intense cobalt blue penetrated. Reaching the upper end, we had to cut our footsteps upon the ice again, and having braced our backs against the granite, climb up to the surface. We were now in a dangerous position. To fall into the crevice upon one side was to be wedged to death between rock and ice. To make a slip was to be shot down 500 feet and then hurled over the brink of a precipice. In the friendly seat which this wedge gave me, I stopped to take wet and dry observations with the thermometer, this being an absolute preventive of a scare, and to enjoy the view. The wall of our mountain sank abruptly to the left, opening for the first time an outlook to the eastward. Deep, it seemed almost vertically, Beneath us we could see the blue waters of Owen's Lake, 10,000 feet below. The summit peaks to the north were piled up in titanic confusion, their ridges overhanging the eastern slope with terrible abruptness. Clustered upon the shelves and plateaus below were several frozen lakes, and in all directions swept magnificent fields of snow. The summit was now not over 500 feet distant, and we started on again with the exhilarating hope of success. But if nature had intended to secure the summit from all assailants, she could not have planned her defenses better. For the smooth granite wall which rose above the snow slope continued, apparently, quite round the peak, and we looked in great anxiety to see if there was not one place where it might be climbed. It was all blank except in one place. Quite near us the snow bridged across the crevice, and rose in a long point to the summit of the wall, a great icicle column frozen in a niche of the bluff, its base about 10 feet wide, narrowing to 2 feet at the top. We climbed to the base of this spire of ice, and, with the utmost care, began to cut our stairway. The material was an exceedingly compacted snow, passing into clear ice as it neared the rock. We climbed the first half of it with comparative ease. After that it was almost vertical, and so thin that we did not dare to cut the footsteps deep enough to make them absolutely safe. There was a constant dread lest our ladder should break off and we be thrown either down the snow slope or into the bottom of the crevasse. At last, in order to prevent myself from falling over backwards, I was obliged to thrust my hand into the crack between the ice and the wall, and the spire became so narrow that I could do this on both sides, so that the climb was made as upon a tree, cutting mere toe holes and embracing the whole column of ice in my arms. At last I reached the top, and with the greatest caution wormed my body over the brink, and rolling out upon the smooth surface of the granite, looked over and watched Cotter make his climb. He came up steadily, with no sense of nervousness, until he got to the narrow part of the ice, and here he stopped and looked up with a forlorn face to me. But as he climbed up over the ledge, the broad smile came back to his face, and he asked me if it had occurred to me that we had, by and by, to go down again. We now had an easy slope to the summit, and hurried up over rocks and ice, reaching the crest at exactly 12 o'clock. I rang my hammer upon the topmost rock, we grasped hands, and I reverently named the grand peak Mount Tyndall. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. The Grand Canyon of the Colorado by John Wesley Powell. August 13th, 1869. We are now ready to start on our way down the great unknown. Our boats, tied to a common stake, are chafing each other as they are tossed by the fretful river. They ride high and buoyant, for their loads are lighter than we could desire. We have but a month's rations remaining. The flour has been resifted through the mosquito net sieve. The spoiled bacon has been dried and the worst of it boiled. The few pounds of dried apples have been spread in the sun and re-shrunken to their normal bulk. The sugar has all melted and gone on its way down the river, but we have a large sack of coffee. The lightning of the boats has this advantage: they will ride the waves better, and we shall have but little to carry when we make a portage. We are 3/4 of a mile in the depths of the earth, and the great river shrinks into insignificance as it dashes its angry waves against the walls and cliffs that rise to the world above. They are but puny ripples, and we but pygmies, running up and down the sands or lost among the boulders. We have an unknown distance yet to run, an unknown river yet to explore. What falls there are we know not, what rocks beset the channel we know not, what walls rise over the river we know not. Ah well, we may conjecture many things. The men talk as cheerfully as ever, jests are bandied out freely this morning, but to me the cheer is somber and the jests are ghastly. With some eagerness and some anxiety and some misgiving, we enter the cañon below, and are carried along by the swift water through walls which rise from its very edge. They have the same structure as we noticed yesterday, tiers of irregular shelves below, and above these steep slopes to the foot of marble cliffs. We run 6 miles in a little more than half an hour, and emerge into a more open portion of the cañon, where high hills and ledges of rock intervene between the river and the distant walls. Just at the head of this open place the river runs across a dike, that is, a fissure in the rocks open to depths below has been filled with eruptive matter, and this, on cooling, was harder than the rocks through which the crevice was made, and when these were washed away the harder volcanic matter remained as a wall, and the river has cut a gateway through it several hundred feet high and as many wide. As it crosses the wall there is a fall below, and a bad rapid, filled with boulders of trap, so we stop to make a portage. Then on we go, gliding by hills and ledges with distant walls in view, sweeping past sharp angles of rock, stopping at a few points to examine rapids which we find can be run, until we have made another 5 miles, when we land for dinner. Then we let down our lines over a long rapid and start again. Once more the walls close in, and we find ourselves in a narrow gorge, the water again filling the channel, and very swift. With great care and constant watchfulness we proceed, making about 4 miles this afternoon, and camp in a cave. August 14th. At daybreak we walk down the bank of the river on a little sandy beach to take a view of a new feature in the cañon. Heretofore hard rocks have given us bad river, soft rocks smooth water, and a series of rocks harder than any we have experienced sets in. The river enters the granite. We can see but a little way into the granite gorge, but it looks threatening. After breakfast we enter on the waves. At the very introduction it inspires awe. The cañon is narrower than we have ever before seen it. The water is swifter. There are but few broken rocks in the channel, but the walls are set on either side with pinnacles and crags, and sharp, angular buttresses, bristling with wind and wave-polished spires, extend far out into the river. Ledges of rock jut into the stream, their tops just below the surface, sometimes rising few or many feet above, and island ledges and island pinnacles and island towers break the swift course of the stream into chutes and eddies and whirlpools. We soon reach a place where a creek comes in from the left, and just below the channel is choked with boulders which have washed down this lateral cañon and formed a dam, over which there is a fall of 30 or 40 feet. But on the boulders we can get foothold, and we make a portage. 3 more such dams are found. Over one we make a portage. At the other 2 we find chutes through which we can run. As we proceed, the granite rises higher, until nearly 1,000 feet of the lower part of the walls are composed of this rock. About 11 o'clock we hear a great roar ahead, and approach it very cautiously. The sound grows louder and louder as we run, and at last we find ourselves above a long broken fall, with ledges and pinnacles of rock obstructing the river. There is a descent of perhaps 75 or 80 feet in a third of a mile, and the rushing waters break into great waves on the rocks and lash themselves into a mad white foam. We can land just above, but there is no foothold on either side by which we can make a portage. It is nearly 1,000 feet to the top of the granite, so it will be impossible to carry our boats around, though we can climb to the summit up a side gulch, and passing along a mile or 2 can descend to the river. This we find on examination, but such a portage would be impracticable for us, and we must run the rapid or abandon the river. There is no hesitation. We step into our boats, push off, and away we go, first on smooth but swift water, then we strike a glassy wave and ride to its top, down again into the trough, up again on a higher wave, and down and up on waves higher and still higher, until we strike one just as it curls back, and a breaker rolls over our little boat. Still on we speed, shooting past projecting rocks till the little boat is caught in a whirlpool and spun around several times. At last we pull out again into the stream, and now the other boats have passed us. The open compartment of the Emmeline is filled with water, and every breaker rolls over us. Hurled back from a rock, now on this side, now on that, we are carried into an eddy, in which we struggle for a few minutes, and are then out again, the breakers still rolling over us. Our boat is unmanageable, but she cannot sink, and we drift down another 100 yards through breakers. How, we scarcely know. We find the other boats have turned into an eddy at the foot of the fall, and are waiting to catch us as we come, for the men have seen that our boat is swamped. They push out as we come near, and pull us in against the wall. We bail our boat, and on we go again. The walls, now, are more than a mile in height, a vertical distance difficult to appreciate. Stand on the south steps of the Treasury building in Washington and look down Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol Park, and measure this distance overhead, and imagine cliffs to extend to that altitude, and you will understand what I mean. Or stand at Canal Street in New York and look up Broadway to Grace Church, and you have about the distance. Or stand at Lake Street Bridge in Chicago and look down to the Central Depot, and you have it again. 1,000 feet of this is up through granite crags, then steep slopes and perpendicular cliffs rise, one above another, to the summit. The gorge is black and narrow below, red and gray and flaring above, with crags and angular projections on the walls, which, cut in many places by side cañons, seem to be a vast wilderness of rocks. Down in these grand gloomy depths we glide, ever listening, for the mad waters keep up their roar, ever watching, ever peering ahead, for the narrow cañon is winding and the river is closed in so that we can see but a few 100 yards, and what there may be below we know not, but what we listen for falls and watch for rocks, or stop now and then in the bay of a recess to admire the gigantic scenery. And ever, as we go, there is some new pinnacle or tower, some crag or peak, some distant view of the upper plateau, some strange shaped rock, or some deep, narrow side cañon. Then we come to another broken fall, which appears more difficult than the one we ran this morning. A small creek comes in on the right, and the first fall of the water is over boulders which have been carried down by this lateral stream. We land at its mouth and stop for an hour or two to examine the fall. It seems possible to let down with lines at least a part of the way, from point to point, along the right-hand wall. So we make a portage over the first rocks and find footing on some boulders below. Then we let down one of the boats to the end of her line. When she reaches a corner of the projecting rock, to which one of the men clings and steadies her while I examine an eddy below. I think we can pass the other boats down by us and catch them in the eddy. This is soon done, and the men in the boats in the eddy pull us to their side. On the shore of this little eddy there is about 2 feet of gravel beach above the water. Standing on this beach, some of the men take the line of the little boat and let it drift down against another projecting angle. Here is a little shelf on which a man from my boat climbs, and a shorter line is passed to him, and he fastens the boat to the side of the cliff. Then the second one is let down, bringing the line of the third. When the second boat is tied up, the 2 men standing on the beach above spring into the last boat, which is pulled up alongside of ours. Then we let down the boats for 25 or 30 yards by walking along the shelf, landing them again in the mouth of a side cañon. Just below this there is another pile of boulders, over which we make another portage. From the foot of these rocks we can climb to another shelf 40 or 50 feet above the water. On this beach we camp for the night. We find a few sticks which have lodged in the rocks. It is raining hard and we have no shelter, but kindle a fire and have our supper. We sit on the rocks all night, wrapped in our ponchos, getting what sleep we can. August 15th. This morning we find we can let down for 300 or 400 yards, and it is managed in this way. We pass along the wall by climbing from projecting point to point, sometimes near the water's edge, at other places 50 or 60 feet above, and hold the boat with a line while 2 men remain aboard and prevent her from being dashed against the rocks, and keep the line from getting caught in the wall. In 2 hours we have brought down all of them, as far as it is possible in this way. A few yards below the river strikes with great violence against a projecting rock, and our boats are pulled up in a little bay above. We must now manage to pull out of this and clear the point below. The little boat is held by the bow obliquely up the stream. We jump in and pull out only a few strokes and sweep clear of the dangerous rock. The other boats follow in the same manner, and the rapid is passed. It is not easy to describe the labor of such navigation. We must prevent the waves from dashing the boats against the cliffs. Sometimes, where the river is swift, we must put a bight of rope about a rock, to prevent her being snatched from us by a wave. But where the plunge is too great, or the chute too swift, we must let her leap, and catch her below, or the undertow will drag her under the falling water, and she sinks. Where we wish to run her out a little way from shore, through a channel between rocks, we first throw in little sticks of driftwood and watch their course, to see where we must steer, so that she will pass the channel in safety. And so we hold and let go and pull and lift and ward among rocks, around rocks, and over rocks. And now we go on through this solemn, mysterious way. The river is very deep, the cañon very narrow and still obstructed, so that there is no steady flow of the stream, but the waters wheel and roll and boil, and we are scarcely able to determine where we can go. Now the boat is carried to the right, perhaps close to the wall. Again she is shot into the stream, and perhaps is dragged over to the other side, where, caught in a whirlpool, she spins about. We can neither land nor run as we please. The boats are entirely unmanageable. No order in their running can be preserved. Now one, now another is ahead, each crew laboring for its own preservation. In such a place we come to another rapid. Two of the boats run it perforce. One succeeds in landing, but there is no foothold by which to make a portage, and she is pushed out again into the stream. The next minute a great reflex wave fills the open compartment. She is waterlogged and drifts unmanageable. Breaker after breaker roll over her, and one capsizes her. The men are thrown out, but they cling to the boat, and she drifts down some distance alongside of us, and we are able to catch her. She is soon bailed out, and the men are aboard once more, but the oars are lost, so a pair from the Emmeline is spared. Then for 2 miles we find smooth water. August 21st. We start early this morning, cheered by the prospect of a fine day, and encouraged also by the good run made yesterday. A quarter of a mile below camp the river turns abruptly to the left, and between camp and that point is very swift, running down in a long, broken chute, and piling up against the foot of the cliff, where it turns to the left. We try to pull across, so as to go down on the other side, but the waters are swift, and it seems impossible for us to escape the rock below. But, in pulling across, the bow of the boat is turned to the farther shore, so that we are swept broadside down, and are prevented by the rebounding waters from striking against the wall. There we toss about for a few seconds in these billows, and are carried past the danger. Below, the river turns again to the right. The cañon is very narrow, and we see in advance but a short distance. The water, too, is very swift, and there is no landing place. From around this curve there comes a mad roar, and down we are carried with a dizzying velocity to the head of another rapid. On either side, high over our heads, there are overhanging granite walls, and the sharp bends cut off our view, so that a few minutes will carry us into unknown waters. Away we go, on one long winding chute. I stand on deck, supporting myself with a strap fastened on either side to the gunwale, and the boat glides rapidly, where the water is smooth, or striking a wave she leaps and bounds like a thing of life, and we have a wild, exhilarating ride for 10 miles, which we make in less than an hour. The excitement is so great that we forget the danger, until we hear the roar of a great fall below. Then we back on our oars, and are carried slowly toward its head, and succeed in landing just above, and find that we have to make another portage. At this we are engaged until some time after dinner. Just here we run out of the granite. 10 miles in less than half a day, and limestone walls below. Good cheer returns, we forget the storms and the gloom and cloud-covered cañons, and the black granite and the raging river, and push our boats from shore in great glee. Though we are out of the granite, the river is still swift, and we wheel about a point again to the right, and turn so as to head back in the direction from which we come, and see the granite again with its narrow gorge and black crags, but we meet with no more great falls or rapids. Still, we run cautiously and stop from time to time to examine some places which look bad. Yet we make 10 miles this afternoon, 20 miles in all today. August 22nd. We come to rapids again this morning and are occupied several hours in passing them, letting the boats down from rock to rock with lines for nearly half a mile, and then have to make a long portage. While the men are engaged in this, I climb the wall on the northeast to a height of about 2,500 feet, where I can obtain a good view of a long stretch of cañon below. Its course is to the southwest. The walls seem to rise very abruptly for 2,500 or 3,000 feet, and then there is a gently sloping terrace on each side for 2 or 3 miles, and again we find cliffs 1,500 or 2,000 feet high. From the brink of these the plateau stretches back to the north and south for a long distance. Away down the cañon on the right wall I can see a group of mountains, some of which appear to stand on the brink of the cañon. The effect of the terrace is to give the appearance of a narrow, winding valley, with high walls on either side and a deep, dark, meandering gorge down its middle. It is impossible, from this point of view, to determine whether we have granite at the bottom or not, but from geological considerations I conclude that we shall have marble walls below. After my return to the boats, we run another mile and camp for the night. We have made but little over 7 miles today, and a part of our flour has been soaked in the river again. August 23rd. Our way today is again through marble walls. Now and then we pass for a short distance through patches of granite, like hills thrust up into the limestone. At one of these places we have to make another portage, and, taking advantage of the delay, I go up a little stream to the north, wading it all the way, sometimes having to take a plunge in to my neck, in other places being compelled to swim across little basins that have been excavated at the foot of the falls. Along its course are many cascades and springs gushing out from the rocks on either side. Sometimes a cottonwood tree grows over the water. I come to one beautiful fall of more than 150 feet and climb around it to the right on the broken rocks. Still going up, I find the cañon narrowing very much, being but 15 or 20 feet wide, yet the walls rise on either side many hundreds of feet, perhaps thousands. I can hardly tell. In some places the stream has not excavated its channel down vertically through the rocks, but is cut obliquely so that one wall overhangs the other. In other places it is cut vertically above and obliquely below, or obliquely above and vertically below, so that it is impossible to see out overhead. But I can go no farther. The time which I estimated it would take to make the portage has almost expired, and I start back on a round trot, wading in the creek where I must, and plunging through basins, and find the men waiting for me, and away we go on the river. Just after dinner we pass a stream on the right which leaps into the Colorado by a direct fall of more than 100 feet, forming a beautiful cascade. There is a bed of very hard rock above, 30 or 40 feet in thickness, and much softer beds below. The hard beds above project many yards beyond the softer, which are washed out, forming a deep cave behind the fall, and the stream pours through a crevice above into a deep pool below. Around on the rocks, in the cave-like chamber, are set beautiful ferns, with delicate fronds and enameled stalks. The little frondlets have their points turned down to form spore cases. It has very much the appearance of the maiden's hair fern, but is much larger. This delicate foliage covers the rocks all about the fountain and gives the chamber great beauty. But we have little time to spend in admiration, so on we go. We make fine progress this afternoon, carried along by a swift river, and shoot over the rapids, finding no serious obstructions. The cañon walls for 2,500 or 3,000 feet are very regular, rising almost perpendicularly, but here and there set with narrow steps, and occasionally we can see away above the broad terrace to distant cliffs. We camp tonight in a marble cave and find on looking at our reckoning we have run 22 miles. August 24th. The canyon is wider today. The walls rise to a vertical height of nearly 3,000 feet. In many places the river runs under a cliff in great curves, forming amphitheaters, half dome shaped. Though the river is rapid, we meet with no serious obstructions and run 20 miles. It is curious how anxious we are to make up our reckoning every time we stop, now that our diet is confined to plenty of coffee, very little spoiled flour, and very few dried apples. It has come to be a race for a dinner. Still, we make such fine progress, all hands are in good cheer, but not a moment of daylight is lost. August 25th. We make 12 miles this morning when we come to monuments of lava standing in the river. Low rocks mostly, but some of them shafts more than 100 feet high. Going on down 3 or 4 miles, we find them increasing in number. Great quantities of cooled lava and many cinder cones are seen on either side, and then we come to an abrupt cataract. Just over the fall, on the right wall, a cinder cone, or extinct volcano, with a well-defined crater, stands on the very brink of the canyon. This doubtless is the one we saw 2 or 3 days ago. From this volcano vast floods of lava have been poured into the river, and a stream of the molten rock has run up the canyon 3 or 4 miles and down, we know not how far. Just where it poured over the canyon wall is the fall. The whole north side, as far as we can see, is lined with the black basalt, and high up on the opposite wall are patches of the same material resting on the benches and filling old alcoves and caves, giving to the wall a spotted appearance. The rocks are broken in two along a line which here crosses the river, and the beds, which we have seen coming down the canyon for the last 30 miles, have dropped 800 feet on the lower side of the line, forming what geologists call a fault. The volcanic cone stands directly over the fissure thus formed. On the side of the river opposite, Mammoth springs burst out of this crevice 100 or 200 feet above the river, pouring in a stream quite equal in volume to the Colorado Chiquito. This stream seems to be loaded with carbonate of lime, and the water, evaporating, leaves an incrustation on the rocks, and this process has been continued for a long time, for extensive deposits are noticed, in which are basins with bubbling springs. The water is salty. We have to make a portage here, which is completed in about 3 hours, and on we go. We have no difficulty as we float along, and I am able to observe the wonderful phenomena connected with this flood of lava. The canyon was doubtless filled to a height of 12 or 1,500 feet, perhaps by more than one flood. This would dam the water back, and in cutting through this great lava bed, a new channel has been formed, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other. The cooled lava, being of firmer texture than the rocks of which the walls are composed, remains in some places. In others a narrow channel has been cut, leaving a line of basalt on either side. It is possible that the lava cooled faster on the sides against the walls, and that the center ran out, but of this we can only conjecture. There are other places where almost the whole of the lava is gone, patches of it only being seen where it is caught on the walls. As we float down, we can see that it ran out into side canyons. In some places this basalt has a fine columnar structure, often in concentric prisms, and masses of these concentric columns have coalesced. In some places where the flow occurred, the canyon was probably at about the same depth as it is now, for we can see where the basalt is rolled out on the sands, and, what seems curious to me, the sands are not melted or metamorphosed to any appreciable extent. In places the bed of the river is of sandstone or limestone, in other places of lava, showing that it has all been cut out again where the sandstones and limestones appear, but there is a little yet left where the bed is of lava. What a conflict of water and fire there must have been here! Just imagine a river of molten rock running down into a river of melted snow. What a seething and boiling of the waters! What clouds of steam rolled into the heavens! 35 miles today. Hurrah! August 26th. The canyon walls are steadily becoming higher as we advance. They are still bold and nearly vertical up to the terrace. We still see evidence of the eruption discovered yesterday, but the thickness of the basalt is decreasing as we go down the stream. Yet it has been reinforced at points by streams that have come from volcanoes standing on the terrace above, but which we cannot see from the river below. Since we left the Colorado Chiquito, we have seen no evidences that the tribe of Indians inhabiting the plateaus on either side ever come down to the river. But about 11 o'clock today we discover an Indian garden at the foot of the wall on the right, just where a little stream with a narrow floodplain comes down through a side cañon. Along the valley the Indians have planted corn, using the water which burst out in springs at the foot of the cliff for irrigation. The corn is looking quite well, but is not sufficiently advanced to give us roasting ears. But there are some nice green squashes. We carry 10 or a dozen of these on board our boats and hurriedly leave, not willing to be caught in the robbery, yet excusing ourselves by pleading our great want. We run down a short distance to where we feel certain no Indians can follow, and what a kettle of squash sauce we make! True, we have no salt with which to season it, but it makes a fine addition to our unleavened bread and coffee. Never was fruit so sweet as those stolen squashes. After dinner we push on again, making fine time, finding many rapids, but none so bad that we cannot run them with safety, and when we stop, just at dusk, and foot up our reckoning, we find that we have run 35 miles again. What a supper we make! Unleavened bread, green squash sauce, and strong coffee. We have been for a few days on half rations, but we have no stint of roast squash. A few days like this and we are out of prison. August 29th. We start very early this morning. The river still continues swift, but we have no serious difficulty, and at 12 o'clock emerge from the Grand Cañon of the Colorado. We are in a valley now, and low mountains are seen in the distance, coming to the river below. We recognize this as the Grand Wash. A few years ago a party of Mormons set out from St. George, Utah, taking with them a boat, and came down to the mouth of the Grand Wash, where they divided, a portion of the party crossing the river to explore the San Francisco Mountains. 3 men, Hamblin, Miller, and Crosby, taking the boat, went on down the river to Colville, landing a few miles below the mouth of the Rio Virgin. We have their manuscript journal with us, and so the stream is comparatively well known. Tonight we camp on the left bank in a mesquite thicket. The relief from danger and the joy of success are great. When he who has been chained by wounds to a hospital cot until his canvas tent seems like a dungeon cell, until the groans of those who lie about, tortured with probe and knife, are piled up, a weight of horror on his ears that he cannot throw off, cannot forget, and until the stench of festering wounds and anesthetic drugs has filled the air with its loathsome burden, at last goes into the open field, what a world he sees! How beautiful the sky, how bright the sunshine, what floods of delirious music pour from the throats of birds, how sweet the fragrance of earth and tree and blossom! The first hour of convalescent freedom seems rich, recompense for all, pain, gloom, terror. Something like this are the feelings we experience tonight. Ever before us has been an unknown danger, heavier than immediate peril. Every waking hour passed in the Grand Cañon has been one of toil. We have watched with deep solicitude the steady disappearance of our scant supply of rations, and from time to time have seen the river snatch a portion of the little left, while we were a-hungered. And danger and toil were endured in those gloomy depths, where ofttimes the clouds hid the sky by day, and but a narrow zone of stars could be seen at night. Only during the few hours of deep sleep, consequent on hard labor, has the roar of the waters been hushed. Now the danger is over, now the toil has ceased, now the gloom has disappeared, now the firmament is bounded only by the horizon, and what a vast expanse of constellations can be seen! The river rolls by us in silent majesty, the quiet of the camp is sweet, our joy is almost ecstasy. We sit till long after midnight, talking of the Grand Cañon, talking of home, but chiefly talking of the three men who left us. Are they wandering in those depths, unable to find a way out? Are they searching over the desert lands above for water, or are they nearing the settlements? End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Young People's Treasury. Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Sources of the Mississippi by Zebulon M. Pike. January 1st, 1806. Passed 6 very elegant bark canoes on the bank of the river, which had been laid up by the Chippeways, also a camp which we had conceived to have been evacuated about 10 days. My interpreter came after me in a great hurry, conjuring me not to go so far ahead, and assured me that the Chippeways, encountering me without an interpreter, party, or flag, would certainly kill me. But, notwithstanding this, I went on several miles farther than usual, in order to make any discoveries that were to be made. Conceiving the savages not so barbarous or ferocious as to fire on 2 men (I had one with me) who were apparently coming into their country, trusting to their generosity, and knowing that if we met only 2 or 3 we were equal to them, I having my gun and pistols and he his buckshot, made some extra presents for New Year's Day. January 2nd. Fine warm day. Discovered fresh signs of Indians. Just as we were encamping at night, my sentinel informed us that some Indians were coming at full speed upon our trail or track. I ordered my men to stand by their guns carefully. They were immediately at my camp and saluted the flag by a discharge of 3 pieces, when 4 Chippeways, 1 Englishman, and a Frenchman of the Northwest Company presented themselves. They informed us that some women, having discovered our trail, gave the alarm, and not knowing but it was their enemies, had departed to make a discovery. They had heard of us, and revered our flag. Mr. Grant, the Englishman, had only arrived the day before from Lake de Sable, from which he marched in 1 day and a half. I presented the Indians with half a deer, which they received thankfully, for they had discovered our fires some days ago, and believing them to be Sioux fires, they dared not leave their camp. They returned home, but Mr. Grant remained all night. January 3rd. My party marched early, but I returned with Mr. Grant to his establishment on the Red Cedar Lake, having 1 corporal with me. After explaining to a Chippeway warrior, called Curly Head, the object of my voyage, and receiving his answer that he would remain tranquil until my return, we ate a good breakfast for the country, departed, and overtook my sleds just at dusk. Killed 1 porcupine, distance 16 miles. January 4th. We made 28 points in the river, broad, good bottom, and of the usual timber. In the night I was awakened by the cry of the sentinel, calling repeatedly to the men. At length he vociferated, "Will you let the lieutenant be burned to death?" This immediately aroused me. At first I seized my arms, but looking round I saw my tents in flames. The men flew to my assistance, and we tore them down, but not until they were entirely ruined. This, with the loss of my leggins, moccasins, and socks, which I had hung up to dry, was no trivial misfortune in such a country and on such a voyage. But I had reason to thank God that the powder, 3 small casks of which I had in my tent, did not take fire. If it had, I must certainly have lost all my baggage, if not my life. January 5th. Mr. Grant promised to overtake me yesterday, but has not yet arrived. I conceived it would be necessary to attend his motions with careful observation. Distance 27 miles. January 6th. Bradley and myself walked up 31 points in hopes to discover Lake de Sable, but finding a near cut of 20 yards for 10 miles, and being fearful the sleds would miss it, we returned 23 points before we found our camp. They had made only 8 points. Met 2 Frenchmen of the Northwest Company with about 180 pounds on each of their backs, with rackets, snowshoes on. They informed me that Mr. Grant had gone on with the Frenchmen. Snow fell all day and was 3 feet deep. Spent a miserable night. January 7th. Made but 11 miles, and was then obliged to send ahead and make fires every 3 miles, notwithstanding which, the cold was so intense that some of the men had their noses, others their fingers, and others their toes frozen before they felt the cold sensibly. Very severe day's march. January 8th. Conceiving I was at no great distance from Sandy Lake, I left my sleds and with Corporal Bradley took my departure for that place, intending to send him back the same evening. We walked on very briskly until near night, when we met a young Indian, one of those who had visited my camp near Red Cedar Lake. I endeavored to explain to him that it was my wish to go to Lake de Sable that evening. He returned with me until we came to a trail that led across the woods. This, he signified, was a near course. I went this course with him, and shortly after found myself at a Chippewa encampment, to which I believed the friendly savage had enticed me with the expectation that I would tarry all night, knowing that it was too late for us to make the lake in good season. But upon our refusing to stay, he put us in the right road. We arrived at the place where the track left the Mississippi at dusk, when we traversed about 2 leagues of a wilderness without any very great difficulty, and at length struck the shore of Lake de Sable, over a branch of which lay our course. The snow, having covered the trail made by the Frenchmen who had passed before us with the rackets, I was fearful of losing ourselves on the lake, the consequences of which can only be conceived by those who have been exposed on a lake or naked plain, in a dreary night of January, in latitude 47° and the thermometer below zero. Thinking that we could observe the bank of the other shore, we kept a straight course, and some time after discovered lights, and on our arrival were not a little surprised to find a large stockade. The gate being open, we entered and proceeded to the quarters of Mr. Grant, where we were treated with the utmost hospitality. January 9th. Sent away the corporal early, in order that our men should receive assurances of our safety and success. He carried with him a small keg of spirits, a present from Mr. Grant. The establishment of this place was formed 12 years since by the Northwest Company, and was formerly under the charge of Mr. Charles Brusky. It has attained at present such regularity as to permit the superintendent to live tolerably comfortably. They have horses they procure from Red River from the Indians. They raise plenty of potatoes, catch pike, suckers, pickerel, and whitefish in abundance. They have also beaver, deer, and moose, but the provision they chiefly depend upon is wild oats, of which they purchase great quantities from the savages, giving at the rate of about $1.50 a bushel. But flour, pork, and salt are almost interdicted to persons not principals in the trade. Flour sells at half a dollar, salt at $1, pork at 80 cents, sugar at 50 cents, and tea at $4.50 a pound. The sugar is obtained from the Indians and is made from the maple tree. January 10th. Mr. Grant accompanied me to the Mississippi to mark the place for my boats to leave the river. This was the first time I marched on rackets, snowshoes. I took the course of the Lake River from its mouth to the lake. Mr. Grant fell through the ice with his rackets on, and could not have got out without assistance. January 11th. Remained all day within quarters. January 12th. Went out and met my men about 16 miles. A tree had fallen on one of them and hurt him very much, which induced me to dismiss a sled and put the loading on the others. January 13th. After encountering much difficulty, we arrived at the establishment of the Northwest Company on Lake de Sable a little before night. The ice being very bad on the Lake River, owing to the many springs and marshes, one sled fell through. My men had an excellent room furnished them and were presented with potatoes and spirits. Mr. Grant had gone to an Indian lodge to receive his credits. January 14th. Crossed the lake to the north side that I might take an observation. Found the latitude 46° 9' 20" north. Surveyed that part of the lake. Mr. Grant returned from the Indian lodges. His party brought a quantity of furs and 11 beaver carcasses. January 15th. Mr. Grant and myself made the tour of the lake with 2 men whom I had for attendants. Found it to be much larger than could be imagined at a view. My men sawed stocks for the sleds, which I found it necessary to construct after the manner of the country. On our march, met an Indian coming into the fort. His countenance expressed no little astonishment when I told him who I was and whence I came. For the people of this country acknowledge that the savages hold the Americans in greater veneration than any other white people. They say of us, when alluding to warlike achievements, that we are neither Frenchmen nor Englishmen, but white Indians. January 16th. Laid down Lake de Sable. A young Indian whom I had engaged to go as a guide to Lake Sang Sue arrived from the woods. January 17th. Employed in making sleds after the manner of the country. They are made of a single plank turned up at one end like a fiddlehead, and the baggage is lashed on in bags and sacks. 2 other Indians arrived from the woods, engaged in writing. January 18th. Busy in preparing my baggage for my departure for Leech Lake and Reading. January 19th. Employed as yesterday. 2 men of the Northwest Company arrived from the Fond du Lac Superior with letters, one of which was from their establishment in Athapuscow, and had been since last May on the route. While at this point I ate roasted beaver, dressed in every respect as a pig is usually dressed with us. It was excellent. I could not discern the least taste of des bois. I also ate boiled moose's head, which when well boiled I consider equal to the tail of the beaver. In taste and substance they are much alike. January 20th. The men, with their sleds, took their departure about 2 o'clock. Shortly after I followed them. We encamped at the portage between the Mississippi and Leech Lake River. Snow fell in the night. January 21st. Snowed in the morning, but crossed about 9 o'clock. I had gone on a few points when I was overtaken by Mr. Grant, who informed me that the sleds could not get along in consequence of water being on the ice. He sent his men forward. We returned and met the sleds, which had scarcely advanced 1 mile. We unloaded them, sent 8 men back to the post with whatever might be denominated extra articles, but in the hurry sent my salt and ink. Mr. Grant encamped with me and marched early in the morning. January 22nd. Made a pretty good day's journey. My Indian came up about noon, distance 20 miles. January 23rd. Marched about 18 miles. Forgot my thermometer, having hung it on a tree. Sent Boley back 5 miles for it. My young Indian and myself killed 8 partridges. Took him to live with me. January 24th. At our encampment this night. Mr. Grant had encamped on the night of the same day he left me. It was 3 days' march for us. It was late before the men came up. January 25th. Traveled almost all day through the lands and found them much better than usual. Boley lost the Sioux pipe stem, which I had carried along for the purpose of making peace with the Chippeways. I sent him back for it. He did not return until 11 o'clock at night. It was very warm, thawing all day. Distance 44 points. January 26th. I left my party in order to proceed to a house or lodge of Mr. Grant's on the Mississippi, where he was to tarry until I overtook him. Took with me an Indian, Boley, and some trifling provision. The Indian and myself marched so fast that we left Boley on the route, about 8 miles from the lodge. Met Mr. Grant's men on their return to Lake de Sable, having evacuated the house this morning, and Mr. Grant having marched for Leech Lake. The Indian and I arrived before sundown. Passed the night very uncomfortably, having nothing to eat, not much wood nor any blankets. The Indian slept sound. I cursed his insensibility, being obliged to content myself over a few coals all night. Boley did not arrive. In the night the Indian mentioned something about his son. January 27th. My Indian rose early, mended his moccasins, then expressed by signs something about his son and the Englishmen we met yesterday. Conceiving that he wished to send some message to his family, I suffered him to depart. After his departure I felt the curse of solitude, although he was truly no company. Boley arrived about 10 o'clock. He said that he had followed us until some time in the night, when, believing that he could overtake us, he stopped and made a fire, but having no axe to cut wood he was near freezing. He met the Indians, who made him signs to go on. I spent the day in putting my gun in order and mended my moccasins, provided plenty of wood, still found it cold, with but one blanket. January 28th. Left our encampment at a good hour, unable to find any trail. Passed through one of the most dismal cypress swamps I ever saw, and struck the Mississippi at a small lake. Observed Mr. Grant's tracks going through it. Found his mark of a cut off, agreed on between us, took it and proceeded very well until we came to a small lake where the trail was entirely hid, but after some search on the other side found it, when we passed through a dismal swamp, on the other side of which we found a large lake, at which I was entirely at a loss, no trail to be seen. Struck for a point about 3 miles off, where we found a Chippewa lodge of 1 man and 5 children and 1 old woman. They received us with every mark that distinguished their barbarity, such as setting their dogs on us, trying to thrust their hands into our pockets, and so on. But we convinced them that we were not afraid, and let them know that we were Chewockomen (Americans), when they used us more civilly. After we had arranged to camp as well as possible, I went into the lodge. They presented me with a plate of dried meat. I ordered Miller to bring about 2 gills of liquor, which made us all good friends. The old squaw gave me more meat, and offered me tobacco, which not using, I did not take. I gave her an order upon my corporal for 1 knife and half a carrot of tobacco. Heaven clothes the lilies and feeds the raven, and the same Almighty Providence protects and preserves these creatures. After I had gone out to my fire, the old man came out and proposed to trade beaver skins for whiskey. Meeting with a refusal, he left me, when presently the old woman came out with a beaver skin, she also being refused. He again returned to the charge with a quantity of dried meat. This or any other I should have been glad to have had, when I gave him a peremptory refusal. Then all further application ceased. It really appeared that with 1 quart of whiskey I might have bought all they possessed of. Night remarkably cold, was obliged to sit up nearly the whole of it. Suffered much with cold and from want of sleep. January 31st. Took my clothes into the Indian's lodge to dress, and was received very coolly, but by giving him a dram, unasked, and his wife a little salt, I received from them directions for my route. Passed the lake, or morass, and opened on meadows, through which the Mississippi winds its course, of nearly 15 miles in length. Took a straight course through them to the head, when I found we had missed the river, made a turn of about 2 miles and regained it. Passed a fork which I supposed to be Lake Winnipie, making the course northwest. The branch we took was on Leech Lake branch, course southwest and west. Passed a very large meadow or prairie, course west, the Mississippi only 15 yards wide. Encamped about 1 mile below the traverse of the meadow. Saw a very large animal, which from its leaps I supposed to be a panther, but if so, it was twice as large as those on the lower Mississippi. He evinced some disposition to approach. I lay down, Miller being in the rear, in order to entice him to come near, but he would not. The night remarkably cold. Some spirits which I had in a small keg congealed to the consistency of honey. February 1st. Left our camp pretty early, passed a continuous train of prairie, and arrived at Lake Sang Sue at 2:30 o'clock. I will not attempt to describe my feelings on the accomplishment of my voyage, for this is the main source of the Mississippi. The Lake Winnipie branch is navigable from thence to Red Cedar Lake for the distance of 5 leagues, which is the extremity of the navigation. Crossed the lake 12 miles to the establishment of the Northwest Company, where we arrived about 3 o'clock. Found all the gates locked, but upon knocking were admitted and received with marked attention and hospitality by Mr. Hugh McGillis. Had a good dish of coffee, biscuit, butter, and cheese for supper. February 2nd. Remained all day within doors. In the evening sent an invitation to Mr. Anderson, who was an agent of Dixon, and also for some young Indians at his house to come over and breakfast in the morning. February 3rd. Spent the day in reading Volney's Egypt, proposing some queries to Mr. Anderson, and preparing my young men to return with a supply of provisions to my party. February 4th. Miller departed this morning. Mr. Anderson returned to his quarters. My legs and ankles were so much swelled that I was not able to wear my own clothes, and was obliged to borrow some from Mr. McGillis. February 5th. One of Mr. McGillis's clerks had been sent to some Indian lodges, and expected to return in 4 days, but had now been absent 9. Mr. Grant was dispatched in order to find out what had become of him. February 6th. My men arrived at the fort about 4 o'clock. Mr. McGillis asked if I had any objection to his hoisting their flag in compliment to ours. I made none, as I had not yet explained to him my ideas. In making a traverse of the lake, some of my men had their ears, some their noses, and others their chins frozen. February 7th. Remained within doors, my limbs being still very much swelled. Addressed a letter to Mr. McGillis on the subject of the Northwest Company's trade in this quarter. February 8th. Took the latitude and found it to be 47 degrees 16 minutes 13 seconds. Shot with our rifles. February 9th. Mr. McGillis and myself paid a visit to Mr. Anderson, an agent of Mr. Dixon of the Lower Mississippi, who resided at the west end of the lake. Found him eligibly situated as to trade, but his houses bad. I rode in a carriole for one person, constructed in the following manner: boards planed smooth, turned up in front about 2 feet, coming to a point, about 2½ feet wide behind, on which is fixed a box, covered with dressed skins painted. This box is open at the top, but covered in from about 2/3 of the length. The horse is fastened between the shafts. The rider wraps himself up in a buffalo robe, sits flat down, having a cushion to lean his back against. Thus accoutred with a fur cap and so on, he may bid defiance to the wind and weather. Upon our return we found that some of the Indians had already returned from the hunting camps. Also Monsieur Roussand, the gentleman was supposed to have been killed by the Indians. His arrival with Mr. Grant diffused a general satisfaction through the fort. February 10th. Hoisted the American flag in the fort. February 11th. The Sweet, Buck, Burnt, and others arrived, all chiefs of note, but the former in particular a venerable old man. From him I learned that the Sioux occupied this ground when, to use his own phrase, he was made a man and began to hunt, that they occupied it the year that the French missionaries were killed at the river Pacagama. The Indians flocked in. February 12th. Bradley and myself, with Mr. McGillis and 2 of his men, left Leech Lake at 10 o'clock and arrived at the house of Red Cedar Lake at sunset, a distance of 30 miles. My ankles were very much swelled, and I was very lame. From the entrance of the Mississippi to the strait is called 6 miles, a southwest course. Thence to the south end, south 30, east 4 miles. The bay at the entrance extends nearly east and west 6 miles, about 2½ from the north side to a large point. This may be called the upper source of the Mississippi, being 15 miles above Little Lake Winnipie, and the extent of canoe navigation only 2 leagues to some of the Hudson's Bay waters. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Expedition to the Pacific Ocean by Captains Lewis and Clark. Early in November, 1805, they set off in company with some Indians who had joined them the evening before. At the distance of 3 miles they passed a river on the left, to which, from the quantity of sand it bears along with it, they gave the name of Quicksand River. So great indeed was the quantity it had discharged into the Columbia that the river was compressed to the width of half a mile, and the whole force of the current thrown against the right shore. Opposite this was a large creek, which they call Seal River. The mountain, which they had supposed to be the Mount Hood of Vancouver, now bore south 85 degrees east, about 47 miles distant. About 3 miles farther on they passed the lower mouth of Quicksand River, opposite to which was another large creek, and near it the head of an island 3 miles and a half in extent, and half a mile beyond it was another island, which they called Diamond Island, opposite to which they encamped, having made but 13 miles distance. Here they met with some Indians ascending the river, who stated that they had seen 3 vessels at its mouth. Below Quicksand River, the country is low, rich, and thickly wooded on each side of the Columbia. The islands have less timber, and on them are numerous ponds, near which were vast quantities of fowl, such as swan, geese, brant, cranes, storks, white gulls, cormorants, and plover. The river is wide and contains a great number of sea otters. In the evening the hunters brought in game for a sumptuous supper. In continuing their descent the next day, they found Diamond Island to be 6 miles in length and 3 broad, and near its termination were 2 other islands. Just below the last of these, proceeds their narrative, we landed on the left bank of the river, at a village of 25 houses, all of which were thatched with straw and built of bark, except one, which was about 50 feet long and constructed of boards, in the form of those higher up the river, from which it differed, however, in being completely above ground and covered with broad split boards. This village contained about 200 men of the Skilloot nation, who seemed well provided with canoes, of which there were at least 52, and some of them very large, drawn up in front of the village. On landing we found an Indian from above, who had left us this morning, and who now invited us into a lodge of which he appeared to be part owner. Here he treated us with a root, round in shape and about the size of a small Irish potato, which they called wapatoo. It is the common arrowhead, or sagritifolia, so much cultivated by the Chinese, and when roasted in the embers till it becomes soft, has an agreeable taste, and is a very good substitute for bread. After purchasing some of this root we resumed our journey, and at 7 miles distance came to the head of a large island near the left bank. On the right shore was a fine open prairie for about a mile, back of which the country rises and is well supplied with timber, such as white oak, pine of different kinds, wild crab, and several species of undergrowth, while along the borders of the river there were only a few cottonwood and ash trees. In this prairie were also signs of deer and elk. When we landed for dinner a number of Indians came down for the purpose, as we supposed, of paying us a friendly visit, as they had put on their finest dresses. In addition to their usual covering, they had scarlet and blue blankets, sailors' jackets, and trousers, shirts, and hats. They had all of them either war axes, spears, and bows and arrows, or muskets and pistols, with tin powder flasks. We smoked with them and endeavored to show them every attention, but soon found them very assuming and disagreeable companions. While we were eating they stole the pipe with which they were smoking and a great coat of one of the men. We immediately searched them all and found the coat stuffed under the root of a tree near where they were sitting, but the pipe we could not recover. Finding us discontented with them, and determined not to suffer any imposition, they showed their displeasure in the only way they dared, by returning in ill humor to their village. We then proceeded, and soon met 2 canoes, with 12 men of the same Skilloot nation, who were on their way from below. The larger of the canoes was ornamented with the figures of a bear in the bow and a man in the stern, both nearly as large as life, both made of painted wood and very neatly fastened to the boat. In the same canoe were two Indians gaudily dressed and with round hats. This circumstance induced us to give the name of Image Canoe to the large island, the lower end of which we were now passing, at the distance of 9 miles from its head. We had seen two smaller islands to the right, and 3 more near its lower extremity. The river was now about 1.5 miles in width, with a gentle current, and the bottoms extensive and low, but not subject to be overflowed. 3 miles below Image Canoe Island we came to 4 large houses on the left side. Here we had a full view of the mountain, which we had first seen from the Mussel Shell Rapid on the 19th of October, and which we now found to be in fact the Mount St. Helen of Vancouver. It bore north 25 degrees east, about 90 miles distant, rose in the form of a sugar loaf to a very great height, and was covered with snow. A mile lower we passed a single house on the left and another on the right. The Indians had now learned so much of us that their curiosity was without any mixture of fear, and their visits became very frequent and troublesome. We therefore continued on till after night in hopes of getting rid of them. But, after passing a village on each side, which, on account of the lateness of the hour, we could only see indistinctly, we found there was no escaping from their importunities. We accordingly landed at the distance of 7 miles below Image Canoe Island, and encamped near a single house on the right, having made during the day 29 miles. The Skilloots that we passed to-day speak a language somewhat different from that of the Echaloots or the Chilukatikawas near the Long Narrows. Their dress, however, is similar, except that the Skilloots possess more articles procured from the white traders, and there is this farther difference between them, that the Skilloots, both males and females, have the head flattened. Their principal food is fish, wapatoo roots, and some elk and deer, in killing which with arrows they seem to be very expert, for during the short time we remained at the village 3 deer were brought in. We also observed there a tame blaireau badger. As soon as we landed we were visited by 2 canoes loaded with Indians, from whom we purchased a few roots. The grounds along the river continued low and rich, and among the shrubs were large quantities of vines resembling the raspberry. On the right the low grounds were terminated at the distance of 5 miles by a range of high hills covered with tall timber, and running southeast and northwest. The game, as usual, was very abundant, and among other birds we observed some white geese with a part of their wings black. Early the next morning they resumed their voyage, passing several islands in the course of the day, the river alternately widening and contracting, and the hills sometimes retiring from, and at others approaching its banks. They stopped for the night at the distance of 32 miles from their last encampment. November 7th. The morning, precedes the narrative, was rainy, and the fog so thick that we could not see across the river. We observed, however, opposite to our camp, the upper point of an island, between which and the steep hills on the right we proceeded for 5 miles. 3 miles lower was the beginning of an island, separated from the right shore by a narrow channel. Down this we proceeded under the direction of some Indians whom we had just met going up the river, and who returned in order to show us their village. It consisted of 4 houses only, situated on this channel behind several marshy islands formed by 2 small creeks. On our arrival they gave us some fish, and we afterwards purchased wapatoo roots, fish, 3 dogs, and 2 otter skins, for which we gave fish hooks chiefly, that being an article which they were very anxious to obtain. These people seemed to be of a different nation from those we had just passed. They were low in stature, ill-shaped, and all had their heads flattened. They called themselves Wakiakum, and their language differed from that of the tribes above, with whom they trade for wapatoo roots. The houses, too, were built in a different style, being raised entirely above ground, with the eaves about 5 feet high and the door at the corner. Near the end, opposite to the door, was a single fireplace, round which were the beds, raised 4 feet from the floor of earth. Over the fire were hung fresh fish, and when dried they are stowed away with the wappatoo roots under the beds. The dress of the men was like that of the people above, but the women were clad in a peculiar manner, the robe not reaching lower than the hip, and the body being covered in cold weather by a sort of corset of fur, curiously plaited and reaching from the arms to the hip. Added to this was a sort of petticoat, or rather tissue of white cedar bark, bruised or broken into small strands and woven into a girdle by several cords of the same material. Being tied round the middle, these strands hang down as low as the knee in front and to the middle of the leg behind. Sometimes the tissue consists of strings of silk grass, twisted and knotted at the end. After remaining with them about an hour, we proceeded down the channel with an Indian dressed in a sailor's jacket for our pilot, and, on reaching the main channel, were visited by some Indians, who have a temporary residence on a marshy island, Tenasilihi, in the middle of the river, where there are great numbers of waterfowl. Here the mountainous country again approaches the river on the left, and a higher saddle mountain is perceived towards the southwest. At a distance of 20 miles from our camp, we halted at a village of Wahkiacombs, consisting of 7 ill-looking houses, built in the same form with those above, and situated at the foot of the high hills on the right, behind 2 small marshy islands. We merely stopped to purchase some food and 2 beaver skins, and then proceeded. Opposite to these islands the hills on the left retire, and the river widens into a kind of bay, crowded with low islands, subject to be overflowed occasionally by the tide. We had not gone far from this village when the fog suddenly clearing away, we were at last presented with a glorious sight of the ocean. That ocean, the object of all our labors, the reward of all our anxieties. This animating sight exhilarated the spirits of all the party, who were still more delighted on hearing the distant roar of the breakers. We went on with great cheerfulness along the high mountainous country which bordered the right bank. The shore, however, was so bold and rocky that we could not, until at a distance of 14 miles from the last village, find any spot fit for an encampment. Having made during the day 34 miles, we now spread our mats on the ground and passed the night in the rain. Here we were joined by our small canoe, which had been separated from us during the fog this morning. 2 Indians from the last village also accompanied us to the camp, but having detected them in stealing a knife, they were sent off. November 8th. It rained this morning, and, having changed our clothing, which had been wet by yesterday's rain, we set out at 9 o'clock. Immediately opposite our camp was a pillar rock, at the distance of a mile in the river, about 20 feet in diameter and 50 in height, and towards the southwest some high mountains, one of which was covered with snow at the top. We proceeded past several low islands in the bend, or bay of the river, to the left, which were here 5 or 6 miles wide. On the right side we passed an old village, and then, at the distance of 3 miles, entered an inlet, or niche, about 6 miles across, and making a deep bend of nearly 5 miles into the hills on the right shore, where it receives the waters of several creeks. We coasted along this inlet, which, from its little depth, we called Shallow Bay, and at the bottom of it stopped to dine near the remains of an old village, from which, however, we kept at a cautious distance, as, like all these places, it was occupied by a plentiful stock of fleas. At this place we observed a number of fowl, among which we killed a goose and 2 ducks, exactly resembling in appearance and flavor the canvas-back duck of the Susquehanna. After dinner we took advantage of the returning tide to go about 3 miles to a point on the right, 8 miles distant from our camp. But here the water ran so high and washed about our canoes so much that several of the men became seasick. It was therefore judged imprudent to proceed in the present state of the weather, and we landed at the point. Our situation here was extremely uncomfortable. The high hills jutted in so closely that there was not room for us to lie level, nor to secure our baggage from the tide, and the water of the river was too salty to be used, but the waves increasing so much that we could not move from the spot with safety, we fixed ourselves on the beach left by the ebb tide, and raising the baggage on poles, passed a disagreeable night, the rain during the day having wet us completely, as indeed we had been for some time past. November 9th. Fortunately, the tide did not rise as high as our camp during the night, but, being accompanied by high winds from the south, the canoes, which we could not place beyond its reach, were filled with water and saved with much difficulty. Our position was exceedingly disagreeable, but, as it was impossible to move from it, we waited for a change of weather. It rained, however, during the whole day, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon the flood tide came in, accompanied by a high wind from the south, which at about 4 o'clock shifted to the southwest, and blew almost a gale directly from the sea. Immense waves now broke over the place where we were, and large trees, some of them 5 or 6 feet through, which had been lodged on the point, drifted over our camp, so that the utmost vigilance of every man could scarcely save the canoes from being crushed to pieces. We remained in the water and were drenched with rain during the rest of the day, our only sustenance being some dried fish and the rain water which we caught. Yet, though wet and cold, and some of them sick from using salt water, the men were cheerful and full of anxiety to see more of the ocean. The rain continued all night and the following morning. November 10th. The wind lulling and the waves not being so high, we loaded our canoes and proceeded. The mountains on the right are here high, covered with timber, chiefly pine, and descend with a bold and rocky shore to the water. We went through a deep niche and several inlets on the right, while on the opposite side was a large bay, above which the hills are close on the river. At the distance of 10 miles the wind rose from the northwest, and the waves became so high that we were forced to return 2 miles for a place where we could unload with safety. Here we landed at the mouth of a small run, and having placed our baggage on a pile of drifted logs, waited until low water. The river then appearing more calm, we started again, but after going a mile found the waters too turbulent for our canoes, and were obliged to put to shore. Here we landed the baggage, and having placed it on a rock above the reach of the tide, encamped on some drift logs, which formed the only place where we could lie, the hills rising steep over our heads to the height of 500 feet. All our baggage, as well as ourselves, was thoroughly wet with rain, which did not cease during the day. It continued, indeed, violently through the night, in the course of which the tide reached the logs on which we lay and set them afloat. November 11th. The wind was still high from the southwest, and drove the waves against the shore with great fury. The rain, too, fell in torrents, and not only drenched us to the skin, but loosened the stones on the hillsides, so that they came rolling down upon us. In this comfortless condition we remained all day, wet and cold, and with nothing but dried fish to satisfy our hunger, the canoes at the mercy of the waves at one place, the baggage in another, and the men scattered on floating logs or sheltering themselves in the crevices of the rocks and hillsides. A hunter was dispatched in the hope of finding some game, but the hills were so steep and so covered with undergrowth and fallen timber that he could not proceed and was forced to return. About 12 o'clock we were visited by 5 Indians in a canoe. They came from the opposite side of the river, above where we were, and their language much resembled that of the Wahkiacums, they calling themselves Cathlamas. In person they were small, ill-made, and badly clothed, though one of them had on a sailor's jacket and pantaloons, which, as he explained by signs, he had received from the whites below the point. We purchased from them 13 red char, a fish which we found very excellent. After some time they went on board their boat and crossed the river, which is here 5 miles wide, through a very heavy sea. November 12th. About 3 o'clock a tremendous gale of wind arose, accompanied with lightning, thunder, and hail. At 6 it lightened up for a short time, but a violent rain soon began and lasted through the day. During the storm one of our boats, secured by being sunk with great quantities of stone, got loose, but, drifting against a rock, was recovered without having received much injury. Our situation now became much more dangerous, for the waves were driven with fury against the rocks and trees, which till now had afforded us refuge. We therefore took advantage of the low tide, and moved about half a mile round a point to a small brook, which we had not observed before on account of the thick bushes and driftwood which concealed its mouth. Here we were more safe, but still cold and wet, our clothes and bedding rotten as well as wet, our baggage at a distance, and the canoes, our only means of escape from this place, at the mercy of the waves. Still, we continued to enjoy good health, and even had the luxury of feasting on some salmon and 3 salmon trout which we caught in the brook. 3 of the men attempted to go round a point in our small Indian canoe, but the high waves rendered her quite unmanageable, these boats requiring the seamanship of the natives to make them live in so rough a sea. November 13th. During the night we had short intervals of fair weather, but it began to rain in the morning and continued through the day. In order to obtain a view of the country below, Captain Clark followed the course of the brook, and with much fatigue, and after walking 3 miles, ascended the first spur of the mountains. The whole lower country he found covered with almost impenetrable thickets of small pine, with which is mixed a species of plant resembling arrowwood, 12 or 15 feet high, with thorny stems, almost interwoven with each other, and scattered among the fern and fallen timber. There is also a red berry, somewhat like the Solomon's seal, which is called by the natives salme, and used as an article of diet. This thick growth rendered traveling almost impossible, and it was rendered still more fatiguing by the abruptness of the mountain, which was so steep as to oblige him to draw himself up by means of the bushes. The timber on the hills is chiefly of a large, tall species of pine, many of the trees 8 or 10 feet in diameter at the stump, and rising sometimes more than 100 feet in height. The hail which fell 2 nights before was still to be seen on the mountains. There was no game, and no marks of any, except some old tracks of elk. The cloudy weather prevented his seeing to any distance, and he therefore returned to camp and sent 3 men in an Indian canoe to try if they could double the point and find some safer harbor for our boats. At every flood tide the sea broke in great swells against the rocks and drifted the trees against our establishment, so as to render it very insecure. November 14th. It had rained without intermission during the night, and continued to through the day. The wind, too, was very high, and one of our canoes much injured by being driven against the rocks. 5 Indians from below came to us in a canoe, and 3 of them landed, and informed us that they had seen the men sent down yesterday. Fortunately, at this moment one of the men arrived, and told us that these very Indians had stolen his gig and basket. We therefore ordered the 2 women, who remained in the canoe, to restore them, but this they refused to do till we threatened to shoot them, when they gave back the articles, and we commanded them to leave us. They were of the Wahkiacum nation. The man now informed us that they had gone round the point as far as the high sea would suffer them in the canoe, and then landed; that in the night he had separated from his companions, who had proceeded farther down, and that, at no great distance from where we were, was a beautiful sand beach and a good harbor. Captain Lewis determined to examine more minutely the lower part of the bay, and, embarking in one of the large canoes, was put on shore at the point, whence he proceeded by land with 4 men, and the canoe returned nearly filled with water. November 15th. It continued raining all night, but in the morning the weather became calm and fair. We began, therefore, to prepare for setting out, but before we were ready a high wind sprang up from the southeast and obliged us to remain. The sun shone until 1 o'clock, and we were thus enabled to dry our bedding and examine our baggage. The rain, which had continued for the last 10 days without any interval of more than 2 hours, had completely wet all our merchandise, spoiled some of our fish, destroyed the ropes, and rotted nearly one half of our few remaining articles of clothing, particularly the leather dresses. About 3 o'clock the wind fell, and we instantly loaded the canoes, and left the miserable spot to which we had been confined the last 6 days. On turning the point we came to the sand beach, through which runs a small stream from the hills, at the mouth of which was an ancient village of 36 houses, without any inhabitants at the time except fleas. Here we met Shannon, who had been sent back to us by Captain Lewis. The day Shannon left us in the canoe, he and Willard proceeded on till they met a party of 20 Indians, who, not having heard of us, did not know who they were, but they behaved with great civility. So great, indeed, and seemed so anxious that our men should accompany them toward the sea, that their suspicions were aroused, and they declined going. The Indians, however, would not leave them, and the men, becoming confirmed in their suspicions, and fearful if they went into the woods to sleep that they would be cut to pieces in the night, thought it best to remain with the Indians. They therefore made a fire, and after talking with them to a late hour, laid down with their rifles under their heads. When they awoke they found that the Indians had stolen and concealed their arms, and having demanded them in vain, Shannon seized a club and was about assaulting one of the Indians whom he suspected to be the thief, when another of them began to load his fowling piece with the intention of shooting him. He therefore stopped and explained to them by signs that if they did not give up the guns, a large party would come down the river before the sun rose to a certain height and put every one of them to death. Fortunately, Captain Lewis and his party appeared at this very time, and the terrified Indians immediately brought the guns, and 5 of them came in with Shannon. To these men we declared that if ever any of their nation stole anything from us, he would be instantly shot. They resided to the north of this place, and spoke a language different from that of the people higher up the river. It was now apparent that the sea was at all times too rough for us to proceed farther down the bay by water. We therefore landed, and having chosen the best spot we could, made our camp of boards from the old village. We were now comfortably situated, and being visited by 4 Wahkiacums with Wapatu roots, were enabled to make an agreeable addition to our food. November 16th. The morning was clear and pleasant. We therefore put out all our baggage to dry, and sent several of our party to hunt. Our camp was in full view of the ocean, on the bay laid down by Vancouver, which we distinguish by the name of Haley's Bay, from a trader who visits the Indians here, and is a great favorite among them. The meridian altitude of this day gave 46° 19' 11.7" as our latitude. The wind was strong from the southwest, and the waves were very high, yet the Indians were passing up and down the bay in canoes, and several of them encamped near us. We smoked with them, but after our recent experience of their thievish disposition, treated them with caution. The hunters brought in 2 deer, a crane, some geese and ducks, and several brant, 3 of which were white, except a part of the wing, which was black, and they were much larger than the gray brant. November 17th. A fair, cool morning and easterly wind. The tide rises at this place 8 feet 6 inches. About 1 o'clock Captain Lewis returned after having coasted down Haley's Bay to Cape Disappointment, and some distance to the north along the sea coast. He was followed by several Chinooks, among whom were the principal chief and his family. They made us a present of a boiled root very much like the common licorice in taste and size, called kulwamo, and in return we gave them articles of double its value. We now learned, however, the danger of accepting anything from them, since nothing given in payment, even though 10 times more valuable, would satisfy them. We were chiefly occupied in hunting, and were able to procure 3 deer, 4 brant, and 2 ducks, and also saw some signs of elk. Captain Clark now prepared for an excursion down the bay, and accordingly started. November 18th. At daylight, accompanied by 11 men, he proceeded along the beach 1 mile to a point of rocks about 40 feet high, where the hills retired, leaving a wide beach and a number of ponds covered with waterfowl, between which and the mountain there was a narrow bottom covered with alder and small balsam trees. 7 miles from the rocks was the entrance from the creek, or rather drain from the pond and hills, where was a cabin of Chinooks. The cabin contained some children and 4 women. They were taken across the creek in a canoe by 2 squaws, to each of whom they gave a fish hook, and then, coasting along the bay, passed at 2 miles the low bluff of a small hill, below which were the ruins of some old huts, and close to it the remains of a whale. The country was low, open, and marshy, interspersed with some high pine and with a thick undergrowth. 5 miles from the creek they came to a stream, 40 yards wide at low water, which they called Chinook River. The hills up this river and toward the bay were not high, but very thickly covered with large pine of several species. Proceeding along the shore, they came to a deep bend, appearing to afford a good harbor, and here the natives told them that European vessels usually anchored. About 2 miles farther on they reached Cape Disappointment, an elevated circular knob, says the journal, rising with a steep ascent 150 or 160 feet above the water, formed like the whole shore of the bay, as well as of the sea-coast, and covered with thick timber on the inner side, but open and grassy on the exposure next the sea. From this cape a high point of land bears south 20° west, about 25 miles distant. In the range between these 2 eminences is the opposite point of the bay, a very low ground which has been variously called Cape Ronde by Le Pérouse and Point Adams by Vancouver. The water for a great distance off the mouth of the river appears very shallow, and within the mouth, nearest to Point Adams, is a large sandbar, almost covered at high tide. November 19th. In the evening it began to rain, and continued until 11 o'clock. 2 hunters were sent out in the morning to kill something for breakfast, and the rest of the party, after drying their blankets, soon followed. At 3 miles they overtook the hunters and breakfasted on a small deer which they had been fortunate enough to kill. This, like all those that we saw on the coast, was much darker than our common deer. Their bodies too are deeper, their legs shorter, and their eyes larger. The branches of the horns are similar, but the upper part of the tail is black from the root to the end, and they do not leap, but jump like a sheep frightened. Continuing along 5 miles farther, they reached a point of high land, below which is a sandy point extended in a direction north 19° west to another high point 20 miles distant. To this they gave the name of Point Lewis. They proceeded 4 miles farther along the sandy beach to a small pine tree, on which Captain Clark marked his name, with the year and day, and then set out to return to the camp, where they arrived the following day, having met a large party of Chinooks coming from it. November 21st. The morning was cloudy, and from noon till night it rained. The wind too was high from the southeast, and the sea so rough that the water reached our camp. Most of the Chinooks returned home, but we were visited in the course of the day by people of different bands in the neighborhood, among whom were the Chilts, a nation residing on the seacoast near Point Lewis, and the Clatsops, who live immediately opposite on the south side of the Columbia. A chief from the Grand Rapid also came to see us, and we gave him a medal. To each of our visitors we made a present of a small piece of ribbon, and purchased some cranberries and some articles of their manufacture, such as mats and household furniture, for all of which we paid high prices. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Arctic Perils by Elijah Kent Kane. In launching the Hope from the frail and perishing ice wharf on which we found our first refuge from the gale, she was precipitated into the sledge below, carrying away rail and bulwark, losing overboard our best shotgun, Bonsel's favorite, and worst of all, that universal favorite, our kettle, soup kettle, paste kettle, tea kettle, water kettle in one. I may mention before I pass that the kettle found its substitute and successor in the remains of a tin can which a good aunt of mine had filled with ginger nuts 2 years before, and which had long survived the condiments that once gave it dignity. Sweet are the uses of adversity. Our descent to the coast followed the margin of the fast ice. After passing the crimson cliffs of Sir John Ross, it wore almost the dress of a holiday excursion, a rude one, perhaps, yet truly one in feeling. Our course, except where a protruding glacier interfered with it, was nearly parallel to the shore. The birds along it were rejoicing in the young summer, and when we halted it was upon some green-clothed cape near a stream of water from the ice fields above. Our sportsmen would clamber up the cliffs and come back laden with little auks, great generous fires of turf that cost nothing but the toil of gathering, blazed merrily, and our happy oarsmen, after a long day's work, made easy by the promise ahead, would stretch themselves in the sunshine and dream happily away till called to the morning wash and prayers. We enjoyed it the more, for we all of us knew that it could not last. This coast must have been a favorite region at one time with the natives, a sort of Eskimo Eden. We seldom encamped without finding the ruins of their habitations, for the most part overgrown with lichens and exhibiting every mark of antiquity. One of these, in latitude 76° 20', was once no doubt an extensive village. Cairns for the safe deposit of meat stood in long lines, 6 or 8 in a group, and the huts, built of large rocks, faced each other, as if disposed on a street or avenue. The same reasoning which deduces the subsistence of the coast from the actual base of the temple of Serapis proves that the depression of the Greenland coast, which I had detected as far north as Upernavik, is also going on up here. Some of these huts were washed by the sea or torn away by the ice that had descended with the tides. The turf, too, a representative of very ancient growth, was cut even with the water's edge, giving sections 2 feet thick. I had not noticed before such unmistakable evidence of the depression of this coast. Its converse elevation I had observed to the north of Wostenholm Sound. The axis of oscillation must be somewhere in the neighborhood of latitude 77°. We reached Cape York on the 21st of July, after a tortuous but romantic travel through a misty atmosphere. Here the land leads ceased, with the exception of some small and scarcely practicable openings near the shore, which were evidently owing to the wind that prevailed for the time. Everything bore proof of the late development of the season. The red snow was a fortnight behind its time. A fast floe extended with numerous tongues far out to the south and east. The only question was between a new rest, for the shore ices to open, or a desertion of the coast and a trial of the open water to the west. I climbed the rocks a second time with Mr. McGarry, and took a careful survey of the ice with my glass. The fast, as the whalers call the immovable shore ice, could be seen in a nearly unbroken sweep, passing by Bushnell's Island and joining the coast not far from where I stood. The outside floes were large, and had evidently been not long broken, but it cheered my heart to see that there was one well-defined lead which followed the main floe until it lost itself to seaward. I called my officers together, explained to them the motives which governed me, and prepared to re-embark. The boats were hauled up, examined carefully, and as far as our means permitted, repaired. The Red Eric was stripped of her outfit and cargo, to be broken up for fuel when the occasion should come. A large beacon cairn was built on an eminence, open to view from the south and west, and a red flannel shirt, spared with some reluctance, was hoisted as a pennant to draw attention to the spot. Here I deposited a succinct record of our condition and purposes, and then directed our course south by west into the ice fields. By degrees the ice through which we were moving became more and more impacted, and it sometimes required all our ice knowledge to determine whether a particular lead was practicable or not. The irregularities of the surface, broken by hummocks and occasionally by larger masses, made it difficult to see far ahead, besides which we were often embarrassed by the fogs. I was awakened one evening from a weary sleep in my fox-skins to discover that we had fairly lost our way. The officer at the helm of the leading boat, misled by the irregular shape of a large iceberg that crossed his track, had lost the main lead some time before, and was steering shoreward, far out of the true course. The little canal in which he had locked us was hardly 2 boats' lengths across, and lost itself not far off in a feeble zigzag both behind and before us. It was evidently closing, and we could not retreat. Without apprising the men of our misadventure, I ordered the boats hauled up, and, under pretense of drying the clothing and stores, made a camp on the ice. A few hours after the weather cleared enough for the first time to allow a view of the distance, and McGarry and myself climbed a berg some 300 feet high for the purpose. It was truly fearful. We were deep in the recesses of the bay, surrounded on all sides by stupendous icebergs and tangled floe pieces. My sturdy second officer, not naturally impressible and long accustomed to the vicissitudes of whaling life, shed tears at the prospect. There was one thing to be done. Cost what it might, we must harness our sledges again and retrace our way to the westward. One sledge had been already used for firewood. The Red Eric, to which it had belonged, was now cut up, and her light cedar planking laid upon the floor of the other boats, and we went to work with the rue-raddies as in the olden time. It was not till the third toilsome day was well spent that we reached the berg that had bewildered our helmsman. We hauled over its tongue and joyously embarked again upon a free lead, with a fine breeze from the north. Our little squadron was now reduced to 2 boats. The land to the northward was no longer visible, and whenever I left the margin of the fast to avoid its deep sinuosities, I was obliged to trust entirely to the compass. We had at least 8 days' allowance of fuel on board, but our provisions were running very low, and we met few birds and failed to secure any larger game. We saw several large seals upon the ice, but they were too watchful for us, and on 2 occasions we came upon the walrus sleeping, once within actual lance thrust, but the animal charged in the teeth of his assailant and made good his retreat. On the 28th I instituted a quiet review of the state of things before us. Our draft on the stores we had laid in at Providence Halt had been limited for some days to 3 raw eggs and 2 breasts of birds a day, but we had a small ration of bread dust beside, and when we halted, as we did regularly for meals, our fuel allowed us to indulge lavishly in the great panacea of Arctic travel, tea. The men's strength was waning under this restricted diet, but a careful reckoning up of our remaining supplies proved to me now that even this was more than we could afford ourselves without an undue reliance on the fortunes of the hunt. Our next land was to be Cape Shackleton, one of the most prolific bird colonies of the coast, which we were all looking to, much as sailors nearing home in their boats after disaster and short allowance at sea. But, meting out our stores through the number of days that must elapse before we could expect to share its hospitable welcome, I found that 5 ounces of bread dust, 4 of tallow, and 3 of bird meat must from this time form our daily ration. So far we had generally coasted the fast ice. It had given us an occasional resting place and refuge, and we were able sometimes to reinforce our stores of provisions by our guns. But it made our progress tediously slow, and our stock of small shot was so nearly exhausted that I was convinced our safety depended on increase of speed. I determined to try the more open sea. For the first 2 days the experiment was a failure. We were surrounded by heavy fogs. A southwest wind brought the outside pack upon us, and obliged us to haul up on the drifting ice. We were thus carried to the northward, and lost about 20 miles. My party, much overworked, felt despondingly the want of the protection of the land floes. Nevertheless, I held to my purpose, steering south-southwest as nearly as the leads would admit, and looking constantly for the thinning out of the pack that hangs around the western water. Although the low diet and exposure to wet had again reduced our party, there was no apparent relaxation of energy, and it was not until some days later that I found their strength seriously giving way. It is a little curious that the effect of a short allowance of food does not show itself in hunger. The first symptom is a loss of power, often so imperceptibly brought on that it becomes evident only by an accident. I well remember our look of blank amazement as one day, the order being given to haul the Hope over a tongue of ice, we found she would not budge. At first I thought it was owing to the wetness of the snow-covered surface in which her runners were, but as there was a heavy gale blowing outside, and I was extremely anxious to get her onto a larger floe to prevent being drifted off, I lightened her cargo and set both crews upon her. In the land of promise off Crimson Cliff such a force would have trundled her like a wheelbarrow. We could almost have borne her upon our backs. Now with incessant labor and standing hauls she moved at a snail's pace. The Faith was left behind, and barely escaped destruction. The outside pressure cleft the floe asunder, and we saw our best boat with all our stores drifting rapidly away from us. The sight produced an almost hysterical impression upon our party. 2 days of want of bread, I am sure, would have destroyed us, and we had now left us but 8 pounds of shot in all. To launch the Hope again, and rescue her comrade, or share her fortunes, would have been the instinct of other circumstances, but it was out of the question now. Happily, before we had time to ponder our loss, a flat cake of ice eddied round near the floe we were upon. McGarry and myself sprang to it at the moment, and succeeded in floating it across the chasm in time to secure her. The rest of the crew rejoined her only by scrambling over the crushed ice as we brought her in at the hummock lines. Things grew worse and worse with us. The old difficulty of breathing came back again, and our feet swelled to such an extent that we were obliged to cut open our canvas boots. But the symptom which gave me most uneasiness was our inability to sleep. A form of low fever which hung by us when at work had been kept down by the thoroughness of our daily rest. All my hopes of escape were in the refreshing influences of the halt. It must be remembered that we were now in the open bay, in the full line of the great ice drift to the Atlantic, and in boats so frail and unseaworthy as to require constant bailing to keep them afloat. It was at this crisis of our fortunes that we saw a large seal floating, as is the custom of these animals, on a small patch of ice, and seemingly asleep. It was an usuk, and so large that I at first mistook it for a walrus. Signal was made for the Hope to follow astern, and, trembling with anxiety, we prepared to crawl down upon him. Peterson, with the large English rifle, was stationed in the bow, and stockings were drawn over the oars as mufflers. As we neared the animal our excitement became so intense that the men could hardly keep stroke. I had a set of signals for such occasions which spared us the noise of the voice, and when about 300 yards off the oars were taken in, and we moved in deep silence with a single scull astern. He was not asleep, for he reared his head when we were almost within rifle shot, and to this day I can remember the hard, careworn, almost despairing expression of the men's thin faces as they saw him move. Their lives depended on his capture. I depressed my hand nervously as a signal for Peterson to fire. McGarry hung upon his oar, and the boat, slowly but noiselessly sagging ahead, seemed to me within certain range. Looking at Peterson, I saw that the poor fellow was paralyzed by his anxiety, trying vainly to obtain a rest for his gun against the cutwater of the boat. The seal rose on his foreflippers, gazed at us for a moment with frightened curiosity, and coiled himself for a plunge. At that instant, simultaneously with the crack of our rifle, he relaxed his long length on the ice, and at the very brink of the water his head fell helpless to one side. I would have ordered another shot, but no discipline could have controlled the men. With a wild yell, each vociferating according to his own impulse, they urged both boats upon the floe. A crowd of hands seized the seal and bore him up to safer ice. The men seemed half crazy. I had not realized how much we were reduced by absolute famine. They ran over the floe crying and laughing and brandishing their knives. It was not 5 minutes before every man was sucking his bloody fingers or mouthing long strips of raw blubber. Not an ounce of this seal was lost. The intestines found their way into the soup kettles without any observance of the preliminary home processes. The cartilaginous parts of the foreflippers were cut off in the mêlée and passed round to be chewed upon, and even the liver, warm and raw as it was, bade fair to be eaten before it had seen the pot. That night, on the large halting floe, to which, in contempt of the dangers of drifting, we happy men had hauled our boats, 2 entire planks of the Red Eric were devoted to a grand cooking fire, and we enjoyed a rare and savage feast. This was our last experience of the disagreeable effects of hunger. In the words of George Stephenson, the charm was broken and the dogs were safe. The dogs I have said little about, for none of us liked to think of them. The poor creatures, Toodla and Whitey, had been taken with us as last resources against starvation. They were, as McGarry worded it, meat on the hoof, and able to carry their own fat over the floes. Once, near Weary Man's Rest, I had been on the point of killing them, but they had been the leaders of our winter's team, and we could not bear the sacrifice. I need not detail our journey any farther. Within a day or two we shot another seal, and from that time forward had a full supply of food. 2 days after this, a mist had settled down upon the islands which embayed us, and when it lifted we found ourselves rowing in lazy time under the shadow of Carcamoot. Just then a familiar sound came to us over the water. We had often listened to the screeching of the gulls or the bark of the fox and mistaken it for the "huck" of the Eskimo, but this had about it an inflection not to be mistaken, for it died away in the familiar cadence of an halloo. "Listen, Peterson, oars, men, what is it?" And he listened quietly at first, and then trembling said in a half-whisper, "Danimarkers." I remember this, the first tone of Christian voice which had greeted our return to the world. How we all stood up and peered into the distant nooks, and how the cry came to us again, just as, having seen nothing, we were doubting whether the whole was not a dream, and then how, with long sweeps, the white ash cracking under the spring of the rowers, we stood for the cape that the sound proceeded from, and how nervously we scanned the green spots which our experience, grown now into instinct, told us would be the likely camping ground of wayfarers. By and by, for we must have been pulling a good half hour, the single mast of a small shallop showed itself, and Peterson, who had been very quiet and grave, burst into an incoherent fit of crying, only relieved by broken exclamations of mingled Danish and English. "'Tis the Upernavik oil boat! The Fraulein Fleischer! Carly Mawson, the assistant cooper, must be on his road to Kingatuck for blubber. The Mary Ann, the one annual ship has come, and Carly Mawson," and here he did it all over again, gulping down his words and wringing his hands. It was Carly Mawson, sure enough. The quiet routine of a Danish settlement is the same year after year, and Peterson had hit upon the exact state of things. The Mary Ann was at Proven, and Carly Mawson had come up in the Fraulein Fleischer to get the year's supply of blubber from Kingatuck. End of section 19. Chapter 20 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by BettyB. Life and Scenery in Venezuela by Alexander von Humboldt. We returned to the valley of Aragua and stopped at the farm of Barbula. We had heard of a tree called the cow tree, the sap of which is a nourishing milk, and here we found one. When incisions are made in the trunk of this tree, It yields abundance of a glutinous milk, tolerably thick, devoid of all acridity, and of an agreeable and balmy smell. It was offered to us in the shell of a calabash. We drank considerable quantities of it in the evening before we went to bed, and very early in the morning, without feeling the least injurious effect. The glutinous character of this milk alone renders it a little disagreeable. The negroes and the free people who work in the plantation drink it, dipping it into their bread of maize or cassava. The overseer of the farm told us that the negroes grow sensibly fatter during the season when the Polo de vaca furnishes them with most milk. The juice, exposed to the air, presents at its surface membranes of a strongly animalized substance, yellowish, stringy, and resembling cheese. Amidst the great number of curious phenomena which I have observed in the course of my travels, I confess there are few that have made so powerful an impression on me as the aspect of the cow tree. Whatever relates to milk or to corn inspires an interest which is not merely that of the physical knowledge of things, but is connected with another order of ideas and sentiments. We can scarcely conceive how the human race could exist without farinaceous substances, and without that nourishing juice which the breast of the mother contains, and which is appropriated to the long feebleness of the infant. The amylaceous matter of corn, the object of religious veneration among so many nations, ancient and modern, is diffused in the seeds and deposited in the roots of vegetables. Milk, which serves as an aliment, appears to us exclusively the produce of animal organization. Such are the impressions we have received in our earliest infancy. Such is also the source of that astonishment created by the aspect of the tree just described. It is not here the solemn shades of forests, the majestic course of rivers, the mountains wrapped in eternal snow, that excite our emotion. A few drops of vegetable juice recall to our minds all the powerfulness and the fecundity of nature. On the barren flank of a rock grows a tree with coriaceous and dry leaves. Its large woody roots can scarcely penetrate into the stone. For several months of the year not a single shower moistens its foliage. Its branches appear dead and dried, but when the trunk is pierced there flows from it a sweet and nourishing milk. It is at the rising of the sun that this vegetable fountain is most abundant. The negroes and natives are then seen hastening from all quarters, furnished with large bowls to receive the milk, which grows yellow and thickens at its surface. Some empty their bowls under the tree itself, others carry the juice home to their children. The sun was almost at its zenith. The earth, wherever it appeared sterile and destitute of vegetation, was at the temperature of 120 degrees. Not a breath of air was felt at the height at which we were on our mules. Yet, in the midst of this apparent calm, whirls of dust incessantly arose, driven on by those small currents of air which glide only over the surface of the ground, and are occasioned by the difference of temperature between the naked sand and the spots covered with grass. All around us the plains seemed to ascend to the sky, and the vast and profound solitude appeared like an ocean covered with seaweed. On the horizon the earth was confounded with the sky. Through the dry mist and strata of vapor the trunks of palm trees were seen from afar, stripped of their foliage and their verdant summits, and looking like the masts of a ship descried upon the horizon. There is something awful as well as sad and gloomy in the uniform aspect of these steppes. Everything seems motionless. Scarcely does a small cloud passing across the zenith and denoting the approach of the rainy season cast its shadow on the earth. I know not whether the first aspect of the Llanos excites less astonishment than that of the chain of the Andes. When, beneath the vertical rays of the bright and cloudless sun of the tropics, the parched sward crumbles into dust, then the indurated soil cracks and bursts as if rent asunder by some mighty earthquake. And if, at such a time, two opposite currents of air, by conflict moving in rapid gyrations, come in contact with the earth, a singular spectacle presents itself. like funnel-shaped clouds, their apexes touching the earth, the sand rises in vapory form through the rarefied air in the electrically charged center of the whirling current, sweeping on like the rushing waterspout which strikes such terror from the heart of the mariner. A dim and sallow light gleams from the lowering sky over the dreary plain. The horizon suddenly contracts, and the heart of the traveler sinks with dismay as the wide steppe seems to close upon him on all sides. The hot and dusty earth forms a cloudy veil which shrouds the heavens from view, and increases the stifling oppression of the atmosphere, while the east wind, when it blows over the long-heated soil, instead of cooling, adds to the burning glow. Gradually, too, the pools of water which had been protected from evaporation by the now seared foliage of the fan palm disappear. As in the icy north animals became torpid from cold, so here the crocodile and the boa constrictor lie wrapped in unbroken sleep, deeply buried in the dried soil. Everywhere the drought announces death, yet everywhere the thirsty wanderer is deluded by the phantom of a moving, undulating, watery surface, created by the deceptive play of the mirage. A narrow stratum separates the ground from the distant palm trees, which seem to hover aloft, owing to the contact of currents of air having different degrees of heat, and therefore of density. Shrouded in dark clouds of dust, and tortured by hunger and burning thirst, oxen and horses scour the plain, the one bellowing dismally, the other with outstretched necks snuffing the wind, in the endeavor to detect, by the moisture of the air, the vicinity of some pool of water not yet wholly evaporated. The mule, more cautious and cunning, adopts another method of allaying his thirst. There is a globular and articulated plant, the mellow cactus, which encloses under its prickly integument an aqueous pulp. After carefully striking away the prickles with his forefeet, the mule cautiously ventures to apply his lips to imbibe the cooling thistle juice. But the draught from this living vegetable spring is not always unattended by danger, and these animals are often observed to have been lamed by the puncture of the cactus thorn. Even if the burning heat of day be succeeded by the cool freshness of the night, here always of equal length, the wearied ox and horse enjoy no repose. Huge bats now attack the animals during sleep, and vampire-like suck their blood, or, fastening on their backs, raise festering wounds, in which mosquitoes, hippoboscis, and a host of other stinging insects burrow and nestle. When, after a long drought, the genial season of rain arrives, the scene suddenly changes. The deep azure of the hitherto cloudless sky assumes a lighter hue. Scarcely can the dark space in the constellation of the Southern Cross be distinguished at night. The mild phosphorescence of the Magellanic clouds fades away. Like some distant mountain, a single cloud is seen rising perpendicularly on the southern horizon. Misty vapors collect and gradually overspread the heavens, while distant thunder proclaims the approach of the vivifying rain. Scarcely is the surface of the earth moistened before the teeming steppe becomes covered with a variety of grasses. Excited by the power of light, the herbaceous mimosa unfolds its dormant, drooping leaves, hailing, as it were, the rising sun in chorus with the matin song of the birds and the opening flowers of aquatic plants. Horses and oxen, buoyant with life and enjoyment, roam over and crop the plains. The luxuriant grass hides the beautifully spotted jaguar, who, lurking in safe concealment, and carefully measuring the extent of his leap, darts, like the Asiatic tiger, with a cat-like bound upon his passing prey. At times, according to the accounts of the natives, the human clay on the banks of the morasses is seen to rise slowly in broad flakes. Accompanied with a violent noise, as on the eruption of a small mud volcano, the upheaved earth is hurled high into the air. Those who are familiar with the phenomenon fly from it, for a colossal water snake, or a mailed and scaly crocodile, awakened from its trance by the first fall of rain, is about to burst from its tomb. When the rivers bounding the plain to the south, as the Arauca, the Apure, and the Payara, gradually overflow their banks, nature compels those creatures to live as amphibious animals, which, during the first half of the year, were perishing with thirst on the waterless and dusty plain. A part of the steppe now presents the appearance of a vast inland sea. The mares retreat with their foals to the higher banks, which project, like islands, above the spreading waters. Day by day the dry surface diminishes in extent. The cattle, crowded together and deprived of pasturage, swim for hours about the inundated plain, seeking a scanty nourishment from the flowing panicles of the grasses which rise above the lurid and bubbling waters. Many foals are drowned, many are seized by crocodiles, crushed by their serrated tails, and devoured. Horses and oxen may not unfrequently be seen, which have escaped from the fury of this bloodthirsty and gigantic lizard, bearing on their legs the marks of its pointed teeth. Below the mission of Santa Barbara de Aracuna, we passed the night as usual in the open air on a sandy flat, on the bank of the Apure, skirted by the impenetrable forest. We had some difficulty in finding dry wood to kindle the fires, with which it is here customary to surround the bivouac, as a safeguard against the attacks of the jaguar. The air was bland and soft, and the moon shone brightly. Several crocodiles approached the bank, and I have observed that fire attracts these creatures as it does our crabs and many other aquatic animals. The oars of our boats were fixed upright in the ground to support our hammocks. Deep stillness prevailed, only broken at intervals by the blowing of the freshwater dolphins, which are peculiar to the river network of the Orinoco. After 11 o'clock, such a noise began in the contiguous forest that for the remainder of the night all sleep was impossible. The wild cries of animals rang through the woods. Among the many voices which resounded together, the Indians could only recognize those which, after short pauses, were heard singly. There was the monotonous, plaintive cry of the howling monkeys, the whining, flute-like notes of the small sapajous, the grunting murmur of the striped nocturnal ape, the fitful roar of the great tiger, the cougar, or maneless American lion, the peccary, the sloth, and a host of parrots, paraquas, and other pheasant-like birds. Whenever the tigers approached the edge of the forest, our dog, who before had barked incessantly, came howling to seek protection under the hammocks. Sometimes the cry of the tiger resounded from the branches of a tree, and was always then accompanied by the plaintive, piping tones of the apes, who were endeavoring to escape from the unwonted pursuit. If one asks the Indians why such a continuous noise is heard on certain nights, they answer with a smile, that the animals are rejoicing in the beautiful moonlight and celebrating the return of the full moon. To me, the scene appeared rather to be owing to an accidental, long continued, and gradually increasing conflict among the animals. Thus, for instance, the jaguar will pursue the peccaries and the tapirs, which, densely crowded together, burst through the barrier of tree-like shrubs which opposes their flight. Terrified at the confusion, the monkeys on the tops of the trees join their cries with those of the larger animals. This arouses the tribes of birds who build their nests in communities, and suddenly the whole animal world is in a state of commotion. Further experience taught us that it was by no means always the festival of moonlight that disturbed the stillness of the forest, for we observed that the voices were loudest during violent storms of rain, or when the thunder echoed and the lightning flashed through the depths of the wood. The good-natured Franciscan monk, who accompanied us through the cataracts of Apures and Maypures to San Carlos on the Rio Negro, and to the Brazilian frontier, used to say, when apprehensive of a storm at night, "May Heaven grant a quiet night both to us and to the wild beasts of the forest." The new canoe intended for us was, like all Indian boats, a trunk of a tree hollowed out partly by the hatchet and partly by fire. It was 40 feet long and 3 broad. 3 persons could not sit in it side by side. These canoes are so crank, and they require, from their instability, a cargo so equally distributed that when you want to rise for an instant you must warn the rowers to lean to the opposite side. Without this precaution the water would necessarily enter the side pressed down. It is difficult to form an idea of the inconveniences that are suffered in such wretched vessels. To gain something in breadth, a sort of lattice work had been constructed on the stern, with branches of trees that extended on each side beyond the gunwale. Unfortunately, the toldo, or roof of leaves, that covered this lattice work was so low that we were obliged to lie down without seeing anything, or, if seated, to sit nearly double. The necessity of carrying the canoe across the rapids, and even from one river to another, and the fear of giving too much hold to the wind by making the toldo higher, render this construction necessary for vessels that go up toward the Rio Negro. The toldo was intended to cover 4 persons lying on the deck or lattice work of brushwood, but our legs reached far beyond it, and when it rained, half our bodies were wet. Our couches consisted of ox hides or tiger skins spread upon branches of trees which were painfully felt through so thin a covering. The fore part of the boat was filled with Indian rowers, furnished with paddles 3 feet long in the form of spoons. They were all naked, seated 2 by 2, and they kept time in rowing with a surprising uniformity, singing songs of a sad and monotonous character. The small cages containing our birds and our monkeys, the number of which augmented as we advanced, were hung some to the toldo and others to the bow of the boat. This was our traveling menagerie. Every night, when we established our watch, our collection of animals and our instruments occupied the center. Around these were placed, first our hammocks, then the hammocks of the Indians, and on the outside were the fires, which are thought indispensable against the attacks of the jaguar. About sunrise the monkeys in our cages answered the cries of the monkeys of the forest. In a canoe, not 3 feet wide, and so encumbered, there remained no other place for the dried plants, trunks, sextant, a dipping needle, and the meteorological instruments, than the space below the lattice work of branches, on which we were compelled to remain stretched the greater part of the day. If we wished to take the least object out of a trunk, or to use an instrument, it was necessary to row ashore and land. To these inconveniences were joined the torment of the mosquitoes which swarmed under the toldo, and the heat radiated from the leaves of the palm trees, the upper surface of which was continually exposed to the solar rays. We attempted every instant, but always without success, to amend our situation. While one of us hid himself under a sheet to ward off the insects, the other insisted on having green wood lighted beneath the toldo, in the hope of driving away the mosquitoes by the smoke. The painful sensations of the eyes and the increase of heat, already stifling, rendered both these contrivances alike impracticable. With some gaiety of temper, with feelings of mutual goodwill, and with a vivid taste for the majestic grandeur of these vast valleys of rivers, travelers easily support evils that become habitual. The lower strata of air, from the surface of the ground to the height of 15 or 20 feet, are absolutely filled with venomous insects. If in an obscure spot, for instance, in the grottos of the cataracts formed by superincumbent blocks of granite, you direct your eyes towards the opening enlightened by the sun, you see clouds of mosquitoes more or less thick. I doubt whether there be a country upon earth where man is exposed to more cruel torments in the rainy season. Having passed the 5th degree of latitude, you are somewhat less stung, but on the upper Orinoco the stings are more painful, because the heat and the absolute want of wind render the air more burning and more irritating in its contact with the skin. "How comfortable people must be in the moon," said a Salive Indian to Father Gumilla. "She looks so beautiful and so clear that she must be free from mosquitoes." These words, which denote the infancy of a people, are very remarkable. The satellite of the earth appears to all savage nations the abode of the blessed, the country of abundance. The Eskimo, who counts among his riches a plank or the trunk of a tree thrown by the currents on a coast destitute of vegetation, sees in the moon plains covered with forests. The Indian of the forest of Orinoco there beholds open savannas, where the inhabitants are never stung by mosquitoes. It would be difficult for me to express the satisfaction we felt on landing at Angostura, the capital of Spanish Guiana. The inconveniences endured at sea in small vessels are trivial in comparison with those that are suffered under a burning sky, surrounded by swarms of mosquitoes and lying stretched in a canoe, without the possibility of taking the least bodily exercise. In 75 days we had performed a passage of 500 leagues, 20 to a degree, on the 5 great rivers, Apure, Orinoco, Atabapo, Rio Negro, and Cassiquiare, and in this vast extent we had found but a very small number of inhabited places. Coming from an almost desert country, we were struck with the bustle of the town, though it contained only 6,000 inhabitants. We admired the conveniences which industry and commerce furnished to civilized man. Humble dwellings appeared to us magnificent, and every person with whom we conversed seemed to be endowed with superior intelligence. Long privations give a value to the smallest enjoyments, and I cannot express the pleasure we felt when we saw for the first time wheaten bread on the governor's table. End of chapter 20. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright MABIE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Spanish Life in Granada by Théophile Gautier. We often went to San Domingo to sit beneath the shade of the laurels and bathe in a pool, near which, if the satirical songs are to be believed, the monks used to lead no very reputable sort of life. It is a remarkable fact that the most Catholic countries are always those in which the priests and monks are treated most cavalierly. The Spanish songs and stories about the clergy rival in license the facetiae of Rabelais and Berold de Verville. And to judge by the manner in which all the ceremonies of the Church are parodied in the old pieces, one would hardly think that the Inquisition ever existed. Talking of baths, I will here relate a little incident which proves that the thermal art, carried to so high a degree of perfection by the Arabs, has lost much of its former splendor in Granada. Our guide took us to some baths that appeared very well managed, the rooms being situated round a patio shaded by a covering of vine leaves, while a large reservoir of very limpid water occupied the greater part of the patio. So far all was well, but of what do you think the baths themselves were made? Of copper, zinc, stone, or wood? Not a bit of it. You are wrong. I will tell you at once, for you will never guess. They were enormous clay jars, like those made to hold oil. These novel baths were about 2/3 buried in the ground. Before putting ourselves in them, we had the inside covered with a clean cloth, a piece of precaution which struck the attendant as something so extremely strange, and which astonished him so profoundly, that we were obliged to repeat the order several times before he would obey it. He explained this whim of ours to his own satisfaction by shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head in a commiserative manner as he pronounced in a low voice the one word, Inglese. There we sat, squatted down in our oil jars with our heads stuck out at the top, peasants en terrine, cutting rather grotesque figures. It was on this occasion that I understood for the first time the story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, which had always struck me as being rather difficult to believe, and had made me for an instant doubt the veracity of the 1001 Nights. There are also in the Albaycin some old Moorish baths, and a pond covered over with a vaulted roof, pierced by a number of little holes in the shape of stars, but they are not in working order, and you can get nothing but cold water. This is about all that is to be seen at Granada during a stay of some weeks. Public amusements are scarce. The theatre is closed during the summer. The bullfights do not take place at any fixed periods. There are no clubs or establishments of this description, and the Lyceum is the only place where it is possible to see the French and other foreign papers. On certain days there is a meeting of the members, when they read papers on various subjects as well as poetry, besides singing and playing pieces, generally written by some young author of the company. Every one employs his time most conscientiously in doing nothing. Gallantry, cigarettes, the manufacture of quatrains and octaves, and especially card playing, are found sufficient to fill up a man's existence very agreeably. In Granada you see nothing of that furious restlessness, that necessity for action and change of place, which torments the people of the north. The Spanish struck me as being very philosophical. They attach hardly any importance to national life, and are totally indifferent about comfort. The thousand factious wants created by the civilization of northern countries appear to them puerile and troublesome refinements. Not having to protect themselves continually against the climate, the advantages of the English home have no attractions in their eyes. What do people who would cheerfully pay for a breeze or a draught of air, if they could obtain such a thing, care whether or not the windows close properly? Favored by a beautiful sky, they have reduced human existence to its simplest expression. This sobriety and moderation in everything enables them to enjoy a large amount of liberty. A state of extreme independence, they have time enough to live, which we cannot say that we have. Spaniards cannot understand how a man can labor first in order to rest afterwards. They very much prefer pursuing an opposite course, and I think that by so doing they show their superior sense. A workman who has earned a few reals leaves his work, throws his fine embroidered jacket over his shoulders, takes his guitar, and goes and dances, or makes love to the majas of his acquaintance until he has not a single quarto left. He then returns to his employment. An Andalusian can live splendidly for 3 or 4 sous a day. For this sum he can have the whitest bread, an enormous slice of watermelon, and a small glass of aniseed, while his lodgings cost him nothing more than the trouble of spreading his cloak upon the ground under some portico or the arch of some bridge. As a general rule, Spaniards consider work something humiliating and unworthy of a free man, which in my opinion is a natural and very reasonable idea, since Heaven, wishing to punish man for his disobedience, found no greater infliction than the obliging him to gain his daily bread by the sweat of his brow. Pleasures procured as ours are by dint of labor, fatigue, and mental anxiety, and perseverance, strike Spaniards as being bought much too dearly. Like all people who lead a simple life, approaching a state of nature, they possess a correctness of judgment which makes them despise the artificial enjoyments of society. Anyone coming from Paris or London, those two whirlpools of devouring activity, of feverish and unnaturally excited energy, is greatly surprised by the mode of life of the people of Granada, a mode of life that is all leisure, filled up with conversation, siestas, promenades, music, and dancing. The stranger is astonished at the happy calmness, the tranquil dignity of the faces he sees around him. No one has that busy look which is noticeable in the persons hurrying through the streets of Paris. Every one strolls leisurely along, choosing the shady side of the street, stopping to chat with his friends, and betraying no desire to arrive at his destination in the shortest possible time. The certitude of not being able to make money extinguishes all ambition. There is no chance of a young man making a brilliant career. The most adventurous among them go to Manila or Havana, or enter the army. But on account of the piteous state of the public finances, they sometimes wait for years without hearing anything about pay. Convinced of the inutility of exertion, Spaniards do not endeavor to make fortunes, for they know that such things are quite out of the question, and they therefore pass their time in a delightful state of idleness, favored by the beauty of the country and the heat of the climate. I saw nothing of Spanish pride. Nothing is so deceptive as the reputation bestowed on individuals and nations. On the contrary, I found them exceedingly simple-minded and good-natured. Spain is the true country of equality, if not in words, at least in deeds. The poorest beggar lights his papelito at the puro of a powerful nobleman, who allows him to do so without the slightest affectation of condescension. A marchioness will step with a smile over the bodies of the ragged vagabonds who are slumbering across the threshold, and when traveling will not make a face if compelled to drink out of the same glass as the mayoral, the zagoul, and the escopetero of the diligence. Foreigners find great difficulty in accustoming themselves to this familiarity, especially the English, who have their letters brought upon salvers and take them with tongs. An Englishman traveling from Seville to Jerez told his calacero to go and get his dinner in the kitchen. The calacero, who in his own mind thought he was honoring a heretic very highly by sitting down at the same table with him, did not make the slightest remark, but concealed his rage as carefully as the villain in a melodrama. But about 3 or 4 leagues from Jerez, in the midst of a frightful desert, full of quagmires and bushes, he threw the Englishman very neatly out of the vehicle, shouting to him as he whipped on his horse, "My lord, you did not think me worthy of sitting at your table, and I, Don Jose Balbrino Bustamante y Orozco, do not think you good enough to sit on the seat in my calacin. Good evening." The servants, both male and female, are treated with a gentle familiarity very different from our affected civility, which seems every moment to remind them of the inferiority of their condition. A short example will prove the truth of this assertion. We had gone to a party given at the country house of the Signora. In the evening there was a general desire to have a little dancing, but there were a great many more ladies than gentlemen present. To obviate this difficulty, the Signora sent for the gardener and another servant, who danced the whole evening without the least awkwardness, false bashfulness, or servile forwardness, but just as if they had been on a perfect equality with the rest of the company. They invited, in turn, the fairest and most noble ladies present, and the latter complied with their request in the most graceful manner possible. Our democrats are very far from having attained this practical equality, and our most determined republicans would revolt at the idea of figuring in a quadrille opposite a peasant or a footman. Of course, there are a great many exceptions to these remarks, as there are to all other generalities. There are doubtless many Spaniards who are active, laborious, and sensible to all the refinements of life, but what I have said conveys the general impression felt by a traveler after a stay of some little time, an impression which is often more correct than that of a native observer, who is less struck by the novelty of the various circumstances. Ascent of the Sierra Nevada. As our curiosity was satisfied with regard to Granada and its buildings, we resolved, from having had a view of the Sierra Nevada at every turn we took, to become more intimately acquainted with it, and endeavor to ascend the Mulhacen, which is the most elevated point of the range. Our friends at first attempted to dissuade us from this project, which was really attended with some little danger, but, on seeing that our resolution was fixed, they recommended us a huntsman whose name was Alejandro Romero, as a person thoroughly acquainted with the mountains, and possessing every qualification to act as guide. He came and saw us at our Casa de Pupilos, and his manly, frank physiognomy immediately prepossessed us in his favor. He wore an old velvet waistcoat, a red woolen sash, and white linen gaiters, like those of the Valencians, which enabled you to see his clean-made nervous legs, tanned like Cordovan leather. Alpargatas of twisted rope served him for shoes, while a little Andalusian hat, which had grown red from exposure to the sun, slung across his shoulder, completed his costume. He undertook to make all the necessary preparations for our expedition, and promised to bring, at 3 o'clock the next morning, the 4 horses we required, one for my traveling companion, one for myself, a third for a young German who had joined our caravan, and a fourth for our servant, who was entrusted with the direction of the culinary department. As for Romero, he was to walk. Our provisions consisted of a ham, some roast fowls, some chocolate, bread, lemons, sugar, and a large leathern sack called a bota, filled with excellent val de penas, which was the principal article in the list. At the appointed hour the horses were before our house, while Romero was hammering away at the door with the butt end of his carbine. Still scarcely awake, we mounted our steeds, and the procession set forth, our guide running on beforehand to point out the road. Although it was already light, the sun had not risen, and the undulating outlines of the smaller hills which we had passed were spread out all around us, cool, limpid, and blue, like the waves of an immovable ocean. In the distance, Granada had disappeared beneath the vaporized atmosphere. When the fiery globe at last appeared on the horizon, all the hilltops were covered with a rosy tint, like so many young girls at the sight of their lovers, and appeared to experience a feeling of bashful confusion at the idea of having been seen in their morning déshabillés. The ridges of the mountains are connected with the plain by gentle slopes, forming the first tableland which is easily accessible. When we reached this place, our guide decided that we should allow our horses a little breathing time, give them something to eat, and breakfast ourselves. We ensconced ourselves at the foot of a rock near a little spring, the water of which was as bright as a diamond, and sparkled beneath the emerald-colored grass. Romero, with all the dexterity of an American savage, improvised a fire with a handful of brushwood, while Louis prepared some chocolate, which, with the addition of a slice of ham and a draught of wine, composed our first meal in the mountains. While our breakfast was cooking, a superb viper passed beside us, and appeared surprised and dissatisfied at our installing ourselves on his estate, a fact that he gave us to understand by impolitely hissing at us, for which he was rewarded by a sturdy thrust with a sword stick through the stomach. A little bird that had watched the proceedings very attentively no sooner saw the viper disabled than it flew up with the feathers of its neck standing on end, its eyes all fire, and flapping its wings and piping in a strange state of exultation. Every time that any portion of the venomous beast writhed convulsively, the bird shrunk back, soon returning to the charge, however, and pecking the viper with its beak, after which it would rise in the air about 3 or 4 feet. I do not know what the serpent could have done during its lifetime to the bird, or what was the feeling of hatred we had gratified by killing the viper, but it is certain that I never beheld such an amount of delight. We once again set out. From time to time we met a string of little asses coming down from the higher parts of the mountains with their load of snow, which they were carrying to Granada for the day's consumption. The drivers saluted us as they passed by with the time-honored "Vayan ustedes con Dios," and we replied by some joke about their merchandise, which would never accompany them as far as the city, and which they would be obliged to sell to the official who was entrusted with the duty of watering the public streets. We were always preceded by Romero, who leaped from stone to stone with the agility of a chamois, and kept exclaiming "Bueno camino," a good road. I should certainly very much like to know what the worthy fellow would call a bad road, for, as far as I was concerned, I could not perceive the slightest signs of any road at all. To our right and left, as far as the eye could distinguish, yawned delightful abysses, very blue, very azure, and very vapory, varying in depth from 1,500 to 2,000 feet, a difference, however, about which we troubled ourselves very little, for a few dozen fathoms, more or less, made very little difference in the matter. I recollect with a shudder a certain pass, 3 or 4 pistol shots long, and 2 broad, a sort of natural plank running between 2 gulfs. As my horse headed the procession, I had to pass first over this kind of tight-rope, which would have made the most determined acrobats pause and reflect. At certain points there was just enough width for my horse's feet, and each of my legs was dangling over a separate abyss. I sat motionless in my saddle, as upright as if I had been balancing a chair on the end of my nose. This pass, which took us a few minutes to traverse, struck me as particularly long. When I quietly reflect on this incredible ascent, I am lost in surprise, as at the remembrance of some incoherent dream. We passed over spots where a goat would have hesitated to have set its foot, and scaled precipices so steep that the ears of our horses touched our chins. Our road lay between rocks and blocks of stone, which threatened to fall down upon us every moment, and in zigzags along the edge of the most frightful precipices. We took advantage of every favorable opportunity, and although advancing slowly, we still advanced, gradually approaching the goal of our ambition, namely, the summit, that we had lost sight of since we had been in the mountains, because each separate piece of tableland hides the one above it. Every time our horses stopped to take breath, we turned round in our saddles to contemplate the immense panorama formed by the circular canvas of the horizon. The mountain tops which lay below us looked as if they had been marked out in a large map. The Vega of Granada and all Andalusia presented the appearance of an azure sea, in the midst of which a few white points that caught the rays of the sun represented the sails of the different vessels. The neighboring eminences that were completely bare and cracked and split from top to bottom were tinged in the shade a greenish color, Egyptian blue, lilac, and pearl gray, while in the sunshine they assumed a most admirable and warm hue similar to that of orange peel, tarnished gold, or a lion's skin. Nothing gives you so good an idea of a chaos, of a world still in the course of creation, as a mountain range seen from its highest point. It seems as if a nation of Titans had been endeavoring to build a sacrilegious Babel, some prodigious lilac or other, that they had heaped together all the materials and commenced the gigantic terraces, when suddenly the breath of some unknown being had, like a tempest, swept over the temples and palaces they had begun, shaking their foundations and leveling them with the ground. You might fancy yourself amidst the ruins of an antediluvian Babylon, a pre-Adamite city. The enormous blocks, the pharaoh-like masses, awaken in your breast thoughts of a race of giants that has now disappeared. So visibly is the old age of the world written in deep wrinkles on the bald front and rugged face of these millennial mountains. We had reached the region inhabited by the eagles. Several times, at a distance, we saw one of these noble birds perched upon a solitary rock, with its eye turned toward the sun, and immersed in that state of contemplative ecstasy which with animals replaces thought. There was one of them floating at an immense height above us, and seemingly motionless in the midst of a sea of light. Romero could not resist the pleasure of sending him a visiting card in the shape of a bullet. It carried away one of the large feathers of his wing, but the eagle, nothing moved, continued on his way with indescribable majesty, as if nothing had happened. The feather whirled round and round a long time before reaching the earth. It was picked up by Romero, who stuck it in his hat. Thin streaks of snow now began to show themselves, scattered here and there in the shade. The air became more rarefied and the rocks more steep and precipitous. Soon afterward the snow appeared in immense sheets and enormous heaps, which the sun was no longer strong enough to melt. We were above the sources of the Gruil, which we perceived like a blue ribbon frosted with silver, streaming down with all possible speed in the direction of its beloved city. The tableland on which we stood is about 9,000 feet above the level of the sea, and is the highest spot in the range, with the exception of the peak of Valletta and the Mulhacen, which towers another 1,000 feet towards the immeasurable height of heaven. On this spot Romero decided we should pass the night. The horses, who were worn out with fatigue, were unsaddled. Lewis and the guide tore up a quantity of brushwood, roots, and juniper plants to make a fire, for although in the plain the thermometer stood at 30 or 35 degrees, there was a freshness on the heights we then occupied, which we knew would settle down into intense cold as soon as the sun had set. It was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. My companion and the young German determined to take advantage of the daylight that remained, to scale alone and on foot the last heights of the mountain. For my own part, I preferred stopping behind. My soul was moved by the grand and sublime spectacle before me, and I busied myself with scribbling in my pocket-book sundry verses which, if not well turned, had at least the merit of being the only Alexandrines composed at such an elevation. After my strophes were finished, I manufactured some sorbets with snow, sugar, lemon, and brandy for our dessert. Our encampment presented rather a picturesque appearance. Our saddles served us for seats, and our cloaks for a carpet, while a large heap of snow protected us from the wind. A fire of broom blazed brightly in the center, and we fed it by throwing in, from time to time, a fresh branch, which shriveled up and hissed, darting out its sap in little streams of all colors. Above us the horses stretched forward their thin heads, with their sad, gentle eyes, and caught an occasional puff of warmth. Night was rapidly approaching. The least elevated mountains were the first to sink into obscurity, and the light, like a fisherman flying before the rising tide, leaped from peak to peak, retiring to the highest in order to escape from the shade which was advancing from the valleys beneath, and bearing everything in its bluish waves. The last ray which stopped on the summit of the Mulhacen hesitated for an instant, then spreading out its golden wings, winged its way like some birds of flame into the depths of heaven and disappeared. The obscurity was now complete, and the increased brilliancy of our fire caused a number of grotesque shadows to dance out upon the sides of the rocks. Eugene and the German had not returned, and I began to grow anxious on their account. I feared that they might have fallen down some precipice, or been buried beneath some mass of snow. Romero and Lewis already requested me to sign a declaration to the effect that they had neither murdered nor robbed the two worthy gentlemen, and that, if the latter were dead, it was their own fault. Meanwhile, we tore our lungs to pieces by indulging in the most shrill and savage cries, to let them know the position of our wigwam in case they should not be able to perceive the fire. At last, the report of firearms, which was hurled back by all the echoes of the mountains, told us that we had been heard, and that our companions were but a short distance off. In fact, at the expiration of a few minutes, they made their appearance, fatigued and worn out, asserting that they had distinctly seen Africa on the other side of the ocean. It is very possible they had done so, for the air of these parts is so pure that the eye can perceive objects at the distance of 30 or 40 leagues. We were all very merry at supper, and by dint of playing the bagpipes with our skin of wine, we made it almost as flat as the wallet of a Castilian beggar. It was agreed that each of us should sit up in turn to attend the fire, an arrangement which was faithfully carried out, but the circumference of our circle, which was at first pretty considerable, kept becoming smaller and smaller. Every hour the cold became more intense, and at last we literally laid ourselves in the fire itself, so as to burn our shoes and pantaloons. Lewis gave vent to his feelings in loud exclamation. He bewailed his gazpacho, cold garlic soup, his house, his bed, and even his wife. He made himself a formal promise by everything he reverenced never to be caught a second time attempting an ascent. He asserted that mountains are far more interesting when seen from below, and that a man must be a maniac to expose himself to the chance of breaking every bone in his body 100,000 times, and having his nose frozen off in the middle of the month of August in Andalusia and in sight of Africa. All night long he did nothing but grumble and groan in the same manner, and we could not succeed in reducing him to silence. Romero said nothing, and yet his dress was made of thin linen, and all that he had to wrap round him was a narrow piece of cloth. At last the dawn appeared. We were enveloped in a cloud, and Romero advised me to begin our descent if we wished to reach Granada before night. When it was sufficiently light to enable us to distinguish the various objects, I observed that Eugene was as red as a lobster nicely boiled, and at the same time he made an analogous observation with respect to me, and did not feel himself bound to conceal the fact. The young German and Lewis were also equally red. Romero alone had preserved his peculiar tint, which resembled, by the way, that of a boot top, and although his legs of bronze were naked, they had not undergone the slightest alteration. It was the biting cold and the rarefaction of the air that had turned us this color. Going up a mountain is nothing, because you look at the objects above you, but coming down with the awful depths before your eyes is quite a different affair. At first the thing appeared impracticable, and Lewis began screeching like a jay who is being picked alive. However, we could not remain forever in the Mulhacen, which is as little adapted for the purpose of habitation as any place in the known world, and so, with Romero at our head, we began our descent. It would be impossible, without laying ourselves open to the charge of exaggeration, to convey any notion of the paths, or rather the absence of paths, by which our daredevil of a guide conducted us. Never more breakneck obstacles crowded together in the course marked out for any steeplechase, and I entertained strong doubts as to whether the feats of any gentleman riders ever outrivaled our exploits on the Mulhacen. The Montagnes Russes were mild declivities in comparison to the precipices with which we had to do. We were almost constantly standing up in our stirrups and leaning back over the cruppers of our horses, in order to avoid performing an incessant succession of parabolas over their heads. All the lines of perspective seemed jumbled together. The streams appeared to be flowing up toward their source, the rocks vacillated and staggered on their bases, and the most distant objects appeared to be only 2 paces off. We had lost all feeling of proportion, an effect which is very common in the mountains, where the enormous size of the masses and the vertical position of the different ranges do not allow of your judging distances in the ordinary manner. In spite of every difficulty, we reached Granada without our horses having even made one false step, only they had got but 1 shoe left among them all. Andalusian horses, and ours were of the most authentic description, cannot be equaled for mountain traveling. They are so docile, so patient, and so intelligent, that the best thing the rider can do is to throw the reins on their necks and let them follow their own impulse. We were impatiently expected, for our friends in the city had seen our fire burning like a beacon on the tableland of Mulhacen. I wanted to go and give an account of our perilous expedition to the charming Signoras B., but was so fatigued that I fell asleep on a chair, holding my stocking in my hand, and I did not wake before 10 o'clock the following morning, when I was still in the same position. Some few days afterward we quitted Granada, sighing quite as deeply as ever King Boabdil did. End of chapter 21.